Ladies and gentlemen. So, hey! You saved me, Fleshling. Amir will hear of this noble act. Yep. I don't have time to talk, though. We're in a hurry. We're in a hurry. Okay, let's go turn these quests in. So, did Ya-6 make it? Damn well hope so. I was unable to get reinforcements back to them. Ethereum have the entire area covered by now. My apologies. I nearly forgot about your reward. Any luck? Stand back. This could very well be a trap. Okay. Backing up. And of course music isn't playing again. Thanks for that. I've already given a bug negative for that. Commander, I'm not long for this world. Taken to a holding pen. Hundreds, thousands beings from other world are imprisoned by the Ethereum. Many of them are our allies. We must save the others. It's not too late. Those fools. What have they done? What horrors do they hold? And for what purpose? I'm gonna need your help again. I need you to essentially do a daily. So now we're actually going to stop that chain. But hey. We also saved Captain Terralius. Thank you. He suffered massive injuries, but we think he's going to make it. He mentions fields of prisons like the one you rescued him from. Prisons full of creatures from all over the universe. We'll be in touch should the need arise to crack those open. The consortium has already expressed interest in sending some teams out as working on technology to break through the Ethereum's locks. So this turns into one of the earlier weird daily grinds. It's not even a daily grind, it's just a grind. You go, you get the locks, and you unlock people, and they escape, and everything's cool. And they're usually bosses, and those bosses drop items, or crafting mats, or gear, or whatever. And that's how you deal with that. Okay, so hang on. What am I doing? Stop playing like you're playing for real, Laura. Just kill things instantly. I'm probably the only person like this. It's a very different mindset from when I'm doing lobby stuff from when I'm doing at-level stuff. You gotta optimize. Alright, pop this. Oh, God. It's okay, I just have brain damage. You know, I'm glad they partially walked back the global cooldown change of BFA. I wish they'd walk it back even more. This is WoW. It's supposed to be snappy. Let it be snappy. Let it be high-paced. Let there be speed! I wonder if there's a speedrunner community for FF14. I know there's one for WoW. There's actually several for WoW. Usually for either leveling, completing a zone, or completing a dungeon. The Protectorate's reason for existence is now fully realized. The Ethereum are not here to hunt Dementius. They're here to become Void. They're manipulating the Void energy at the Monoforge to bond their own energy into a creature known as a Nexus Stalker. They're undoubtedly using a proto-accelerator to complete the transformation. We must destroy the machinery that's making these Stalker aberrations possible. To strike at their proto-accelerator will be futile. It's an ethereal creation. We must instead destroy the Monoforge energy tubes they're using as a conduit. I have all that I need to create a device to overload the conduit save for one item. I need a wrapping from an Archon or an Overlord. But yeah, think about it, Darkrai. Because yeah, in WoW there's like 1 to 60 speedruns. Or like 1 to 50 speedruns or 1 to 70 speedruns or whatever. I'm not sure what a 1 to 80 speedrun in FF14 would look like. I know there's jumping puzzle speedruns, I just realized that. Because I myself linked someone who recently got a world record on that. On the Kugane jumping puzzle. Yeah, that one. That's what at least I think that's what it's called. 36 seconds, by the way. It's crazy to watch. Excellent. I'm sending one of my demolitionists out to place a disruption device. Just Make sure no harm comes to him. It's an escort quest. Keep him protected. Okay, let's do it. That's an odd question, Magister. Like, what would prevent jumping quests from existing in WoW? There's jumping quests in FF14. How can there not be jumping quests in WoW? And then, of course, there's Guild Wars 2, which makes jumping quests a regular feature. Which I hate, by the way. I hate those quests so much. I hate them so much. I linked a video of one in the FF14 channel, Yura, which just proves Yura does not listen to anything I say in Discord. Anyways, most of this zone was here for an end-game regular activity zone. Nowadays we call it a daily zone, but dailies were a pretty new thing at this point, so they weren't really dailies yet. You'd run around and fight the Void Waste, and they'd conglomerate into a boss, and the boss could drop items, or you'd unlock those spheres over there, and they could drop things too. Pretty basic MMO stuff, which you notice we're not even considering because it's not really part of the review. I will say this, most of the BC endgame stuff kinda sucked. I mean, how many of you have bad memories of the Nether Shelf? The Netherwing Shelf. Could you go a little bit faster, buddy? Please. That's a really strange statement, Serrani, from my perspective. Do you mind clarifying? I really wanted my Nether Drake. So... there it is, right there. I named him Unction. This actually is the original Nether Drake I got all the way back in the day. Obviously nowadays it's just a thing in my mount tab instead of an item, but that's the original. Okay, now only one thing remains. Salhadar. I have in my possession another disruptor, one capable of destroying the 3 conduits surrounding Salhadar. Once the conduits are destroyed, his protective field will be down. For this act, he will strike at you with a ferocity you've never before witnessed. If you're willing to rid the world of him, I will give you the disruptor. Now, I want to talk about this because I've already given a negative for this, but I really do need to emphasize how stupid this is. We have an entire multi-phase quest chain across 3 separate subzones that all culminate to the quest I'm about to do, which is to kill a Nexus Prince. This is actually, if you're paying attention, the 2nd Nexus Prince we've killed. It's also kind of engaging. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I like the idea of this particular plot arc. The Ethereals are victims of Void experimentation. A Void Lord, Dementius, where is he? There he is, up there. Dementius entered their world and caused it to be destroyed, and the Ethereals had to cast aside their bodies and traverse the Nether. Okay? Most of the Ethereals have all kinds of stuff. Like, we've already met like 6 separate factions and sub-factions of Ethereals. But one group of them wants to rejoin with the Void, give in to the Void, and use that to ascend to greater heights of power. This guy right here is the leader of that group. He is also literally using these conduits here to feed off of the energy and souls, if you're paying attention, of the realm. So all of this is cool and interesting and engaging to me. And it's also a fairly decent quest chain. This is probably going to be a positive in all honesty. But, well, why is it we go through all this for this one dude, and yet Dementius himself, you know, the super amazing void god that destroyed a planet, is literally 3 quests long? And I showed that off already yesterday. Dementius is, okay, I need you to go, you know, get this loot item from these guys, and it barely ever drops, of course. Okay, then I need you to do a flight quest. Okay, now that you've done a flight quest, I need you to go kill him. Also, just speaking from a purely gameplay perspective, the Dementious fight is always easy. It always has been. Even back in the day, it was a joke. This fight right here, I've wiped on this guy. I mean, look at him. Anyways. Even the reaction is better. Is he really dead? Destroyed? It's been 1,000 years, maybe more, since Salhadar began his crusade to exterminate all who would stand in his way. I can hardly believe this is the last we'll see of him. You've done us a great service, and for that you will be rewarded. And that's effectively the end of the ethereal chains for right now. But still, like, I like that chain. Plus the story. Where the hell was that with Dementious? Or maybe just don't even have both, you know, just have the one chain. Anyways, there's one other thing. But first I have to say thank you. Thank you, Act, very much. I have no idea why Twitch is being Twitch. Other than the usual reason, I'm sure. Might as well just PayPal instead. I know there are negatives to PayPal. I'm not trying to say there aren't. Do you know what you want to put this towards, Act? So, sorry, I actually did one that was PayPal. Then why is it... I'm going to admit that I don't understand, so I'm just going to move on from that. So, I did one quest off camera because I was just trying to sweep the zone, and then I realized this is part of another mini chain. So, another little mini chain, okay? We come over here, and there's this one Nexus Prince, the Ethereal. He actually has a quote, which I wanted to share with you, because it amused me. I actually shared it in Discord already. But for those of you not in Discord... hang on. There are only 3 kinds of people in this world. Competitors, customers, and employees. Competitors are to be crushed ruthlessly. Customers indulged. Employees strictly supervised. Independent contractors are a myth. They want to be paid better than employees and treated like customers. Never trust someone who calls them by that title. It is a very ethereal way of thinking. Interestingly enough, I don't think it is Riker's Beard because this would predate Bobby Kotick. Maybe I'm being generous, but I'd like to think that that's the point, is that they're kind of mocking that mentality. But who knows? Okay, so that's going towards BMB block. RNC3. Do you mind telling me what the actual name is? Because it'll be easier to search later. And Entropy 02. But anyways, he tells us to go and absorb energy from these nether drakes. Up your arsenal. Thank you. Up your arsenal. Appreciate you. And then, this lady was actually here before, but now we actually turn into her. To think that wretched Ethereal was going to sell these essences to the Blood Elves like so much candy. Greetings, Holy Wake. Don't be alarmed, this is merely a projection of my current form. It's the only way my companion and I could keep watch without revealing ourselves. The Ethereal who approached you is little better than a swindler in the disguise of a legitimate merchant. That's the guy who said the quote. We really do need to fix our independent contractor laws. Or lack thereof! I'd like you to consider working with me instead. My purpose out here is to find out more about the unusual dragons on this ridge. If you meet me up north, we could discuss this further.
Farewell.
Sure. I'm amiable. So Jorg Mace, he's from the comic or book? I don't remember. He's from a thing. And then there's someone who's definitely a blood elf and totally not a dragon. Wink, wink. By the way, fun fact. For reasons best left to the imagination, I'm just kidding, it was just laziness. Almost all of the old dragons' visages are just elves. It was a shorthand for them to be able to make it look so that dragons look differently. Nowadays, the visage, that's such a weird word to say, concept has been really fleshed out and it's extremely cool. But we won't really be talking about visages until we get to dragonflight, so I just want you to know that right now. Anyways.
I am listening. Good luck, friend.
My name is Tiragosa, of the Brood of Malygos. Most people call me Tiri. My companion is the paladin Jorg Mace. Word of these strange dragonkin has already traveled far, and I fear that too many will rush to exploit them for profit without realizing the true nature of what they're dealing with. And with your help, we're hoping to get insight into these creatures before others discover their presence.
Farewell.
I did have a good streaming day, Rector. I got to bash vanilla all day. It was great. We've come here to investigate rumors of a strange breed of dragons, perhaps even descendants of Deathwing himself, but these are clearly not ordinary black dragons. We'll know more once we've had a chance to examine their eggs. Their hatred for my flight runs deep, so I can't get close enough to gather the eggs. Will you please agree to help?
Be careful.
Yeah, sure. So the general idea here, we've actually already talked about this. Back in Warcraft 2, Deathwing came to Outland, set up a whole shop here. We actually already did a raid in his lair. That's where Gruul was. And there was a whole mission about that back in Beyond the Dark Portal. Yep, this is where we first see Tiragosa, right here. Well, in-game. This is when we first see her. Anyways. So, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving too, by the way, Wreckers appeared. I have to get 15 of these stupid things. So he brought a lot of his brood with him when he came to Draenor. Back in Warcraft 2, by memory, don't quote me on this, because, again, my memories of Warcraft 2 are not actually that codified. But by memory, they kind of implied that Deathwing was actually from Draenor. He's not, obviously. I just thought I'd share that. In fact, I don't think they'd even come up with the name Naltharion yet. Getting off topic. So he brought a whole bunch of his Black Dragonflight out here and set up a whole new nest and a whole new base of operations. Then he went back to Azeroth, and then everything went to hell. When Draenor turned into Outland, a huge amount of magic swept over the land. It's one of the biggest reasons why the Lost are such a problem. And why there's so many broken everywhere and so few Draenei. It's because a whole lot of this place just got bathed in various magical energies when the portal ripped apart and the world was turned into a continent floating in the nether. So, a lot of the Black Dragonflight survived and were doing their own thing. But all of the eggs didn't handle things quite as well. And the magic interacted with the eggs in a weird way that kind of half morphed them into pseudo-ethereal beings. That's what nether drakes are. Now, there's kind of an interesting niggle here. I'm not sure if I should talk about it yet or not. We'll bring it up in a minute.
What brings you here? Good luck, friend.
Were you able to gather the eggs?
Farewell.
Well, this will work quite nicely. Thank you for agreeing to help us. Before we can continue, there's something else we need to address.
Good luck, friend.
Your former employer must have gotten wind you're helping us now. Through my projection, I've seen nether stalkers entering the area, hoping to track us down. We've been able to evade them for so far, but Merid must be dealt with before the problems grow more severe. If your impressions of him are correct, he'll do anything to secure his supply of his product. Return him, tell him you've prepared to offer a deal. Then lure him away. Then slay him. I do like killing ethereals, especially people who think there's only 3 types of people in the world. This is why I think that quote wasn't intended to be taken seriously. We were literally going to kill the guy. Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, there's that quote again. I've returned with more information on the Netherdrakes. I'm prepared to be your business partner, and for an extra sum, I'll take care of that troublesome elf and her human friend. Let's hold our discussion in a more private place. Follow me. Yeah, you're thinking of the Nether Shelf, Cyclone. Don't worry. I spent a long time there, too. It's like a month and a half of grinding out that daily. Also true, Spartan. Metzen's pretty far left-leaning. Oh, I like him so much. Hey, what's up? You didn't really think I'd do business with you again, did you? Sometimes the best way to return to profitability is knowing to cut your losses. I agree. I mean, Metzen was one of the biggest forces behind getting rid of the bikini thing that Warcraft was really heavy about. I'll never forget a quote he had. He was doing an interview because some people were asking why they toned down Sylvanas' outfit, and he mentioned that his daughter had been watching some Warcraft thing, and she's like, "Why is that woman in a bikini?" And Metzen realized he had no answer for that question. He was like, "That's a really good question." I don't want to paint him with too positive a light, but, well, there's this thing where a lot of people just kind of go along with things because that's what you do. And I'll give him credit for being able to say, hold on, why are we doing this? Questioning it and then changing it. Because most people would just be like, that's what they're supposed to look like. Oh, that's what you do. It's just fantasy. Have you seen Conan the Barbarian? Come on.
I am listening. Farewell.
Now that the troublesome ethereal has been dealt with, we can focus our efforts on understanding these nether dragons. I've had a chance to examine the eggs, and I've made a few discoveries. The nether dragons have the same ferocious temperament as their black dragons, but there's something entirely alien about them. They hatch and mature rapidly, harnessing the energies that forge their kind in the destruction of Draenor. There's much more I need to know about them, but I believe the powers will be able to be of use to my own flight if we can displace the leader of them. So go do this group quest. Okay. Oh, absolutely, is Miristar. And yeah, I can confirm that as well. Where is he? Oh, right. Wait, Squatter. No? Oh, I can back. Oh, I have no idea, Act. It was tasty. Probably chicken. Oh, thank God for that, Dakota. I hate it when you pull out the stitches and it's just like, nah. Blood everywhere. If I asked my sister, I could give you a name. No, it is interesting as Miristar. Again, I don't want to overly paint Metzen in a positive brush. But he's a pretty cool guy. Especially in an industry which tends to not have pretty cool people.
Hello. Farewell.
Have you challenged and defeated him?
Good luck, friend.
Well done. Well done indeed. The Nether Dragonkin will not accept a blue dragon amongst them at first, but my time with them and a firm demonstration of my authority, they'll come around. Scattered, isolated, and without a definitive leader, we must be vigilant in preventing them from falling under the sway of a malevolent power.
Be careful.
Ta-da! Okay. Spice varies, heat varies a lot when it comes to Indian food act. They usually also let you decide how hot you want a particular dish. Also, butter chicken is usually really mild. My experience. Okay, so that was a neat little plot thread. And it introduced Tiragosa to the game. Let's see, when are we going to see her again? I think Kata. Yeah, she's going to be part of the Dragon Soul arc. And obviously she'll be in Dragonflight. Yep, nope. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Whoop, overshot. Oh yeah, get a good vindaloo if you want really spicy. That's a good dish for that. And make sure you ask for it to be spicy. If you're ready for it. You can really tell what a good Indian place is if they double check you on the spice. I'm not actually joking. If you go to an Indian place, they'll usually have like, do you want mild, medium, or hot? And if you say hot, if it's a good Indian place, they'll say, are you sure? That's probably a good Indian place.
What brings you here?
So, one last story arc. Advice on shrinking your Steam card. Length of game plus likelihood of you actually playing them and not just sitting in your Steam, window forever in your library unplayed. That's the equation I usually do. I guess I should say did at this point, because nowadays I just buy things for the show. No, they drop in the dungeons as well, I think, Spartan. Anything elite should drop them. Yeah, Indian hot. Pretty much, Maverick.
I am honored. Till next we meet.
Allow me to introduce myself, priest. I am Ravandwir, apprentice to the Archmage Vargoth. Vargoth? Hang on. Okay, hang on. There we go. Him. Apprentice to this guy, wearing bog standard tier 0.5 with a dorky hat. All right, anyways, moving on.
How may I help?
Yeah. My master is indisposed, shall we say. I'm here on a matter of great importance. The Arklon ruins to the southeast are a hotbed of Burning Legion activity. Their purpose in the ruins concerns neither me nor my master, but their leader possesses my Archmage's staff. Here, this conjuring powder will allow you to draw the demon out of hiding. Okay. Oh, I remember Esmiristar. They even, if you remember, they even showed Farallon on the frickin' map. You know how they usually do like a, here's, wrong button. Here's the map, right? And they showed, oh, I can just show you it over here. They showed Farallon up there in that spot that you'll notice is not on the freaking map. It would be up here. I know, Warlords. Yeah, actually, Magister's correct. If you really want to push your rep, just hit the auction house. Those are not expensive nowadays. I told you only to summon me if that stupid elf returned. What's this? No matter, you won't detain me for long. Bwong! Alright, so dead. Warlords. I still think Warlords is going to review well, but it really is just where potential went to die, isn't it? We could have had the revamped Outland, we could have had the Gorian Empire, we could have had Farallon, we could have really delved into the Warlords, we could have delved into the clans. None of that.
Can I assist?
At least we finally got some freaking Draenei stuff. Not a lot, but something. Oh yeah, we also have that undead guy.
Good luck, friend.
Another show already. Very well, then. You remember the undead guy? Did you know that to this day we don't know who he was working for? I shall transform my familiar Sagan into something truly wondrous. A skunk! Ah! Don't touch me! Get it away from me! Yeah, there's an entire quest arc where they kill off I don't want to call him a major character, but like a recurring character from multiple zones. And they just kill him off to some random bad guy who, to this day, we don't know who he was or what he was about. That's Warlords in a nutshell.
Hello.
Getting off topic.
Be careful.
I will not rest until Archmage Vargoth's staff is restored to him. Were you able to wrest it from the demon's grasp?
Till next we meet.
Ah. So you managed to recover the staff. Impressive. Perhaps you are the one I've been looking for. Oh, your reward. Here. He pushes a few coins into your pocket. No doubt you had higher expectations, but that too will come with time. For now, consider opportunity the true reward.
Friend.
Oh, simply barbaric. Ekarash must have used the staff's crystalline headpiece for some other trinket, not realizing it only works in concert with the rest of the staff. As long as it remains broken, the staff's power is greatly diminished. With a suitable Draenei crystal, I should be able to turn down the volume a little bit. Get repaired. I've heard goblins remarking about the crystals carried by the ghost in the ruins to the north. Dude, I liked Admiral Taylor. I know I'm not the only one. Like, I like Nazgrim too, don't mistake me, but, like, come on, game. Hell, Nazgrim was a character, well, how long is debatable, but at the very least, he was a character up to Legion. Also, speaking of which, can I just say, speaking of disappointments, I really wish we did more with the Four Horsemen. At least we got that short story, which was actually a really solid short story. And proved me right about things I had been saying for years about how the Scourge and the Lich King operated. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about that very briefly here. I was right! Okay, we're done. Something that has irritated me for a long time is when I've studied a particular work a lot. And I've studied a particular work so much that I could say something that through analysis and through debate and discussion, I could say, this is what's happening here. And then someone said, nuh-uh, that's not in the game explicitly. It's not in the show explicitly. No one turns to the camera and says such and such. So therefore it's not true. And that has irritated me for literal decades at this point. That even predates the show. Because some people have this thing where unless a fictional work literally turns the character to the camera and says, hey, such and such, then it's not true. I don't feel the need to explain how much that irritates me. Yeah, or the opposite. That's actually another one. Yeah, the opposite happens too. And I'm just like... So for a very long time, even during the WoW lore run, which predates the short story I'm referencing, I was talking about the nature of how the Scourge and how the Lich King worked. And people kept doing that. Being like, that's not how it works. That's not what's happening. And I'm like... Okay. And then that short story came out and confirmed everything I was saying was correct. And it's like, hey... It was weirdly vindicating. Nobody cares. Nobody cares except me. But it was vindicating.
Till next we meet.
Have you managed to find some suitable crystals for the headpiece?
Good luck, friend.
This crystal should work. I'll reshape the socket to secure the new headpiece. When he sees it, he'll be disappointed, but I can bear my master's disappointment if it means we freed him.
Be careful.
I knew it, Uthor. I knew it! Now you'll be able to use the staff to contact him. He resides in the Violet Tower on an island to the southeast. The tower is both sanctuary and prison. Cursed as it is, the Kirin Tor can neither enter nor leave, keeping me apart from my master. The magic can pierce the defenses, but only if invoked by one outside the Kirin Tor. Here, take the staff, conjure his image.
Till next we meet.
Sure. Hey, it's Vargoth. Ravendwyr has everything a master can expect of an apprentice. When I gave him the staff and told him to flee, I hoped he would use it to find me and free me, once Kael'thas's forces withdrew. Since then, I've learned a great deal about the nature of the curse. It can be broken, but I will require your help. Before we departed Azeroth all those years ago, the Kirin Tor entrusted our expedition with a powerful artifact, the Sigil of Crassus. Get it? It was a great boon to us in our battle against the orcs, and could play a key role in helping me defeat the enchantments that imprisoned me. However, when Kael'thas divested me of my possessions, funny way to put that, he gave the sigil to the spellbinder Mariana, who resides behind the garrison. If he truly realized what he had in his possession, he wouldn't have given it away so easily. Also, really quick, I just want to read this thing here. Oh, he's not saying it. Aww. There, no. The land is in worse shape than I could have imagined. If the damage continues at this rate, Farallon, Netherstorm, will be nothing but a cosmic gravel soon. Where will it stop? Perhaps the better question is, will it stop? And if you had seen the plains of Farallon, you wouldn't believe this is the same place. Mere months ago, that's our timeline. Mere months ago, these fields would not have looked out of place in Westfall. Not really, Mr. Ed. I'll be healing. I could use a tank. So we need a tank. I remember that, Uthor. Now, you don't want to hear something extremely funny, Uthor. I actually think Shadowlands did have I'm trying to think out of phrases. Sorry, I'm still a little tired. I actually do think that Shadowlands had the very beginnings of what could be a Sylvanas redemption arc. In other words, her redemption arc doesn't actually start until literally like the second to last cutscene of the expansion, and is now going on off camera. But I'm okay with that. Her self-imposed exile is certainly appropriate for various reasons. And logically speaking, she can and should be at that for a very long time. I still agree with you. I just think it's funny. If I'm to be free of the tower's curse, I must have the sigil. It's as magnificent as I remembered. Can you not feel the power radiating from it? Of course, there's much to be done, but you my deepest thanks for restoring it to me. The Kirin sent one of the other of Crassus's possessions with our expedition. It was his spellbook, called Crassus's Compendium, containing all the spells he mastered. It lent us a much-needed advantage in the war. Before Kael'thas and his forces laid siege to Kirinvar, the compendium has been stolen from me by a rebellious apprentice intent on studying necromancy. The apprentice and his followers divided and studied the text in secret. Okay, I'll go deal with them then. Oh no, I'm with you, Uther. Again, like, I'm not just diminishing your point. If anything, I just think it's funny. So yeah, let's actually talk about this finally. Check it out. This is Kirinvar. Now, I don't remember if this is actually a town in Warcraft 2, like a base as part of a mission. But we actually did have the assistance of the Kirin Tor in the Warcraft 2 expansion. And this is the base they set up. Pretty large, actually. Of course, they've been here for years at this point. I know what you're thinking. How could they be... Well, obviously, this place is in ruins. But, like, how could this base be this large and this prosperous and out on Draenor? Well, the answer is, of course, what you already just said. It's Draenor. Remember, this used to be the plains of Farallon. And even after Outland was destroyed, Farallon was one of the richest and luscious places here. Remember, only months ago, this place wouldn't have looked out of place next to Westfall, right? I still have that comic saved locally just for fun, Uthor. But yeah, as you can see, it's not doing so hot anymore. Oh, and by the way, my favorite little tidbit. In case it wasn't extremely obvious where the oceans used to be. We can even see pieces of the dock over here. And a little rowboat just kind of dangling from it. Hey, Savicom. Happy Thanksgiving post, I guess. Happy Boxing Giving Day? I don't know. Either way, thank you very, very much. And I will jot that down for the Dragon Questies. Yeah, so, like I said, I actually have a copy of this image saved. Here, I'll pull it up on screen just so you can see it. Give me a moment. I will admit, and you can mock me for this, I was surprised this did not come to pass. If I can find the damn thing. Maybe I can't find it. I thought it was right here. Apparently I don't have it right here, so I'm actually not sure where it is. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hey, I found it. Boop. Now you'll be revealed, real end boss. Everything else was a misdirection, but we can't beat you. Up yours. Only something can pierce my defenses. And then Sylvanas comes out of nowhere. It was me, Sylvanas. I was doing selfless things the whole time. Ah, something. And then he casts revenge. Ow, my bone. My last act. Bow falls to the ground. Symbolic clatter. Anduin says, don't die, Sylvanas. You're my best friend. And Sylvanas says, damn it, I'm all out of Valkyries. My eyes are golden now. My actions redeem me. I'm going to heaven now. Bye. And then Varrock says, goodbye, Warchief. You were honorable the whole time. And there's a hero statue of Sylvanas. And Anduin says, goodbye. Have fun in heaven, Sylvanas. And Greymane says, I wish she was my girlfriend. She was so cool. We talk bad about Shadowlands, but if they actually went this way with it... Oh, man. And this is what a lot of us were legitimately predicting, by the way. Probably not said for humorous effect, but we really were predicting that. I will include myself in that, because I had no faith in the writing circa Shadowlands. Dragon Quest 1R. Whoop. Dragon Quest 2R. Dragon Quest 3R. D20 Archon is putting it towards Star Fox block. Hatch within. And hard space. Shipbreaker. Thank you, D20. Thank you, Sabacon. Always appreciate you. Okay, so. No, yeah, I say we, but I really do mean we really just did not have faith at that point. It's one of the reasons I mentioned how odd it is now when I absolutely have lots of faith. This worn, sturdy tome is no spellbook, as you might expect the Kirin Tor mage to carry. The pages of the volume are covered by hand-copied stories accompanied by colorful illustrations. The tome seems to be far older than its former owner, may even have been a family heirloom. A powerful tie to the book may have been the last thread tying her spirit to the ruins of Kirinvar. Well, let's go return it to its proper place, then. Woman. Yeah, no. Can confirm. The highlight reel was awesome. So, you're probably wondering, how the hell did they manage to take out an entire town of mages? Keeping in mind, the Blood Elves, I mean, they're good, but they're not that good. Well, may or may not recognize this thing. Yep, that is our second monobomb that we've seen so far. Of course she casts frost armor immediately. I can't sleep without a good bedtime story. I'm certain to rest well. That's kind of awful. Her ghost... this whole zone is kind of depressing. Alright, or sub-zone, I guess I should say. I mean, honestly, the monobomb was never not a weapon of mass destruction. I'm just saying. Oh, where's old Bessie gone? After the attack, I searched the fields and the chapel yard for her, but she was nowhere to be seen. All I've left is this old cowbell and a terrible, terrible escort quest. Could you go do my terrible, terrible escort quest, please? She just needs a little more cowbell. You haven't seen a heavy smithing hammer lying around, have you? I brought it out here to finish the shoes for some old man's horses, but I can't find it. I've searched the barn no less than half a dozen times. I just can't find it. Maybe one of the other apprentices took it. Could you go have a look for me? Sure thing, dead guy who doesn't realize he's dead. Looking at the hat, you find yourself asking if any Kirin Tor mage would own such a headgear. Judging from the hat's wear, it seems the gnome wouldn't go anywhere without it. You try on the hat momentarily, discovering no magical property behind a faint urge to dance. The treasured possession might be the source of the dead mage's bond to this place. Placing the hat in the footlocker in his quarters might free his spirit. I'm trying to stay out of this argument because I don't have much of a horse in this race, but I will go ahead and admit that I never liked Nathanos. Like, literally ever. And that's just my own take on that. The cloak, undoubtedly of high elven craftsmanship, is richly tailored, even by the standards of the Kirin Tor. The symbols and characters sewn into the cloak's fabric hold no meaning to you, but clearly imbue the garment with magical properties. Perhaps this object binds the spirit of its owner to its existence. Oh. Well, thank you, Verdictum. I do appreciate. I put a lot of myself into the GT lore runs. Oh, I guess all the lore runs. That's not really saying much. All the other lore runs I just phoned in. You know, I didn't even try. That was a ghost falling through the world. Don't worry too much about that. There it is. Notice the ghost we freed turned yellow now. I know that sounds like a strange comment, but I'm only bringing it up because it's actually impressive tech for the BC era. Being able to acknowledge we've done a quest and having a visual indicator in the world showing that we've done that quest. It also means they're no longer hostile. That was me. That was me. Sorry, Savacom. Sorry. Well, I mean, in lore, it means they're not here anymore. But obviously, they hadn't figured out how to make it so the mobs don't respawn. Hey, Jesse's Mask. Thank you, as always. And if you give me a moment. EMD block. Entropy 02. Undertale yellow. Trim my fingernails. I like having fingernails for utility. But at a certain point, it gets irritating to type. Plus, the cat loves it when I have fingernails. Scritch, scritch, scritch. We'll go ahead and put the cloak away here. Can't possibly go anywhere without my cloak. I hope it's in here. There it is. Could have sworn it wasn't here last time I checked. I've worked in computers too long to not grow my fingers out as a bit of a habit. It's just entirely too useful when you're working with electronic pieces and hardware. Phew, there's my lucky hat. Been looking for it everywhere. And as he fades away, he starts dancing. I don't know. This whole quest chain is just really messed up. Like, this is not a good quest area. I mean, it's a great quest area, which I suppose is what I mean. The best part is the Blood Elves showed up and, like, killed a lot of people here in a really horrible way for effectively no reason. The Kiranvar weren't specifically opposing them or anything, right? Oh, God, someone else is doing the quest. Or whatever. It's not like there was some active conflict. They were just like, you know what? You can't be tolerated in our new land. Mwahaha! Puppies! And then they just ate dead puppies, and it's like, which... And yeah, all of this was just so they could rip the mana out of the land and destroy the world around them in a few months. And the best part is the reason they're actually draining the mana, which you notice we haven't discussed yet. Don't worry. We'll get there today. Well, it's funny you say that, Master. You notice there hasn't been a mana bomb since Pandaria? Since the end of Kata? I have a feeling that there's a reason for that. that people in general have looked at this and been like, you know, maybe we should add those to the don't do that treaty, right? International law kind of a thing. Do you have any luck finding my hammer? Oh, thank goodness. Not getting back to work. I know you think I'm crazy working on the piece that'll earn me the journeyman status away from the forge proper, but I can't run the risk of one of the other apprentices copying my design. At last, my journeyman project is complete. I can't wait to formally present it. He looks at you as you describe your experience retrieving the hammer. They attacked you. All of them. By the light, they've gone mad! What are we to do, Holy Wake? It grieves me to say so, but it may be necessary to kill Master Ronzus. It would leave me as the only smith in Kirinvar. Dude. Yeah, they don't realize they're dead if you haven't picked up on that yet. Yeah, no, it's the same reason we don't fling dead cow carcasses into enemy cities anymore. It's because we all looked at that and said, you know what? Maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Haven't I already done this one? Okay, whatever. Nah, war crimes are great. I love doing war crimes. Oh, that's the stuff. Oh no, this is really, really good visual storytelling. Netherstorm in general has great visual storytelling, but like, look at this frickin' place. This used to be a town, like a fairly large town, honestly. Look at this place. And again, there's the docks, there's the ship, there's what used to be the coast. The only building that's any kind of intact is the Mage Tower, and there happens to be a curse on it. Like, a lot of effort was made on this place. Look at this. I think I'm feeling it. I think I'm feeling a separate visual positive for this place. I noticed that as Miristar. Like, you can even see the path. It's even, like, angular, right? Instead of a nice smooth curve like we'd see in more modern stuff, it's just chkunk, chkunk. I believe my Death Knight will be a dwarf. Kael'thas's assault on the Kirinvar began with thundering noise and a bright flash of light in the officer quarters. The destruction there was the most severe, and after the withdrawal of the Blood Elves, a strange thing began to happen. Beings of pure mana began streaming into the village and all over the area. So yeah, in case you missed that, just to be very clear, he started this with a sneak attack. Like, he didn't be like, alright, charge in the troops, and then do the thing, and then drop... No. They snuck the bomb in, detonated it, and then charged in with the troops. You might think, of course they did. But, like, I'm sorry, think about how awful that is. Alright, we're going to sneak the nuke into the enemy town, detonate it, then attack. By the way, it's important to note, this was primarily a civilian village. Obviously, there was military here, and the Kirin Tor are more combat capable than not. Yeah, like, we give Garrosh a lot of flack for his use of the monobomb, and deserved. But Garrosh also went out of his way to allow people a chance to withdraw, something a lot of people tend to forget. Garrosh, of all people, actually allowed people to withdraw before he used the monobomb. Just think about that for a second. He just has fake honor. Pretty much. He is very Klingon. I know. That's true, I know. Did you find the remains of the weapon Kael'thas used on the village? A monobomb? It's nigh unthinkable. Even the best minds in Dalaran couldn't have conceived of a weapon like this. The sheer magnitude of disturbances must have torn a rift in the nether, giving the creatures access to our land. We're not the only ones battling the influx of the monobeings. The Blood Elves are troubled by them too, but I'm not sure why. Whatever they're involved in over there, don't seem to be stopping. Instead, I see them employ a variety of methods to kill the creatures. The most effective involves magical defenses. Capture some of those for me. Don't hesitate to stymie the elves if the opportunity presents itself. So let's go ahead and turn in these ones. I'd heard Abjuris Belmara had an old book of sorts, but I have no idea she brought it with her to Outland. I am certain her spirit will rest easier knowing you found it and returned it to her. I always used to comment that Lumenrath would wear that cloak with just about anything. To him, red went equally well with white, or black, or purple, or blue, or yellow, or orange, and green. He would never wear the same robe 2 days in a row, but the cloak was always there. Ah, you're absolutely right about the hat. He wore it at the time and wouldn't let it out of his sight. There were a couple of times when a fellow mage, who shall remain nameless, borrowed the hat and hid it as a prank. Needless to say, the threat of one of his frostbolts changed his mind. I'm going to miss little Colian. He always had quite a way with elven women. Kirinvar survived 20 years of long years and countless orc assaults, but it could not withstand the forces of Kael'thas. A man who once called himself a member of the Kirin Tor murdered all of us save one. Archmage Vargoth is the only survivor, so Kael'thas imprisoned him in the Violet Tower, warding it with a magic that forbids the passage of any of the Kirin Tor. Yeah, the Kirin Tor are, mages, and all that implies. The idea of making a monobomb, just why? After the Blood Elves leveled Kirinvar village, they started construction of a large building to the northwest. Without the expertise of the Archmage, we can't say for certain what's going on there, but one thing is sure. The Blood Elf activities have unleashed a tide of ravenous mana elementals on the village. They seem drawn to the ruins of Wizard Row. So I'll go deal with those. After Prince Kael'thas' forces destroyed the village and imprisoned the Archmage in the Violet Tower, they withdrew to the Sunfury Hold. The very men who destroyed our village and slew our fellows toast to their amazing victory while we were helpless to avenge the fallen. We must not allow these crimes to go unanswered. Be the instrument of vengeance and go claim the lives of those responsible for this crime. Most of the spirits in the village are little more than pale remnants of Kirin Tor mages. They retain no knowledge of their former selves and wander the ruins in blind anger. It wasn't always like this, though. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, the spirits were restless but not spiteful. In the passage of time, they've only grown more aggressive. I dare not venture into the southern part of the village, for they would spare not even me. Quiet them and hope it will purge their anger. Yeah. Yeah, the Sun Fury. It's actually funny. The Sun Fury being this evil actually makes a lot of sense because of the actions of both Kil'jaeden and Kael'thas. So I'm not going to give any story negatives on that front. Again, try to remember, these people are quite literally in a constant state of being drunk. Kael'thas' actions, I still haven't decided how many negatives that's going to get. Like, they really did do Kael'thas dirty. In fact, if you pay attention, the only character from Warcraft 3 who actually managed to get into into BC in specific with his character intact is freaking Akama. I'm still weirded out by that. In this era of storytelling, Akama is the character who's actually legit. I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. Also, did you guys notice? You probably didn't. We have given our very, very first character positive to this entire game. And it's for Akama, if it's not obvious. He is still an interesting and engaging character, even just in BC. I've decided to establish a bit of precedence. It's functionally an external continuity negative, but I stand by it. And we'll see this again in Wrath. taking an interesting character, like, it doesn't even have to be like a major character, just an interesting character, and turning them into a one-note, I'm a raid boss, that's a negative. I was thinking about it because we were talking about Kel'Thuzad the other day, and yeah, no, that sucks, right? Like, Kel'Thuzad is a really cool, interesting, major character, who's a character across Warcraft 3 and Frozen Throne. And in WoW, he's until we get to Shadowlands, in which case he's and that's it. But ignoring Shadowlands for a moment, even just in Wrath, or technically Vanilla, he was a nothing burger. They completely gutted his character to turn him into a random raid boss, and that's it. Blizzard, you don't need to gut your character staff to make raid bosses. You have plenty of random raid bosses. Just make another one. Oh, a lot of us were speculating that Proudmoore would be a raid boss, which is funny in hindsight. Yeah, Anubarak. Also, I mean, Anubarak at least was a good raid fight. Look, I'm sorry, I don't care for the Kel'Thuzad fight that much. At least not the original version. But man, what the hell? Ah! Wait, he does fight? Hang on, hang on. My might cannot be matched. Raid. I don't remember which one he's in. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? That one, I'm assuming? Oh, absolutely, is Star. Right. I need to go kill some Sun Fury first. Yeah, his dungeon fight is such a nothing burger. It's just whatever. We'll get there. We'll get there. The point is, I don't want to jump the gun too much. I'm just trying to get across a point that I think we can establish a precedent that if they ruin a character to turn him into a nothing burger boss fight, that they deserve a negative for that. So, Lady Vosh is a negative. Hi, I'm a character from Frozen Throne. Okay, what's your character in WoW? So I'm guessing you just came back, because I've been talking about the lore of this zone this whole time, Mira. So let me try to give the summarized version. This whole town here is from Warcraft 2. This is one of the human bases. I think, don't quote me on that, from back in Warcraft 2 when we were going through this. It's why it kind of looks kind of Warcraft 2-y instead of Warcraft 3-y. And these are the members of the Kirin Tor who came over with the original expedition, survived here for 20 years, and then about a month or two ago, well, I can actually show you. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. This happened. Right there. And now it looks like this, and they're all dead, except for one guy. That's the super summary. This is kind of like Honor Hold, except up in Farallon. Honestly, the game doesn't earn this, but if I was to headcanon this a little bit, I would say that this outpost, Kirinvar, is one of the biggest reasons Honor Hold was able to hold on for 20 years. Because the Farallon Plains were legit, right? They had plenty of resources and food and water, farmland. There's actual, honest-to-goodness... Oh, yeah, I should do that sequence really good. They have honest-to-goodness farms up here, and they had a ranch. Like, you can really tell some of the former terrain, because this clearly used to be a riverway. There's a boat down here, and the bridge going right over it, right? They had resources. Okay, so hi, Betsy. Bessie. The cow looks at you distrustfully and stands its ground. Removing the bell from your pack, you ring it a couple times. She recognizes it. So now I'm saving a ghost of a cow. By the way, this is actually a 2-player suggested quest. Probably because this quest sucked. That's okay. Let's do this. Come on, let's go. Come with me, Bessie. Yep. This is an escort quest. Anyways, we'll be here in a minute. So, the level 20 Warlock quest to get the Succubus. Requires a... Wah! requires you to travel to the Barrens. Southern Barrens as the Alliance. Honestly, it would probably be easier, even as a level 20, to make the trip across Stranglethorn. Couldn't think of the name of it for some reason. And then take the boat over. So how's it been so far, Euro? Been played that since it came out. Yep, this sure is a quest. Well, yeah, I mean, that's Capcom in their prime. If you want an easy version of the same game, I believe done by the same team, go play the Little Mermaid game. It's a joke. It's really easy. You'll smash through it in like 30 minutes, but it's a fun one. Sorry, I just realized you were asking me a question. I apologize. So yeah, PayPal is an international institution, so it's generally easier for anybody who doesn't live in the States to donate through that. But it's also generally one of the most direct ways to donate. Now, there are two caveats there. First of all, you may or may not have a PayPal account, so that's its own problem. Second of all, it will require a card, and there's an onboarding process. And I suppose, in the interest of fairness, I should say, third of all, it will tell me your email and whatever name is attached to the account. Now, in the interest of total honesty, I don't look at any of that crap. I actually make it a standard policy to avoid all of that information like the plague, because I don't want to dox any of you. That's uncool. So the only time I ever actually look into any of that is if I have to do a refund. I couldn't tell you like any of my viewers' names, even though I could if it forced me to. But again, duh, right? Like I don't know what else to say there. I, of all people, understand the desire to keep some privacy on the internet. I've been around since the internet's been around. I understand this. I remember the old rule. You never give away your personal info on the internet. Not even your name. Anyways, Bessie, is that you? Oh, thank you for bringing Bessie. Bringing Bessie. Oh my god, too many B's. Bringing back my Bessie. I couldn't live without her. You're welcome, buddy. Screw you and your stupid quest. Alright, so. Now. Oh, I forgot the cubes. Damn it, I keep forgetting stuff. I know it's weird, Riker's Beard, that I don't constantly sell your info to other companies in order to try and offset. Or to augment my income. And if that sounds like a joke, please remember most companies will do exactly that. If you actually read any of those things they make you sign, one of the things they say is, we can and will sell your data whenever we feel like it. And then they have to give specifics on what data they sell, because obviously they're not going to sell your name or your social security number or whatever. But they will sell, like what you spent your money on, when you spent it on, basically your marketing data. Because that's the real money right there, selling marketing data. And then the really scummy companies sell all the other data, the stuff they're not legally allowed to sell. Then lawsuits happen. Then they pay a fee, and then they keep doing it because it is that lucrative. Anyways, no, I don't know what Death Knight spec I'm going to go with right now. Other than all of them, obviously. Yeah, no, I don't actually get a lot of data from you guys. Ironically. That's a good question, Suffolcum. I don't know. Someone does somewhere, right? Like, that's how the chain works. That's your prerogative, Lord Harrowmont. Hang on, we gotta put Lord Harrowmont into the box. There we go. And lock the key. There we go. Throw the key away. We're good. We're good. Okay, he can no longer infect the rest of us. Were you able to gather the energy sources? I don't believe I've seen anything like this before. There's certainly a lot of energy suspended in here, but it's in a raw form. We'll have to be careful with it. I think we can find a way to adapt this to help ward off the mana creatures. We're trying to construct a perimeter around the village using the energy source. I can't guarantee it'll work, but we have to attempt it. Otherwise, the mana creatures will continue devouring the spirits of the fallen Kirin Tor. Use this device on the small runes. If woven into the field correctly, we should notice a difference once you've put the device at each point. I can already see the next wave coming over the horizon. Culling them will work for the time being, but more permanent measures are needed. Well, you've done this day can never bring back the fallen, but perhaps it can help soothe their spirits. Although, truth be told, no amount of blood can quench my anger over the actions of Kael'thas. I'll never forget the Blood Elf who led the attack. He had a tabard with a device I'd never seen before over the top of crimson armor. He was ferocious and merciless, leading from the front where most other Blood Elf officers would never be seen. He was responsible for the death of many Kirin Tor mages that day, but he didn't linger. Kael'thas had him ordered to Monaforge Duro to help control the area. Silencing the spirits has not bled them of their aggression as we hoped. The malevolent spirits you subdued have re-emerged. We must uncover what caused this to start. What happened? The destruction of the Kirin Var was just the beginning, or else the spirits would have been quieted by now. The town hall in the southern section of the Kirin Var maintained a logbook of all its residents, and last I heard, it was in the keeping of Battle Mage Dathric. Maybe his spirit still has it? I should probably mention something really quick, by the way. So Lord Haribut made a casual comment of, advertisers keep telling me that it's bad that people will sell their money to advertisers, which should probably already make the point, but let me keep going for a second. This is just an FYI. If there is some person, probably some kind of, okay, I can't think of the term all of a sudden. VPN. If there's some kind of thing that's like a VPN saying, we're going to protect your data, first of all, they are lying to you. Let's just get that out there right up front. Their capacity to do that is essentially zero. And it's actually really easy to prove. All you have to do is go to any website ever where it says, hey, do you accept cookies? Congratulations, they have your data. Done. Second thing, those VPN sites are gathering and selling your data. Just be aware of that. If that doesn't bother you, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I know a lot of people just kind of live with that, including me, quite frankly. I do think the whole thing should collapse, but it's more of a an abstract problem from my perspective. It's like whether or not data brokers are actually selling my data or not doesn't really affect me on an individual basis because I don't pay attention to ads, right? So who cares, right? Thing is, that process has been causing a lot of domino effects on other industries, and the very nature of the ad industry itself needs to go away. Like, the advertising industry needs to have a complete overhaul. I don't know what I was thinking going out without my sword. I would have put it on if I'd been seen it here. Poor guy. I kind of did these out of order. I did the best one last, or first, rather, which is the woman who just wanted her... It's a mage, right? It's a yeah, exactly, Madam. Personal data should not be a commodity, and that has had a noticeable negative effect on a lot of things. Getting back on topic. Actually, I do, Yura. So, it's a mage, right? And it's a mage who has a mage book. So you assume it's a book of spells and incantations and power, and no, it's just a bunch of kids' stories that she used to help her get to sleep. Something about the simple humanity of that really appeals to me. Anyways. What? Oh, I forgot to kill a guy. I forgot to kill a guy! Gotta kill a guy. This is, by the way, this right here is why I went ahead and cut it last night. We haven't even gotten to the dungeons yet. As I told you, we had one major quest arc left. It's this one. Oh, where's this asshole? Where are you? Where are you? You enjoying the non-stop cavalcade of death coming your way? Well, you're dead. So enjoy that. Yeah, it's very grounded. That's a good way to put it. On a continent floating in a plane of ethereal existence, on another world, in a setting as high fantasy as this one, it's very grounded to see a mage who just wanted her kids' stories to help her sleep at night. You're not certain, but it seems he's on the verge of tears. At last it's through. If I could will myself out of existence, I would, but the truth is I don't know how to let go. For the ones in the village, it's difficult but straightforward. I suppose this is the price for retaining such strong ties to this place. Were you able to find the registry? It seems I was right. There's a pattern here. The most aggressive and dangerous ghosts coincide with the most powerful and highest-ranking Kirin Tor who are in the village. The townspeople and tradesmen are overlooked by comparison. What does this mean? Whoever's behind the transformation of the spirits has been very deliberate in their actions, taking care to target the most powerful mages first. But why? The kind of magic required to influence the spirits of the Kirin Tor must be powerful. Why would a powerful mage go to all this trouble? I'm inclined to say this is another plot of Kael'thas's designed to cause more misery. If there's blood elves, they'll likely be in the house over by the covered bridge. Sure, but first, I also managed to put to rest High Mage Dathric. I can no longer sense any restlessness in his spirit. I would give much for the opportunity to speak to him one more time, but it's enough that he's finally at rest. Have you activated the runes? I'm eager to see if we can improve upon the Blood Elf method here. Anything one of the Kael'thas's men can do, real Kirin Tor can do better. That's actually true. Excellent work. Keep your fingers crossed. I'm going to activate it. That is correct, Mr. Red. We can manually walk in, but we cannot queue. Ah! Oh, the chapel. Duh. That is sadly appropriate. And very crude, but very appropriate, Uthor. Yeah, there's a very old saying which continues to be true in a lot of different industries. If you get something for free, then you are the product. I first learned about that during gambling. That is to say, in casinos in Vegas. Anyway, sorry. You asked me a question. I only answered it in part, Yura. My friend Pax found out about Patreon. I don't know where he found out about it, but he pointed me towards it because he knew I was in really, really bad way, having trouble getting a job and still partially crippled because of the surgery. So he pointed me towards Patreon because YouTube wasn't paying me a dime. That's it. If you aren't paying for the product, you are the product. That's the one. A glowing orb sits atop a square-shaped pedestal. At first glance, it seems to be a repository for magical energy, but what kind of energy and for whose use? It resembles nothing you've ever seen before. It's certainly not blood elf. As you sense the spirits moving to the building, the orb glows with greater intensity, which fades as the spirit leaves. It's definitely playing a role in the corruption of the ghosts. Oh. Let's go see if we can figure out something about how this works. Free trials is a little bit different. Sometimes. Sadly enough, I do have to add that asterisk. And yeah, obviously it doesn't apply to all situations. No saying applies to all situations. Again, going back to casinos for a moment, a lot of what casinos do is just trying to get you in the door. And there's plenty of things they do which they give away for free and offer for free in terms of food, drinks, entertainment, and just a place to chill and get out from the heat, right? And almost all of that is free, or very close to free. Because the whole point, then, is they just want you there. Once you're there, like, it's casting the net wide, right? If they get 20 people in the door, if even one of those people actually starts gambling, they have succeeded at their goal, right? Because that one person will pay for the other 19. That's how that works in a nutshell, in direct implementation. I mean, it's funny you say that. So if I might be so bold, for those of you not aware, let me just establish some credentials really quick here. My family has been in and out of Vegas since before I was born. And so I've been pretty familiar with it for a long time. I also happen to have an interest in human psychology. And so I've actually not only studied and done legitimate research on it, but been personally involved in casinos since I was like 3. So there's my credentials really quick. Having said all that, one of the most fascinating things about modern gaming, especially games that have microtransactions, is how much they try to lean heavily on the idea of, oh, it's just cosmetic. It's not pay to win, right? You're not paying for actual gameplay benefits, so it's okay. And the number of players who agree with that mentality kind of bothers me, because those players who are who buy into the idea that it's okay if it's just cosmetic are absolutely helping to push the overall agenda, which is the same thing the casinos do: get you in the door. You see the connection? The whole idea there is if they get you in the door, playing the game, buying the cosmetics, or looking cool, or even just talking it up to someone else is going to hear about that. Word of mouth is going to do their job for them, and now they have another person who's likely to get in the door and actually walk into the game in question. Now, this is really bad. Really, really bad when it comes to mobile games, but this is a concept in general. What have you discovered? Oh, the device sounds like a necromantic focus. Should have known that no good apprentice would stoop to this. I thought his training would keep him from going this far, but I guess he's proven me wrong. I suppose an explanation's in order. You've met one of the Archmage's apprentices, Ravanduir, but there was another one named Nabirius. He was an ardent student, but he was drawn to necromancy. When Kael'thas appeared, Nabirius seized the opportunity to betray the Archmage, handing over the secrets to the tower's defenses. Now it seems he's become a lich. If we're going to stop him, we must capture his phylactery. Knowing him, he would have buried it somewhere out of sight in his domain. Yeah, that's good. Pro tip for those liches out there: don't just go bury your phylactery. Anyways, it's in the outhouse. I happen to knew it was here, but you know, it's in the outhouse. That ain't gonna protect you, buddy. I mean, my opinion on the matter is pretty basic, Reckersbeard, because I think there should be no microtransactions. There's a reason why microtransactions is one of the very, very few automatic gameplay negatives the game gets. You must recover the phylactery before we can attack him, otherwise he'll be invulnerable. Excellent work. Possession of the phylactery will be the key to our victory. When you enter battle, I'll smash it, exposing him to your attacks. Archmage Vargoth saw the danger in Nabirius' pursuit of necromancy, but I don't think he ever anticipated his own apprentice would wreak this much destruction on the Kirin Tor. You must defeat him, or else he will continue enslaving the spirits of our brothers, robbing them of their rightful rest. Go do a boss quest. This one wasn't one of the hardest ones here, but for some reason, we always had the hardest time with this fight. I think it's partially because most people would get to this point and just be really low level, because this is one of the first quest chains most people would do when it comes to their storm. So, you know, shrug. Anyways, death, boat, he's dead. As it should be. Oh, the music stopped. I just noticed. Sorry. Sorry. Where would I keep my phylactery? So let me just go ahead and tell you this. There are two general ideas. Yes, Riker's Beard. You'll find me on the pro-regulation side, I'd say 8 times out of 10. Not always. But we have a lot of proven history that financial bodies, regardless of whether they're an individual, a guild, or a clan, or a company, or a corporation, will go absolutely to town if nothing reins them back in. We also shouldn't rely on our governments completely. That some of that onus needs to be on us, too. Do you know why microtransactions sell so well? It's because people buy them. So, two options. Option one, someplace way away from you, someplace that has nothing to do with you. Don't pull a Voldemort. In all honesty, one of the biggest reasons, they never talk about this, one of the biggest reasons that they were able to stop Voldemort in Harry Potter is because he was an idiot. And he wanted to have really big, significant spots for his phylacteries. And so you could deduce all of them just by knowing anything about him, right? No. You put it in like a rock in a shoe at the bottom of the ocean. That has nothing to do with anything. Idiot. But the other option, and this is kind of trickier, and this kind of varies a little bit. So you can put it somewhere in the middle of nowhere, completely disconnected to you, or you keep it with yourself at all times. Take your pick. It boils down to which you think is more secure, right? Do you think something's going to be secure with you, or it's going to be secure someplace where you have no access to an understanding of it? Because you can't see your phylactery either. Yeah, exactly. Do you put all your eggs right here, keep it all defensible in one defensible spot, or do you spread it out? Take your pick. The defeat of Nibirius is a great achievement. I can't help but thinking we might have had a chance against Kael'thas's forces had his loyalties been in the right place that day. Yeah. Okay, we're almost done with this, I swear. Let's go ahead and pull Vargoth out here. Hey, what's up? Have you brought the book? It's a little worse for wear, but considering the treatment it's been through, it's a miracle it survived at all. Safeguard it. Without it, we can't stand a chance of breaking the tower's ward. Well, I'm glad to have most of the compendium back. It's useless without the heliotrope oculus. You see, Crossus was well aware of the sheer power of the spells recorded in the book, and took steps to safeguard them from prying eyes. Only a knowledgeable mage can use the oculus to unlock the compendium's secrets. During Kael'thas's attacks, one of the lieutenants looted it and took it to Sunfury Hold. No doubt she thought it was some pretty bauble. That's actually an interesting idea, Lord Harriman. I don't think I've seen that in any other setting. But the idea that your phylactery has to be something attached to you, it's doubly interesting because it makes it... Like, I guess that's more interesting from a video game perspective than a storytelling perspective. Because what it means is it becomes a cost-benefit thing at that point, right? Because if I was to pick something significant, it'd be like one of my plushies, right? Behind me here. It's like, okay, hey. Let's see. We'll go with blue up there, right? The one on the top. There you go. She is now my phylactery. Everyone knows blue. So it would be really easy for people to be like, aha, it's blue. That's true, Dakota. Yeah, tethers, I think is what they call that. I shouldn't say that so definitively. I think they call those tethers. Have you uncovered it? Excellent. Now we can make most of what we need. If the Blood Elves suffer from the loss of their commander, so much the better. Next thing we do is reclaim my... Hang on. I lost signal. Hello? 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 Damn it. Let me hold up the phone. Hello? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. The next thing we can do is reclaim my familiar Glacius from the Blood Elf Summoner who holds it captive. Summoner Canthan was one of the most senior magisters in the force Kael'thas sent to decimate Kiranvar. It's only natural he would try to claim any familiar as a kind of trophy. I'm certain that he has tried to compel Glacius to serve him. Yeah. Me too, Twister. Me too. Well, there's an idea, Dream Whisperer. He should be like right here. Oh no, he patrols, that's right. Oh, there he is, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. Hello? Evil blood elf guy, I'm here to kill you. Hello? 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 There you are. Hey, evil blood elf guy. Alright, what's up? I'll take that. I have done the Codex of Chromie pretty much every week for a while now. It's a really useful source of time walking gem or badges, and I suddenly have a need of like 30,000 time walking badges. I mean, that's okay. I'm gonna be real, Huthor. Hearing that from you is legitimately shocking. Have you secured the stone? With every last of my possessions restored, I have everything I need to break through Kael'thas's magic. I'll begin working on it right away. Now that you've gathered all the items, I'll need to break his curse. There's one thing that remains to be done. When Kael'thas sealed the tower, he placed an arcane golem known as Arkelos at the bottom of the tower. You must defeat him. Okay. Did I find something I wanted? Okay. So for those of you not aware, the current anniversary event added a whole bunch of new time-walking cosmetics. And they've also added a whole bunch of new time-walking cosmetics to each expansion's time-walking. So if you go to Dalaran right now, and you talk to the vendor there and say, hey, there's a lot of new stuff to buy. Now the good news is most of that I can just get over the course of the coming year as we cycle through time-walkings. But still, I went from being almost done with time-walking badges to suddenly needing thousands upon thousands. So I'm taking every opportunity to grab a few hundred as I go. Anyways. I want all of that. Ridding Sunfury hold of its garrison is not sufficient to keep the Blood Elves from reoccupying it. Kael'thas's foul lords are zealous and tenacious. Leaving them anything to use at Sunfury is effectively an invitation to return. It must all be destroyed. See to it their tents and artillery burn to ashes. You okay? No, I cannot guess, Master, because I haven't really looked at it. Yeah, I've been done with the actual bronze stuff for a while now. Do I even have those here? Looks like I do. Yep. Oh, it won't tell me how many I have in other characters. Oh, here we go. Looks like I have 40 right now, so I could turn that into a few. They also, if you're paying attention, added a new vendor option. This is just this week. So that instead of having to, you know, buy a bag to turn the thing, and then buy a bag, and then buy a bag, you can actually buy like a bundle of 5 or a bundle of 10 at once. It's really nice. Transmogs and mounts. Yes, Spartan. No, yeah, it's a nice quality of life feature as Mirror. Unfortunately, my friend Pax actually bothered to buy most of his time-walking stuff before that change, and he had to do it individually. That's probably why they did it. I don't think any of the mounts cost more than 5,000, but the new Wrath mount does cost 5,000. Just like all the mounts do. I'm going to go and admit I don't agree with that, Mr. Red. I mean, I agree with you about what they did. What I don't agree is that that's a bad thing. Forcing something to be grindier than it is not something you're going to find me agreeing with in general. At some point, probably off camera, I need to go through and sort my mounts a little bit more. Adjust my favorites a bit. Most of these I'm happy being here, but a couple of them are like, eh. The Kirin hardly relish destruction for its own sake, but we have no qualms about acting against our enemies, even in death. Alright, let's go fight this boss. Alright, now this is an extremely difficult boss fight, obviously. First thing we have to do is we're going to have to make sure to kill him instantly and without effort. And once we've managed that, now we have the hard part. We have to run up this tower, not accidentally turn too quickly, and go flying off the edge like the... Oh god, oh god, oh god! Okay, we recovered? We recovered? Alright, hang on, we're going to go this way this time. Okay, we need to turn and then turn. Little bit careful. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. We can do this. We can do this now. Sun turn. Sun turn. Oh, Okay, okay, okay. Recovered again. Recovered again. We only lost half progress. We can do this. Okay, we made it. We made it. Ah, okay. Boss completed. Ooh, I need a rest after that. Oh, man. Okay.
Greetings.
Hi. The orb behind me was once capable of glimpsing into happenings on Azeroth. Kael'thas's curse changed all that, of course, but during our years of isolation, many of the mages found solace in its image. Some scried to remember, some scried to forget.
For the Alliance.
You've done well. Destroying the dampening field will make it much easier for me to prepare the magic that will lift the tower's curse.
Be careful.
At long last, I'll be free of this tower and Kael's damnable magic. And yeah, he pretty much has a straight-up Palantir. You good there? The ritual failed. Oh, hang on.
Well met. Light bless
In
you.
retrospect, I suppose I should have expected Kael'thas's magic to be this robust. He's always been a talented mage, but I've never seen anything like the power he wielded during the attack on the tower. The ward keeps me from being able to scry it out, but it doesn't preclude you from scrying. You need to focus, though. Okay.
Go with honor, friend.
No, let's go down the tower. Almost as hard as going up, because there's all this crap in the way of just going to the bottom. There we go. Kill the golem really quick on the way out, just for funsies. Where are those again? Turo, right? Yep, nope, I'm right. Tips is a whole thing. Tips probably shouldn't exist. Because tips is a perfect example of how something that's arguably a good thing, you just... Because let's be honest, what a tip really is a gift. At its fundamental core, you are giving someone something to say, hey, this is me showing you tangible appreciation for the work you've done. The problem is that has, as usual, been twisted into something bad. Because in a lot of... here we go. In a lot of jobs... Oop. In a lot of industries in general, tipping is the way you make your money. The only way you make your money. Like, I tend to tip pretty well, but I do so because I like giving. I like being like, here, thank you. That's just me, right? That's just my mentality. But some of those people literally don't make a living wage unless they get very good tips that particular day. And that's the other part, too. Tips are always an up and down thing. There's no certainty to that at all. How well a waiter or waitress can do, or a delivery person can do, can depend entirely on that particular day of tips, right? Zoop.
Need help? For the Alliance.
Commander Serranis. Oh, she's one of Kael'thas's advisors, but she's not a mage. I remember her from the attack on the Kirinvar. I think your impressions are correct. She's not maintaining the curse personally, but she holds the key to
Be
it.
careful.
Go to a dungeon for me.
Go with honor, friend.
Hey! Guess what time it is. So, how many people do I have on to do a dungeon right now? Or 2, or 3? Interestingly enough, I was planning to do Botanica first, so this works out nicely. We could do Botanica in 25, I think. Especially at the rate we'll probably be going. So let's get... We'll get Primarch first, because he's leaving. Oh, Primarch's not on. Hang on. Bragman, it's right over here. Sorry, I was kind of going off of memory. He's going to be right there. Right there. In fact, he's probably already respawned. Okay, so there's his corpse. He hasn't respawned yet, but he's going to be right around here. I'll pull up the map so you can see where I am. Yes, we're officially at the point where you need to be 25 plus to do dungeons. Let's go ahead and grab... I'll just invite Bregman. Screw it. Primarch. Okay, he's respawned from me. I know that doesn't mean anything for you because we're layered, but you can see the path he walks. He roams from that bridge over to, like, the forge and then back again. The advantages of having done these quests 1,000 times. God, landlords. Don't even get me started on landlords. Do you think I spit venom at tipsters or microtransactions? No. Landlords are scum. There are exceptions. I've met a few of them. But the very concept of the landlord needs to go away. Alright, so hang on. So we got Primarch, we got Bragwin. I need 2 more. So we're going to grab Mr. Red. He'll be our tank. And I guess we'll get Maverick for this. I will heal. It's okay. My heal spec is actually pretty well set up now. Has anyone else been noticing this getting weird, by the way? Because I have no drop frames on my end. Really, Magister? Interesting. Hang on, Spartan. I'll get you in after Primarch's run. Believe it or not, there's a way around that, Wrecker's Beard. Oh, you're talking about the meeting stones, Magister. Yeah, I knew about the meeting stones, which did nothing. Which then developed into summoning stones. Make sure we've got this right. Actually, I want to try this out instead, so we'll switch over here. And let's go and do that. Just play around with it for a bit. You know, I actually don't know why meeting stones exist. Well, I'll show you, because you notice I'm level 72, so I am not actually a time walker. Bragwin, did you get it? No, don't. I just need one of you to time walk. That's all I need. So I need one of you to be in time walking. Don't worry. Pax and I have already worked this all out. We're going to have to jury rig this a bit, but we can make it work. Bragwin. Okay, you're turning in. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and go to the dungeon. I mean, everyone else does it, Uthor. Everyone else just enslaves people. Why don't you? It's such a ridiculous argument. Okay, is anybody physically here? Can I see anybody here? Looks like that's a no. Okay, that's acceptable. That actually worked out, weirdly enough. So I need someone who's time walking to go in first. So I'll just chill here until someone says they've gone in. There's Maverick. Yes, we're doing Botanica first. It's the lower left one if you're staring at the eye. Yeah, no, this is a very jury-riggy kind of a thing. It works, but it also, the fact that this works at all proves my point that this should just be a freaking toggle. Okay, so Mr. Red's in. Let's go ahead and go in now. So, I am still level 72. I am not scaled. However, if I now do... Whoop, hang on. Come on. If I now party sync... There it goes. It takes a second. I am now time walking. And I am now synced to the dungeon. That's how you do it, for anybody wondering. Make sure that the person who's time walking walks in first. Make sure that you walk in then second, and then you quest sync to them once you're inside, and that'll then drag you down to time walking. So time walking exists, and the tech exists, and you can do it. Anyways, anyone who's not time walking, make sure you do what I just did, so you won't be destroying this place. Okay. So, saving Botanica. Kael'thas's forces in the Botanica were unsuccessful in handling the various creatures contained within. We must take actions to right their wrong. So, we'll go ahead and kill some bosses. I actually don't know Linareth. I'll find out. Ah, good. Perfect. So, let's talk about this place. Dungeon. I actually like all these dungeons. These might be some positive dungeons. So, first of all, we have some very basic protectors. Nothing fancy, just about the same thing that every group of sword and board mobs tend to be, which is they interrupt, they stun, that's it. But then we have the big guys. There's our first heavy. So a heavy and 2 interrupters and 2 stunners. So that can be problematic. I believe not Huthor? I don't know, we'll find out. Bragwin should, because she's still properly synced, but we'll find out. I'm getting loot. I can't tell if I'm getting experience. I'll follow in a second. So then we start having this group. So we've got a Greenkeeper who's all about CC, and a Mender. Now, you might not be able to figure this out because their name is Mender. I'm getting Pittance X-Men here, so I guess not Linareth. The Menders heal. So there's your target. So you've got a heavy, CCers and debuffers. And, yeah, they like to do that. There we go. And the Menders. And that's pretty much our initial bundle of trash in a nutshell. None of this was super hard. But it was definitely pay attention, right? Wake up. Make sure you're paying attention. It's not at the level of, say, Steam Vaults or Shattered Halls, but a lot of players would walk into Botanica, and Mechanar actually, and be like, whoa! And just be completely unprepared for having to pay attention to trash like this. No, Huthor is correct. The reason why this is such a weird and dumb system is because it's not a system. It's like 5 or 6 systems, which are all just kind of bouncing into each other. It also might not interact correctly with healing. It worked fine with DPS when we were testing that. I guess I could test it this way. How much damage am I doing? Okay, I'm doing pittance damage, which is correct. I shouldn't be doing a lot of damage. So maybe just my healing is wrong. It also could be possible because I'm using my big heals because those are mana efficient. That's why it's healing so much. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Either way, I'm just going to hang back a little bit. Don't mind me. Nice visuals. I like the look of these places, just like I like the look of the Exodar. Ironically, I cannot give this place a positive for visuals. At least not for the individual brickwork. Why? Because we already have. Where is Mr. Red? Where's Mr. Red? There you are. Found you. That was really weird. Yeah, something I've said for years, which is funny because they seem to have taken my advice. You notice I'm getting at-level gear now, too. Is that they need to have a dedicated team whose entire job it is to go to touch up old stuff. Now, we kind of have that because we had the Pandaria Remix team. I forget what they're called, but it's the extra team, right? It's the group of people who do those extra little side things. Pandaria Remix and the PvP thing was both them.
I will see that you are properly welcomed.
Here's our first boss. I'd tell your abilities, so I will. So she's an interrupter and a silencer. She also likes to have a devastation thing. That sucks. And there's H. Markley. I don't do ruminations anymore, so you cannot put that towards a rumination. She has a double attack, and she summons healers and reservists to do Arcane Strike. Fairly basic ad fight, but the fact that she has interrupts means you have to control her a little bit. Most of the fight ends up dealing with her ads, as most ad fights do. Moving on. Also, that's the last boss over there. Very tight dungeon, as a lot of these people are. Yeah, no, her initial strikes, especially when you come in on Heroic, she hits a lot harder than you'd think. But that's true for all the Heroics, really. Second bundle of trash. So we have botanists, researchers, chemists. Almost all of these are your typical... Ugh, hang on. Mr. Red is deciding to make me pay attention here. Almost all these are your typical CC-esque, utility trash, right? Buffs, debuffs, dots, hots, shocks, interrupts, that kind of fun stuff. Then we have another fun thing right up ahead here. These are the Frayers. I love the Frayers. This is a concept I kind of wish they would do more with. So when they take a certain damage type, they turn into that damage type, and then they become immune to that damage type. There's even a tutorialization for it. The Sunseeker Geomancer there, who's casting on them, does AoE spells, which changes them into that type. Could be, as we're going to start. I don't know. Either way, thank you, H. Markley, for the sub. If you want to put that towards up to 3 games for streaming, please let me know. Go pop a bubble. Go over here. Start typing up some notes. H. Markley. Pretty decent trash design. Fairly basic boss design. Speaking of fairly basic boss design, hey, look, it's a Blood Elf Druid. So he likes to do some fun stuff. He'll plant seedlings, and he also has a tree form where he casts Tranquility, which does exactly what it sounds like. So his seedlings are the main mechanic. He'll put one of each colors. The blue ones are roots, the green ones are dots, the red ones are damage, and the blue ones root you in a different way. Oh, no, that's a stun. Excuse me. Sorry. So each of those seedlings, he'll pop the seedlings, and then the seedlings will walk out and get you. We had a whole strategy for this guy of, like, tanking him over here, because the seedlings will always spawn over there.
These specimens are very delicate.
And they'd slow blade their way over to you. And the goal was to try and not have to deal with the seedlings, because dealing with the seedlings sucks. Actually, kind of a cool fight. Plus the gameplay for Freywin
The
here.
specimens must be preserved.
Yeah, there's your stun effect, by the way, just to show that on camera. Let's go to here, scut down to gameplay positives. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So another group of Frayers, just to make sure you're paying attention for the previous group. Yeah, then we have a room which was one of the harder rooms of these outside of Heroics. Correct, Huthor. There's a lot of particularly events when it comes to WoW, and FF14 actually. All of those are over there. So this room, very dense room, a lot of roamers. You've got guys who channel. They hurt. Mr. Red might actually die here. We'll find out today. Then you've got the Insiders. I actually don't remember what they do, but they're Satyrs. Then you've got the Herbalists and the Harvesters. And then you've got more Roamers, which are down there. All of the... Oh, yeah, one of these guys is a Rogue. I remember that. All of these guys hurt to some extent or another. And there's a lot of them in a very short period of time. We've also got several dense trash packs right in front of the actual next boss, which is Thorngrim down there. There's also, if I'm remembering correctly, on this hallway there's stealthed guys. Who are, as you might imagine, stealthed guys. So, Thorngrim here, he's pretty basic. He does Hellfire, which does a lot of damage. If you don't get out of it, on Heroic or Normal, you die. Then he likes to teleport someone to the platform and start draining them for health. After he successfully sacrifices you, he gains a massive buff for 10 seconds, which probably means you're going to wipe. That's actually it. He only has 2 mechanics. It's kind of funny. Let's pop this. This is going to sound strange, but it's so weird doing some of these dungeons without CCing. In my head, I look up and I automatically think, okay, so that's a humanoid, so we want to poly that one. We've got a hunter, so we can put a trap down for one of the satyrs. Also, I think satyrs are technically demons, so if we had a warlock, we can do that. Like, it's automatic, right? It's muscle memory. I haven't done these dungeons like that in 17, 16 years. It's still all there in the back of my head. Anyways, boss fight.
What aggravation is this? You will die!
I wonder how long the story would last if I didn't heal him.
I revel in your pain. I'll incinerate you! I hate to say I told you so.
That long. Now, what's really funny is I planned to save you at the last second. And I will take blame for this. I didn't notice you'd been the one selected for sacrifice. So when I went to heal you, you were actually out of range because you were up here on the pedestal. Sorry. Like, I was going to be like, all right, heal him at the last second. And then it's like, where is he? Where is he? I have a range indicator in my add-on, so usually I don't have that problem. They were going to die... They were going to die to the creatures contained here even without our interference. Killing them is for the greater good. Sure thing, Adal. That's not creepy. It seems Kael'thas's forces have twisted the Britannica's specimens beyond saving. I do not want to see them unleashed on Outland as so many others have. Ah, there's our rogues. Whoop, whoop. I can't target Mr. Red. There we go. Whoop. Yep. Where's Mr. Red in there? There we go. There is one, Laj, I would like to examine. He is different somehow. Perhaps we can learn from him. I mean, most of the Naru in general are very lawful neutral. They are very, very much focused on law to the exclusion of all else. Oh yeah, so this fun room. So we got gene splicers, we got harvesters, some of the stuff we've already fought. But they've also got that debuff, which is fun. But they also have, and I don't remember if it's Hero and Architress, so actually forgive me. But in general, oh, yep, this is a thing that can happen. I am now a plant. They also have either here or in the Architress, I might be misremembering, forgive me, they have a thing where they inject you with something and then you spawn more mutated fleshlings. So that's cool. What do you mean, what law, Lord Harrowmont? I'm afraid I don't understand the question. I'm afraid it's time to destroy Lord Harrowmont for his insane questions. You notice at this point the density of Blood Elves to everything else is just thinner. And I like the visual storytelling here. Like, we start off, there's tons and tons of Blood Elf military. When we get further in, there's a lot of Blood Elf scientists and very little military. When we get further in, it's mostly demons and rogue experiments. As we're moving a little bit further in, we see mostly, like, again, demons and experiments. And as we run into this room, sorry I didn't get it on camera, but somebody ran ahead of me. I'm not going to name names. These members of the military are actually trying to flee the room, fail, and die. And now this room doesn't have any military at all, any demons at all, nor does it have any plant life. All it has is the mutated monsters. A lot of corpses, though. A whole lot of dead Blood Elves in here. What law are they following? Okay, so, right, that's a common mistake, Lord Harrowmont. A lot of people think that when it comes to calling something lawful or chaotic, they mean following the rule of law, as in to say, like, you know, the laws of a kingdom or the laws of a polity. All of that's nonsense. Lawful means organized. Lawful means you have an orderly way of thinking. Wait, hang on, we're missing a boss. Guys! Wait! Don't leave me! No! I know you're in a hurry, but damn. So yeah, they're organized. They're orderly. As Sushwiller says, there is one singular organized path that all should follow. It actually is why I really like what they did with Yrel in Warlords, after Warlords. So this boss is very simple. He changes forms periodically, and then he teleports back up to the platform, and each time he does so, he resets his aggro. You'll notice this used to be an extremely common thing back in Vanilla. It's a semi-common thing nowadays. And yeah, there's the elemental shift thing. He's got all the alignments. They all do super things. Laj is kind of a fascinating boss because even on Heroic, he's pretty pathetic, and he has a lot of mechanics that you're never going to see. Because he's just too easy, even on Heroic. Anyways. Alright. Warp Splinter used to act as a guardian for Britannica. He is now impure and must be taken down. And there's Warp Splinter, an arcane. So they've jabbed arcane crystals into Warp Splinter's body, and he's an Ent. So that is exactly what that sounds like. Warp Splinter over here. I remember him being irritating, but only in the dumbest way. So he's got Stomp, that's whatever. Arcane Volley, that's whatever. But then he summons saplings. He summons lots and lots and lots of saplings. And then, every sapling you don't kill by the end of the ad phase heals him. That's it. That's the fight. I think we'll give a boss to Laj. He is at least an interesting enough boss to deserve it. Like, I don't even get to talk about it. So, like, he's like, hey, allergic reaction. Laj diseases a player, increases their damage taken, and inflicts dot damage.
No, we fight. Come to my aid.
And he's like, he also has a chance to spread it. He has a thrash attack, as a lot of bosses did back in the day. He teleports in and teleports in some adds, and there's his alignment thing. Arcanes, fire, frost, nature, shadow. Fun stuff. He was a noble guardian. His presence will be missed. And that was Botanica. Thank you for joining me, Primarch. I assume you need to go now. Short but sweet. Next, we're going to hit the Mechanar. Oh, and if you're noticing, yeah, I did not get credit for that, as expected. Oh yeah, also good shortcutting. All of these done, well, actually, Architrez. Both Botanica and Mechanar have good shortcutting. Alright, so now I'm going to get Spartan in here. After he gets 4 bars of experience. I don't know how to do that quickly or easily. We haven't done Architrez. We always do Architrez last. For obvious reasons. Okay. Get 4 bars quickly. I guess doing a quick time-walking dungeon would be the fastest. So hang on. Let me hit the right button. Why is this not the button? It's really strange. Oh, of course it's not the button here. So let's stop party sync first of all. Let's go ahead and grab Spartan. Sometimes we do Mechanar first, sometimes we do Botanica first, but the fact that the quest goes into Botanica makes it a good reason to do that. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to promote Spartan. I'm going to leave the group. You guys are going to do something. You can do a quick time walking, or you could do like a daily, or like for example, if you go to the anniversary area and you do the daily, like, hey, what and they ask you a quiz question, that actually gives you a decent amount of experience. Stuff like that. I'm just gonna run over this place really quick. Don't mind me. Boop. I find D&D alignments interesting to discuss, but only in like the most abstract way. The problem is and always has been that people take alignments too seriously. That's been true since like the 80s. Gotcha. We'll go do a time walking. I'll give you 5 minutes. Yeah, that's right. You can go to Nagrin and kill some stuff. You can just do some quests here. Just go do something. Just go do something really quick. What way do people take them so seriously? Is that an actual question, or are you making fun of me, Jay Palmer? Like, are you seriously not aware of the alignment arguments? Yeah, no, it's okay. So alignment arguments is people arguing about alignments. Stop me if I'm going too fast for you. Let's kill all these things really quick here. Yep. That's kind of it. I know that sounds simple, but the alignment argument thing has been around for... well, again, since the 80s. It's actually probably the single biggest thing that people argue about. I've seen friendships ruined over it. I've seen people break up the groups because of these arguments. Do I have no AoE at all? I don't. Okay, let's just do this. I've actually seen couples break up over alignment arguments, although we could probably argue that that was going to come anyways if they're going to break up over that. But yeah, like, so okay, how do people take it too seriously? First of all, a lot of people treat the alignments as if they are gospel. If you are lawful evil, you can never be chaotic or good, for example. if you're such and such, then you have to always act such and such. So that's the first problem, is people treating it as if it's the rules. The second problem is that nobody agrees on what they mean. Now, I used to have my own personal definition, too. I've actually shared that on camera. I stopped doing that for the same reason that most people probably should have stopped doing that. I started using just the book's actual definitions, which is much, much simpler. Also, a lot of people misunderstand that the point of the alignment system was there to be as guidelines for people who were new to role-playing, to give them a little bit of an idea of how to act. Improv, right? Most people don't know how to act. They're just here to have some fun. So here's a guideline to help you act. You are lawful good. So you are leaning towards organized interaction and being structured, and you want to help people. There you go. Boom. But, yeah, you get it. What's the official book definition? So it's actually really, really simple. Do you care about one of the axes? And do you care about the other? That's actually it, as weird as that sounds. So, in other words, someone who is lawful good desires to do good and desires to do it in an organized fashion. By contrast, someone who is neutral good only desires to do good and doesn't care how they do it. And then a chaotic good person is someone who is anti-organization and anti-order and still desires to do good. Make sense? That's it. That really is that simple by the book's definition. Do you care about lawful or chaotic? Do you care about good or evil? That's it. This is why, technically speaking, the most good you could be, at least in terms of like fictional characters, is neutral good. Because you only care about doing good. You do not care how you accomplish that good. Now, just as a personal experience aside, one of the other problems is people tend to think of it as good to evil. So in other words, they think of it as, rather than a grid, which is what it is, it's actually a line. And on one end you have lawful good, on the other hand you have chaotic evil. This is stupid and doesn't apply at all. Yeah, I actually have a few players I've worked with over the years who specifically focus on one thing or the other, and they say it appropriately. So, for example, lawful good is someone who's primarily lawful, partially good. Someone who is good lawful is primarily good, partially lawful. I don't think that's essentially necessary. I almost never talk about that, but I have seen people who have done that in real life. Well, again, that's the other thing. We talked about alignment definitions. Earlier, Lord Harrimont says, which law do the Naru adhere to? Presuming that lawful means adherent to the law. When in fact what it actually means is organized, orderly, and structured, right? Now, I'm not trying to call Lord Harrimont out on that. I'm just pointing out that that is yet another point of contention. I've had a lot of people over the years who have argued that someone who follows the rules of a particular organization cannot be anything other than lawful because they follow the law. And it's like, but they don't care about the law. All they're doing is following the law for their own personal purposes. Or they're actually trying to subvert the law by actually following the rules. That would be either neutral or chaotic, respectively. So it doesn't work at that point, right? And yes, Lady Umbridge, she's definitely lawful evil. Whereas someone like Lord Voldemort, he's just neutral evil. He doesn't care. As long as evil be done. Vandalia's neutral evil. Thank you for the sub, Vandalia. As always. Mr. Red is, of course, chaotic evil. He only cares about being as disorganized and disorderly as possible, and accomplishing as much evil as is possible. Chaotic evil also, in many cases, tends to be shorthand for, designated targets, right? Like Darkspawn, chaotic evil. It's actually not quite accurate, but that is, that's something that people tend to use pretty often. So an example of chaotic evil that isn't the Joker. Guy Fawkes in V for Vendetta would qualify. I would also see... Give me a second to think about that. Depends at which point in time, Reckersbeard. Jinx from Arcane would be chaotic evil. Actually, so would, God, I can't think of his name now. Jinx's father, also in Arcane, would be chaotic evil. I know you think he wouldn't be. Because, you know, he's clearly he's a mob Silco. He's a mob boss and all that. But no, really think about Silco for a second. Really think about what he is, what he's after, and what he's trying to approach. He is definitely chaotic. He is anti-establishment, anti-organization, trying very, very much to tear the system down. And I don't think most of us are going to say evil, so yeah. So Silco and Jinx would both qualify as chaotic evil. Yeah, I would say Powder would be chaotic neutral. By contrast, someone like, say, Powder's sister, I can't remember anyone's names today, would be chaotic good. Like, she's pretty, at least from what I've seen, she's pretty anti-establishment, pretty anti-organization, pretty anti-order in general. Do what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, how you're going to do it, why you're going to do it. But she's definitely leaning towards good. She does want to help. Yeah, Silco in many ways is what you'd call a typical anarchist. Not what you think of when you think of anarchist, not what fiction likes to portray anarchists as, but someone who's actually interested in anarchy as a governmental body type. I would say Caitlyn... That's actually a tough one. Yeah, exactly, Magister. Caitlyn feels more neutral good to me. By contrast, I can't remember his name either. The male main character, I can't think of the name of. God, I can't think of anyone's names today. Guy with the hammer. He's definitely lawful, very much so. Jace, thank you. Lawful good. And he is lawful good. Yeah, Darth Malak is actually an interesting example because he is definitely chaotic evil. Which you wouldn't think he is because he's the emperor of a giant interstellar empire, but no, he's definitely chaotic evil. By contrast, Revan, that's what lawful evil looks like. Now, Palpatine's a fun one, because a lot of people have debated Palpatine over the years, but actually, in my opinion, especially given the more current stuff in the AU, Palpatine's actually neutral evil. He does not care whether it's chaotic or orderly. He does not give a damn. He is interested in one thing, and one thing only, himself. The rust at the center of the galaxy. Valkorion, by contrast, he's a lot more lawful. Yeah, I haven't watched Season 2. A lot of people haven't watched Season 2. Thank you for avoiding spoilers. Appreciate you. Oh, stretch. Oh, I'm going to take a very brief break. I will be right back. Also, what do you think Vader is on that particular angle? Major part of gas. Yeah, that is lawful evil. Oh my god. Let's not even talk about that. Vader's interesting. But you know, yeah, Kira Whitenose got there before me. One of the things I find fascinating about these kind of alignment discussions is every now and again you get one you wouldn't think is true, but when you really think about it, it's more interesting. For example, Anakin is very lawful. You wouldn't like Anakin has most of the traits of being chaotic, and yet when you look at him and his actual ideology and his philosophy, he's very lawful in his organization. He definitely is organized, structured, and he absolutely wants a strong, firm establishment order. He's very autocratic, right? He wants there to... He's the kind of person who, regardless of, like, falling to the dark side, would have been right up, first in line to sign up for the Empire. Yeah, someone should make politicians agree on what's best. That's lawful. Now, where Anakin sits on the other axis of good to evil, that's a little bit... That's debatable. That's just... No, that's a good way to put it, Battleborn. Anakin's he's a mechanic. He sees a system and he wants to fix it. Now let's talk power scaling. No, I'm kidding. Be right back. Just feels like I could go turn in this quest. Whee! Obi-Wan's easy. How much time do you got left, Spartan? Whoops. Right, he's inside. Ahsoka changes over time. Which makes sense. A lot of people shift over time when it comes to alignments, which makes sense. It's another thing people used to argue about. Some people would argue that once you're one alignment or another, you have to be that alignment forever. Ahsoka has an arc. That's a good question, Lord Haramont. What's interesting, though, is I wouldn't say either of those, personally. Obi-Wan's chaotic good.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Did you obtain the keystone?
Go with honor, friend.
Amazing. From what I've seen, what little I've seen of the fate of Farallon, I'm not sure I want to go outside, but it's better than being trapped in here for the rest of my days.
For the Alliance. King's honor, friend. Light.
See, I'm a very organized mind, so for me, these kind of definition debates are interesting, as long as we don't get into, the argument devolving thing. Like I said, I'm well and truly sick of having the alignment debate or argument. But as long as we're just chatting, I'm fine with it. Darth Maul? Ooh, that's actually a tough one. Here again. Somewhere around here? There he is. Maul's interesting because Maul is chaotic. Let's go and get that out there. Maul is chaotic evil. But what's really interesting about Maul is he's very pragmatic and desperate in equal measures. So he does a lot of things that go against his personal ideology and philosophy, because he feels like he has to. Like, the dude creates 2 separate crime syndicates and a personal fiefdom because he's trying to build a power base to defend himself. Yeah, he learned a lot of his lawful tendencies from Palpatine, which is doubly funny since Palpatine himself is not lawful, as we've already talked about. The Elusive Man? Honestly, I think the Elusive Man is the first character we've talked about that would fit into true neutral. Right in the middle. He does not care about organized. He does not care about chaotic. He doesn't care about going for the rules or against the rules or doing good or bad or anything. He cares about getting things done. The end. Until you get to Mass Effect 3. But in Mass Effect 2, he's true neutral. Yeah, Thrawn, by contrast, very lawful neutral. Organization is all that matters. And to give another conscience to that, Odo from Star Trek DS9, lawful neutral. Tarkin? Tarkin is definitely lawful evil. Way more so than Palpatine ever was. Tarkin is just kind of a higher tier and less nuanced version of Major Partagaz. There's a structure to the universe that should exist. The end. And that's pretty much the extent of that, right? Let me know when you're in, Mr. Red. Yeah, a lot of the Galactic Empire's upper echelons were lawful neutral. It's one of the reasons they worked so hard to maintain the Galactic Empire. Okay, I am in. Go ahead and sync. Luke is another clear-cut example of neutral good. All he cares about is doing good. That's it. That's all. We lost Bragwin. No, she left us. She left us. She left us. You'll notice, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the most good characters tend to be neutral good because all they care about is doing good. Another example of that would be James Raynor. You'd think Raynor would be chaotic because of his fight against Arcturus, but that's not about pulling down the establishment. And Raynor himself is a very organized individual. He's not as organized as, say, I can't think of his name, Horner, Matt Horner. But he is definitely the kind of person who has more than a capability to work in a group, work as part of a large organization, be in charge of things, keep things running, manage the sheets, do the books. But he also isn't lawful because he doesn't care. That's not what he's after. Raynor only cares about one thing. Good. I agree with you, Act. I have no idea why they called it that originally. Sargeras is actually lawful neutral, as weird as that sounds. He thinks he's lawful good. I'm in. Alright, hang on, let me try. Why did you leave group if you were just going to the bathroom? You could just walked in, Bragwin. She's gone now, so she can't answer this. But yeah, Sargeras cares about one thing and one thing only. Order. Frankly, I would say every Titan is lawful neutral. Yeah, the Queen of Blades is extremely chaotic evil. There's another good example for you, Lord Harriman. Tearing down everything because screw it is pretty much the Queen of Blades mentality. Kerrigan? Kerrigan's an interesting one. That does sound very gross, Maverick. So because of how Quest Sync works, we now have to wait for Bragwin to come back. So let's just chill here for a minute. Oh, Spartan, you and Mr. Red fight to the death. Just decide which one of you tanks. I don't care which one does. Sargeras is actually an interesting character to me personally. He is. It's your typical Star Trek thing, right? It's a rogue supercomputer. But I admit I've always found that trope fascinating if done correctly. It's that done correctly part that matters the most. Right, Luthen. Let me just Google this for no reason. Let's see here. Star Wars Luthen. Look, I'm not good with names. Okay, Luthen. Luthen is neutral good. As absolutely weird as that sounds. You'd think he isn't, but no, his motives, his idea, his concepts are very good aligned. He is absolutely doing a lot of horrible things, and he hates himself for it, and he knows they're horrible things. At no point has he ever tried to say this is acceptable. It is something he will do. It is something he will still do. Okay, so now we can get Bragwin back in. Get it back in here, Bragwin. We've been waiting for you. Because we can't do this without... We literally can't do this without you. I don't know why you left the group. Just get in here, Bragwin. You could have gone to the bathroom. Get in here. That is my opinion, Huthor, yes. At least when it comes to alignments. Now, because alignment is about your philosophy. It's about your ideology, right? For example, a lot of the Scarlet Crusaders would not actually qualify as good. Because most of the Scarlet Crusaders don't actually care about doing good. Okay, hang on. Let me hit the quest sync. Most of the Scarlet Crusaders are killing undead. Or just, you know, being thugs. Remember, a lot of the... So, it kind of depends, actually, historically speaking, because early on, most of the Scarlet Crusaders were much, much more positively aligned. And then, you know, Balnazar killed off all of those guys. Woo there, woo there. And now it's all, yeah, now it's all just about vengeance. Vengeance isn't doing good. These people aren't trying to save the world from the Scourge. They're trying to avenge the world from the Scourge. That's not good. That's not even good attempting. That's just... Oh, God, I have so much aggro. Oh, my God, why do I have all the aggro? Why? Why? Ah! Ah! Yeah! Why am I the tank? Ah! Okay, okay. Anyways. Well, they were never... Their limitations exist inherent, Huthor. That's why I mentioned the very idea about how people get into alignment arguments. Like I said, I think it's interesting to discuss, but, you know, taking it as gospel is just eyebrow-raising. Anyway, so let's talk about the Mechanar. So we have a whole bunch of mobs that patrol at the beginning, which you have to pull at predict times. We've got Slayers, those are big old two-handers. We got Physicians, those are healers. Let's go and get some pots out. Then we immediately have demons, like right after them, including a boss. Also, a lot of the trash in here roams, so this is probably one of the bigger dungeons for timing your pulls, as opposed to just, you know, trying to precisely pull a specific mob out. Yeah, Huthor, for example, is very chaotic, whereas I, in real life, am very lawful. I have a very boring brain, and I admit that. Without shame, if I might be so bold. So, we've got the Drillers. They like to do debuffs, which make you take more damage, because they're cool. Boop. Then we got our first boss. He's actually really boring. All he really does is a really big hit that I believe stuns? He's not even on the boss list.
Approximately 5 seconds to live.
That's actually funny. He's not even on the boss list. Ah. No, that would probably still make them good. They still care about good and still want to do good.
Velocity.
And there's his big smacky attack. You know, oh, I forgot it did AoE too. That's good to know. Don't worry, no one's gonna die. I'm here, I'm here. I'm playing Holy. I got Holy. Look, if I can heal Daggerin with a bunch of brain-dead, drugged-out weed smokers who have no idea what they're doing. I don't know if they were actually smoking weed, but they were acting like it. Like, the whole raid was just freaking drunk. It was ridiculous. Like, oh my god, I've got the thing that's gonna explode. Let me drag it into the melee. Ugh. I sense one of my kind's artifacts has been taken and stashed in the cache. We cannot give him time to recover it. If you would kill the Gate Watcher and retrieve it for me, I'd be most grateful. I guess. And now I'm asleep. So anyways, they can do sleep. That's a good thing to mention. Yeah, exactly, Huthor. The beginning of discussion, not the end of it. Listen, Jay Palmer. So these guys explode on death. You may or may not have noticed that happening there, as we actually had someone die to that fight. There's a weirdly large amount of trash for such a tiny dungeon. That's the final boss right up there, right above us. Like, it is a tiny, tiny dungeon. Architrez is the biggest of these. We'll go ahead and talk about Mechanolord here. So he's got Head Crack, which reduces your stamina by a lot. Nether charges. So he summons little charges on the ground. They do damage. He can become reflective to magic or reflective to melee. So pay attention, watch the crap on the ground, and healers be ready when he does his tank, because that's what I call it is. It's a tank buster. Oh, yeah, he's also a leper gnome. Remember, all the leper gnomes are evil, because as we all know, anybody who becomes diseased for any reason is pure evil. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Puppies! Sorry. Okay, I'm okay. So what alignment do enemies pick for Tales of Equestria?
You should split while you can.
Hang on. I actually have that saved somewhere. That's right, Mr. Red has sneezed.
Think you can hurt me, huh? Think I'm afraid of you?
Generosity. Summicom. Now to heal people. Heal people. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! I just... Damn. 3 seconds of alt tabbing. Couldn't withstand 3 seconds of it.
Go ahead. Give me your best shot. I can take it.
So that's what the stuff does on the ground, by the way. As you can see, it's essentially just a area denial. That might have also been some thorns damage involved in that. I actually really wish I could run more Tales of Equestria
Think I'm
games.
afraid of you?
They're surprisingly interesting.
Bully!
Yes, we are a bully for killing a guy in a giant mech. Get up. You have done well, but more work remains to be done. One more task yet remains. Pathelion the Calculator. I love how it's like he is personally responsible for much of the recent torment that's plagued this world. That so undersells it. He has been personally behind several things, including the development of the Mana Bomb. And he's just some random dungeon boss that a lot of players never even realized his importance or significance. That's just BC in a nutshell, isn't it? Here's this major character, and they're dead. If I might be so bold, this is speculative. But I've often felt that both BC and Vanilla fell into this trap of wanting, yes, Magister, of wanting more significant characters for bosses, but without doing anything in addition to that other than the fact that they were lore significant. Honestly, it's kind of a gameplay version of Member Berries. Like, hey, remember this guy? Well, he's a boss. Cool. Can you do anything with him? No. That also explains Vosh, by the way, and Kel'Thuzad. Yeah, Pathelion has quite literally done more in BC than Kael'thas has. And Kael'thas is one of our major villains for this expansion. Fresh reminder, Kael'thas is more of a villain. Jesus Christ, the grenades! Oh my god, the grenades! But yeah, refresh reminder that Kael'thas is more of a villain than Illidan is. Illidan's on the box. For God's sakes. One of the biggest statements, I remember this interview about this, where they talked about how they really wanted to avoid the problem with Illidan being irrelevant to the game. And that's one of the reasons why the second Lich King has so much screen time during the events of Wrath. We'll see what we think of that when we get there, but as usual, everything Blizzard does is a reaction to something else they did. So you notice the gate, the way is shut. It was made that way by those that are dead. And the dead keep it. And yeah, we're gonna have to kill that other boss. He's not dead, don't worry. Sorry, nothing new to talk about here. Let's see. Look at my notes. I don't know. I have a soft spot in my head for Mechanar, but I don't really have a good reason why. Mechanically speaking, it's less interesting than Botanica and much less interesting than Alcatraz. I do like the layout, and it is, again, extremely dense. With a shortcut, no less. I could explain what was going on with Deathwing. Pretty succinctly, actually. Deathwing's overall goal was to die. Now, because of Deathwing's nature and because of his masters, he was not permitted to die. Not until he had accomplished what they wanted him to do. So his job was to destroy the entire planet. Now, even in Warcraft,
A painful death.
that takes some effort. That takes a lot of work and effort and time and everything. So he spent a lot of time and effort across 4 expansions, excuse me. Slowly building up the resources and experiments, all necessary to craft a second cataclysm in order to actually crack the planet in half. Once he did so, his reward was going to be a final death.
My division is correct. You should be quite an unforeseen contingency.
Yeah, you gotta remember, Deathwing is in non-stop pain in a way that unfortunately several people in chat might actually understand, including me. His body is constantly burning itself alive from within. It is literally being held together by chunks. Make sure to get the item over here if you want the quest. By chunks of adamantium, which is one of the hardest substances known to the setting. You have done well. Any advantage we can take away from Kael'thas's forces is to our benefit. There is one extremely good moment which does more characterization for Deathwing in the game than anything else in or out of the game. I mean that with sincerity. It's going to be multiple positive worthy when we get there. I'll even give you a preview of it right now. Because it's that image right there on the right. During the Warcraft series, there's exactly one and only one time in the entire series where I killed all the music for that portion, and it was when we were doing that particular dungeon. By the way, that dungeon is awesome. I cannot wait. I can't wait for Cata in general. It's going to be great. Just think we'll finally be done with all this vanilla crap that nobody likes. Yeah, the books talk about how he felt being a Titan person. He didn't care for that much. And then Dragonflight, we'll say, changed a bit of Neltharian's characterization. We'll leave it at that. So, next boss, Nethermancer Sepethria.
Don't value your life then.
Hang on, I gotta get back to where we actually... Nope, BC. Mechanar, Sepethria. Okay, so... She has Dragon Breath, which hurts exactly as much as it sounds. She spans an ad. You're supposed to kite those and not actually tank them because they'll kill your face off. They also have too much health to traditionally DPS down. Frost Attack, which slows you. By the way, yes, she has ads that chase you. And Arcane Blast, which also knocks you back and threat reduces you.
And don't come
Okay,
back.
so that's what happens when you get in range of those fire ads right there. That's a really good example of that. Okay, so this is a thing that's happening now. So there's the knockback. Unfortunately, I can't actually... I think I can kind of reset her. I've done it before. You really get her into the corner here. Come on, a little bit more, Come on, a little bit more. No? Okay, whatever. Okay, let's okay. So I should mention... I have nice heals and all because scaling, but I have no DPS because scaling. So I think I'm just going to slash Sid. Sid. Okay. There it is. Ada being narratively bad is certainly a take. I'll say that. But then again, I know someone who thinks Cataclysm is going to score the worst of all the expansions. And that person is going to be very disappointed. Listen. It's actually a wrestling joke, Arspruce. So what is the Spirit Healer? Okay, so originally the Spirit Healer was a conceit. Then Shadowlands showed up. And that's what a Spirit Healer is. Any questions? Of all things, some of the most interesting Kyrian lore, this is not a joke, is in a frickin' world quest, which you only get if you go with the Kyrians. It's a world quest where you can discuss several people who've died and you judge their fates after their death. There's a lot of fascinating world building in that quest. It's a world quest. So, to explain this fight again, the fire ads you have to kite because they will freaking kill you. Hang on, we should also kill this guy first. He is definitely going to pat. As he... Okay. Sure. I can work with that. Well, I have no idea what it's called in Aerith. Don't ask me. So anyways, there's the fire guys, which I can start killing people in a minute. So I'm going to hate over here. Focus on him. Get rid of the ad first. Here, I'll drag him over here so you can notice he exists. Like, I'm not even sure how I would look that up. I guess I just look up all world quests in the zone and then track it down manually. But if you'll forgive me for not doing that right now, Linear. It's a quest that shows up in the Kyrian zone. I don't remember what it's called. If you are a Kyrian faction. And you have to judge the recently dead. There you go, that's the quest. Okay. Alright, I don't have a combat res. Why don't I have a combat res? Because I'm not a warlock. That is just bonkers to me, Huther. I'm sorry. I know you value different things, but I cannot even imagine the idea of saying that Vashir or Hyjal, which are two of the best MSQ quest zones we have ever had, do nothing for you. That's just wild to me. Most people I've talked to who say, you know, what's going to be the first zone that gets gameplay positives, the one they land on is actually Hyjal. And yeah, Vashir is buggy, and it's going to get negatives for bugs, like guaranteed. Even if we don't experience bugs this time, we all know Vashir is buggy, right? But Vashir is one of my favorite zones in the entire game. Now get up, Mr. Red. I should mention I like Vashir gameplay and story-wise. Do so much good stuff with it. Okay, is that a two-hander? Nope, that's a one-hander. Sorry, Mr. Red. I tried. Anyways, I'll stop gushing about Kata because I know I'm talking to the wrong crowd. It's like if you start gushing to me about a really, really good cup of coffee, I'm just... no matter what you say, I'm just going to be like, uh-huh. So it's not like I don't understand, right? I do get the concept. Oh, that was unstable. Whoops! Forgot about that. Don't worry, we'll gush about Kata more when we actually get there. Why do I keep having aggro? Okay, Spartan, for real. I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. What are you doing wrong? Like, you're in tank spec, right? Yeah, you're a prot paladin. There's no... This isn't FF14. There's no stance you don't have on. Yeah, nobody likes Vashir. Creative, interesting, fun, great flow, great story, fantastic and innovative gameplay. Screw that zone. Anyways, this is a gauntlet. Sorry, I should talk about this. So this trash, this is all a gauntlet. You actually, if you wipe at any point in time, you have to start all over. It is a traditional gauntlet. You see, like, I just have aggro, and I'm just back here. I'm just gonna keep walking away, and see at which point in time Spartan notices that his healer has aggro. Situational awareness. I talk about that a lot, and there's a reason for it. I'm actually still sad. A friend of mine who I was dragging through the Kata stuff actually quit in Vashir. And you're probably thinking, it's because Vashir sucks. No, it's because they hated their class. It's also possible we're having some wonkiness with the level scaling, Spartan. In the interest of it. If I really thought you were screwing up completely, I would be in a lot less jocular of a mood. Anyways, Gauntlet. It's pretty much all the same stuff we've already fought. That's why I'm not talking about it. However, there is one way in which this isn't a Gauntlet. The boss is not actually part of the Gauntlet itself. It's just the trash encounter. Jeez, I don't know how to describe that. Okay. Give me a second to process that. What are you? You're a paladin? Okay, so as a paladin, God, I don't know what your talents are. Because we all know talents are one of the greatest systems ever. As of now, not in the old. Old talents sucked, obviously. Because they were vanilla. And all vanilla things suck. I'm trying to think. So, you want your shield bounce to be your primary puller. Don't pull the boss yet. You want your shield bounce to be your primary puller. You want to use judgment on cooldown. You want to use whatever it is you have as your tertiary on cooldown. I say that generically because it depends on your build, right? Because there's a lot of...
We are on a strict timetable. You will not interfere.
Options there. I forgot he aggroed after a few seconds. Sorry. Whatever, this is the boss.
I'm looking for a team player.
So yeah, he likes to mind control people. And silence.
Supplement my workforce.
And spot ads. He's what we call the irritating dickwad boss. I'm not even joking. It's actually quite appropriate that this little dick licker spawns ads, mind controls, and silences. Like, that's his shtick. That's what he does.
The project will continue.
And that's the death of, arguably, the most impacting and main villain in this expansion. Yeah, you've noticed I've been holding back a lot, Fife. He's actually a decent fight, though. I'll give him that. Oh, and we can just walk right out. So now, we got one more of these suckers to go through. The hard one. I think you're right, Five. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alcatraz. Okay, so we're losing Bragwin. That's... and we've already lost... Hey, Kira White Noise, are you busy? Yeah, we'll talk about Alcatraz as we go into this. Yeah, I bet, Bragwin. Congrats on surviving, by the way. So, yeah, the Deathwing thing, I'm with you. Let me start by saying that, Record Spirit. One of WoW's problems has always been telling its very interesting story. Even when the story is in the game, sometimes it's spread out too far, sometimes it's across different zones, like the Pathelian guy we just killed. He's an interesting villain to me, who we only really see across, like, if we do specific quests in Hellfire Peninsula, and then specific quest chain in Terrakar, and then a specific quest chain here in Netherstorm, and then there's the boss fight. So even though all his story is in the game, it's like, huh? Now, Deathwing is kind of in a similar place, believe it or not, because a lot of his story is also in the game, but good luck collating all of that. I bet a lot of players just saw Deathwing showed up and were basically like, huh? I should probably mention Deathwing has been in the game since vanilla. Not personally, of course, but his story arc started all the way back in Blackwing Lair. Actually, that's a lie. Sorry, excuse me. Started all the way back with Lobris. And then Ubris, and then Blackwing Lair. Then we go to BC, and his story continued with the Nether Dragons and the daily quests down here at the Netherwing Shelf. Why is Deathwing's story arc part of the daily quests? Then in Wrath, we see a couple other hints of it, mostly little stuff. Mostly here. Whoops. Yeah, here in the Dragonblight with that raid. And the other raid also in Dragonblight. Then Kata shows up. It's like, aha! So yeah, I knew who Deathwing was. But how many people who were like, who's this guy? What's a Twilight Drake? And to be clear, I'm not blaming people for that. That's important. And no, by all means, pull plenty, Spartan. I really don't think you're actually doing anything wrong. To be quite honest with you. I mean, you might be doing a couple things wrong. I can't say that superlatively, but I think we're just having some wonkiness with scaling. Don't worry. Going forward, this will not be a problem, because we have a way to oppose this going forwards. Well, it's worth noting Deathwing was a very, very different character back in Warcraft 1 and 2. To the point where he might as well be a completely different character. Like, they just retconned him out of there. Okay, so... Yeah, Wrath makes a lot of mistakes, but you know, you could feel who the second Lich King is pretty early on. And there were so many quests and dungeons that revolved around him that it was pretty hard to miss him. Deathwing was over there. And occasionally over here. There's a quest for him. There's actually quite a few quests for him in the Twilight Highlands. He had a couple other quests where he'd poke his head in. I don't remember what else. And then, of course, there's... Oh, Deepholm. That's another one, Deepholm. But there was some stuff in the 1 to 60 experience. Anyways, And occasionally you just die because he breathed on an area because he's weird. Yeah, ironically, nowadays you don't feel one of Deathwing's most visible presences, which is Stormwind. Because they fixed that. Fixed. I actually think I agree with you on that, Rutgers Beard. I still think Wrath is firmly a classic style. Like, Vanilla BC and Wrath are all still kind of similar in approach and style. But Wrath is definitely when they started actually grabbing the story and putting it a little bit more in the front. Hey, Kay. How ye be? Yeah, Wrath was when they really started experimenting with the very concept of an MSQ. Like, again, there are MSQs in BC. I've rated them as such. I don't think we're getting another player. Alright, let's go ahead and just... Let's four-man this. Yes, Maverick, that is literally exactly why. But yeah, no, it's like... I mean, hell, Vanilla had an MSQ quest. Like, one. East Plagues. The sound of chimes enters your head, but it is distressed. We imprisoned the most dangerous beings we came across in our encounters. Zaraketh is a powerful Void Lord. If he escapes, he will feed off of the abundant void energy of the Nether. Oh, I didn't see it, Fife. I was just... Okay. You can still join us if you want to, Fife. We can go summon you. Maybe. So, initial trash. We've got some warders. But the really interesting and fun thing about this trash is this initial trash is really easy. Right? And then we've got that... I guess that's true. I'll give you that, Linarif. So we've got the initial... yeah, where's your character? Where's your character, Fife? Identify yourself. We will make it happen. We can summon make it happen, Fife. Where are you? Seriously, I'd rather not 4-man Alcatraz, if that's okay. But I'm going to talk about this initial trash, because this initial room is actually quite smart. We've got 2 simple warders on the side. They're relatively easy. They're just ranged. Up ahead, we've got 3 defenders. That's your basic sword and board. So those are the ones who are going to be doing things like interrupting, stunning, all the stuff sword and boards usually do. They also lived longer than everyone else. Yeah. What's your character name, Five? We can make this happen. The interesting thing about the second group of trash is they're tanks, so they have more health than usual, which means the fight lasts longer than usual. Why is that relevant? They're constantly holding off an onslaught of fleshy creatures, and those fleshy creatures respawn until those guys are dead. Meaning, you're almost guaranteed to have to deal... Is it not here? No, it's right here. You're almost guaranteed to have to deal with that fleshy creatures in the middle of that fight. But not necessarily, and the trash pull rewards you for timing it properly, or encourages you to find other ways to deal with it. Now we play the waiting game. Do 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 do. See you, Huthor. Okay, now that Huthor's gone, Vanilla sucked. Oh wait, Foreker's beard's still here. Vanilla's the best thing ever. Okay, there we go. Whew. Got it out there. What's your character name, Fife? And server. Sorry, I need the server too. Yeah, forgot about that one. Sure, J. Palmer. Oh my god, it's hideous. Oh my god, that is actually hard to see. Wow. It has a completely different tone than Ironforge, but it still looks like... It still looks good. I think that's the way I want to say it. This looks like a boss arena or something like that. There we go. Oh, you're right here. Okay, to Alcatraz. Again. I think just making it less red would help. Red usually indicates a certain tone. So, getting back to discussing the dungeon. Amongst the trash that you're going to be fighting that isn't the tanks, we've got the bigs, you got your heavies, that's exactly what they usually are. But then you've got a bunch of the littles. They also all... I know this happens in Arcars. They all do this fun little thing where they kill your face off. They spawn you... Oh, hey, we're still synced. Nice. They use you to spawn more of them, right? And that's exactly as horrifying as that sounds. So already we've actually got pretty decent trash design right out the gate. How? Well, it's gross is the answer, Tritexia. So you notice we're just getting more and more protean horrors here, and that's just our life. You can pull them back, you can pull them first, you can kill them. There's all kinds of things you can do there. I want to see what 5 looks like. Where is 5? There's 5. Scooch over here. No, that looks cool. I like that. Alright, now we kill these guys, the guys they have been holding off. Notice this is also visual storytelling immediately. Speaking of which, plus to visual storytelling. Alcatraz. Even without knowing anything else about this place, we immediately could tell that the Blood Elves have completely lost control of this place because of everything about this first room. It's very obvious they're barely holding off the tide of mutated monsters. So, awesome. Then we got more of these things. We've already fought these a little bit because we fought the trash before, but now it's just them. So, Spartan mentioned the story arc running through these dungeons. So the reason we go to the Botanica is we don't actually have a good reason to. Botanica is actually kind of the military arm, the military wing of these dungeons. In fact, in lore, we've just killed the majority of the Sun Fury leadership. Which is funny if you know what we're going to be doing immediately after this. The Mechanar is where what they're doing in order to capture and contain all of the energy for transport. Now that's kind of strange, but it's okay. It makes perfect sense. As Blood Elves, we know that they're sending all this mana back to Silvermoon, which it's worth noting they are. So all this mana is going back to Silvermoon, and we'll have a bountiful resource for all of the elves left stranded in Silvermoon. Oh, it's going to be so great and awesome. I can't wait. Anyways, then we get to the Alcatraz. So these are my favorite trash in here. It's just corpses on the ground, but if you get too close to them, they spawn ads. Those ads hurt more than you'd think they would. Yeah, also remember that most of their best and brightest joined the Scryers like a month ago. So keep in mind those corpses. There's actually other fun trash down here too we'll talk about later. That usually dissipates into the surrounding environment, Dakota, which can absolutely have negative effects on things. So anyways, then we have the demon crap. These guys are pretty simple. Don't be in front of them. The other guys are pretty simple. Kill the ads immediately. Notice we also still have plenty of flesh horrors all over the place. Just to be very, very clear, all of these flesh horrors are birthed from the Blood Elves who used to be in here. I just want to be fundamentally clear about where they're all coming from. Then we have a void jackass over there. We'll talk about him in a second. So Zaraketh over there, he's actually pretty basic, but he was a really common noob check back in Heroic. And I don't have a nicer way to say that. So he's got Shadow Nova, which is a knockback. Dealing with that as a tank was a huge part of it. Seed of Corruption, which is a bouncing dot. It's the same thing Warlocks have. And most importantly of all, Void Zone. If you don't get out of a Void Zone on Heroic, it kills you. It's kind of a prototype of what would eventually become the Telegraph system years later in a completely unrelated game. Oh, absolutely is Mirror So, Zaraketh. And yeah, no, there's definitely some alien stuff going on. I'll show off a visual thing, too. It's also the most unique looking. Of the dungeons in here, I would say. Of the three. Like, Mechanar and Botanica basically look like Exodar 2.0. Alcatraz, they started adding new stuff. So there's that knockback. Notice that hurt. And because it has such a knockback, we've pulled ads. That's why you clear the room first. Just trying to make sure Mr. Red doesn't die. As much as I love watching Mr. Red die and then beating the blood back into him. I don't have my paintbrush. If it's not obvious, Alcatraz is probably going to score this. I didn't want to say that in advance.
The void beckons.
Because I never know for certain until we're there, but this is probably going to score the best. Creatures of the void are naturally chaotic. They are a necessary part of the universe, but they must be kept in check by the light. A very Naru mentality. Two powerful agents of the Burning Legion, Wrathscryer Socrates and Delia Doomsayer, have begun to rally the demons. You cannot let their forces grow any larger. Oh my god, Protean spawn. So yeah, these are the things we talked about earlier. You also notice they do dots. Long-standing dots. So those are fun. But then we have my second favorite trash up here. The Arcatraz Sentinels. So when we walk up, the Arcatraz Sentinels are actually dead. However, when you get close to them, they aggro, get back up to being alive. That's not the clever part, believe it or not. That's just another structure of the Defender corpses. They're just traps at that point. No, what's clever about them is they start at very low health. But when they die, their body starts shooting out lightning constantly at everyone nearby. And again, on Heroic, that lightning can and will kill your face off. So positioning where their corpses are is actually part of the mechanic for those things. You notice they give us one by itself to learn that mechanic before they start actually escalating that. So this room, they've got Negaton Warpmasters, and you've got Negaton Screamers. I forget which is which, but one of them you want to focus on melee, and the other one to focus on ranged. You also never want to fight both at the same time. And you definitely want to fight these individually, at least when you're doing this legit. Actually got a level out of that, holy crap. Let's go with this. We'll buff Ford. I like that idea. Mega Ford. Yeah, no, Arcatraz feels like, I don't know, just a lot of the talent started getting on board, you know. Then again, a lot of the 70 dungeons have a little bit more polish than the ones before them, for the most part. So you notice we have pulled 2 of these. Back in the day, especially in Heroic, this would be a wipe. Hell, it might even be a wipe here if not for the fact that my heals are strangely overpowered. Like, they do some serious damage, and as you can see, they buff each other. They also like to have those void spots we've talked about. You need to pull them out of the void spots, otherwise they themselves are buffed. We've now pulled, I think, a 3rd one and a 4th one. Excellent, so it's just our life now. Well, I'll try to keep you all alive through all this, but killing them's on you. Also, if we look down here, a lot of people never notice this. Every single one of those is a cage. That is how many prison cells they have on this ship. And it's a nice little bit of wondering, what the hell have the Naru been doing? And how many various creatures across the world have they been capturing in here? Also, the other 2 satellites are relatively small inside and out. For some strange reason, Arcatraz is just a frickin' TARDIS, because this place is huge. Yeah, exactly, Taquetta. That's right where we're at with this. And yes, this is also supposedly just one prison block. Most of the bosses in here are exactly that, former prisoners. Well, let's see if I can pull some thread. Yeah, you may not notice we can't kill these. Oh, someone did it. Okay. Now kill that one over there. Just that one. Mr. Red, you know what you're doing. Spartan, no. Spartan, no! Okay, well, alright. That's just... Okay, I'm gonna stop healing. I'm gonna basically call the wipe, because this is taking too long. And this has officially fallen apart. I was going to turn my head back, slash sit a couple of times, and accept the death. Okay. The light are the good guys, we swear. Anyways, so, sorry. You remember when I said we shouldn't, pull more than one of these at a time? This is why. To be very, very clear. You'll notice we haven't killed a single one of those things. It's because we can't. You can't, you can't push through them, right? So, it's possible I marked the wrong thing, and I'll take ownership of that if I did, Spartan. But the point is, you had one trash over by the side, and I needed everyone who wasn't Mr. Red to attack that one trash. They need to be separated. This is not the first time WoW has done this, and it will certainly not be the last. They really like their discourage players from grouping up thing, which, for the record, I actually like that. Okay. So let's see. We've got a visual storytelling positive. Let's see here. I already mentioned that. Scooch up here. Oh, we've already got some really cool trash. Some of the better trash so far. Like, this is our first multiple positive trash, I think. Is this... Are we all here? Yep. It's really weird playing without a range indicator. Okay, so yeah. Just pull... Oh, we did kill one. Ooh, the crap. So yeah, just pull one. And only one. Yeah. We've got, like, the eye, the... I don't know. The Blood Elf music kind of mixing with the Shatari music thing. It's very cool. I like it. See, as you can see, when they're by themselves, they're a joke. That's the difference right there of splitting them up in a nutshell. There's also a quest item over there. Don't worry about that. None of us have that quest. I love that shot of the prison cells. It's also implied that the people in the prisons are not really cognizant. So like it's like a stasis prison, you know? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, these guys absorb the magic of whatever you hit them with, which makes it so that they're very resistant to that magic. If that sounds familiar, the plants back in Botanica did a similar thing. Yeah, very StarCraft 1-y. I like that. Not sure who did the music for StarCraft 1. Sorry, random tangent. Don't mind me. Moving on, moving on. Lord. Okay. If it makes you feel any better, this was a common wipe room, especially doing this on Heroic. Everyone argues about which one was the worst and most difficult dungeon on Heroic. I would argue this is right up there for, like, a number 2 or so. Then we have these jackasses. So these guys just hurt. It's the simplest and easiest way to explain the Eridar up here. They also do something else, which we might not see here. Oh, time, Mr. Red. I've been looking. I haven't gotten Jack yet. Yes, I do believe Keldarar brought you here. See, that is the nature of the review system in a nutshell, isn't it? I can't give a negative for something for having good design because... Oh yeah, Entropic Aura, that's what it is. It's a slow, and they have this giant-ass radius of that slow aura. There we go. See, I am... So to give a bit of perspective, do you see that guy behind the guy we're fighting right now? If I go a few more feet forwards... Now he's not doing it. Here, maybe? There it goes. Even at this range, his debuff aura is hitting me here. You notice we've also had a huge variety of trash in Alcatraz, which is unusual. Even back in, say, Botanica, which had good trash, it's mostly the same stuff. You know, we just fight the same, like, 6 or so types of enemies. And now we have several more corpses and 2 of those stupid sentinels. There's that escalation. Yep, exactly as Miristar. We've got that natural variety baked into the narrative. For the record, they do eventually stop shocking you after they die at a certain point. So it's not like the corpse just stays there forever as a trap or as an area of denial. But as you can see, that one's shocking Fife right now. It's okay, I had you, Fife. I was just... It's a good demonstration of what these things do. Here, I'll go and do it. Is he still shocking? No, it looks like he stopped shocking. Yeah, there's also no voice acting. I mean, there is voice acting, which we'll hear in about 5 seconds.
Did you call on me?
Why would I call on you?
To do your heavy lifting, most likely.
When I need someone to prance around like an overstuffed peacock, I'll call on you.
Then I'll commit myself to ignoring you.
What would you know about commitment, Sheetsa?
You're the one who should be... Wait.
So what you just saw was one of the other gimmicks they like to use a lot at this point in time. Mind control. So they mind controlled me first. That was actually funny. Spartan almost died from that. Oh yeah, so these guys do a knock up. That's of course a de-aggro. And the succubi, they gouge. And they mind control. I don't know, Lunaris. There's also some stealth rogue types in here. I'm just going to pull back here a little bit. I feel like there's at least one more rogue in here, but I guess it doesn't matter. So these two bosses. We've got two bosses in short succession. They both fight very differently from each other. They're both kind of one boss in terms of mechanic. As in, like, they have a boss of mechanics across them. Ah, there's our rogue. There's our rogue. So Delilah has Whirlwind. You know, AoE, or Melee's Beware. Gift of the... she attacks very quickly. And she makes it so that, this is the important one, she curses a player, giving them a chance to heal Delilah when they are healed. So I just have to be careful of that or decurse that. So that's our only real mechanic. Melee's Beware, and don't heal the person currently with the debuff. The other dude, he does Fell Immolation, which is a dot, Felfire Shock, which is a dot, and Fellfire. Fellfire knocks you away, and then he charges you. When he does so, he leaves a line of fire damage on the ground. Again, each of these are fairly basic, and yeah, I think... Hang on. Well, this doesn't say if Heroic adds any abilities. I feel like they were a little different on Heroic. Oh, here we go. Like, she has Shadow Wave on Heroic, for example. That's true, Inamisho. That is valid. It's one of the reasons why one of the ways I can give positives for trash is if they make the trash mulchy, but in a fun way. What I usually think of as the Dynasty Warriors thing. So, whichever one you want to do first, Spartan. It's up to you. Both of their dialogue, their lore things,
A target for my frustration.
indicate that they actually hate being near each other.
Don't worry about me. Kill that worthless dullard instead.
Here, maybe I can, if I get really far away, he should actually target me with it. Come on, I'm over here. I'm right here, buddy.
More than you can handle, Scryer?
He's not gonna do it.
Defend yourself!
He's not gonna freaking do it. Oh, there it is. Right as he died, he did the Fellfire charge. I just wanted to show off that attack because it's kind of cool. And again,
Congratulations.
area of denial.
I wanted to do that for years.
So, then we have Delilah. Like I said, she's mostly an anti-melee. And I'll pay attention to the healing thing as we go here. Yeah, I saw that, Spartan. Okay. Let me get a bubble out. This bubble won't be affected by that. Hey, Primarch. Hope the second meeting goes well. We're making decent progress. We're almost done with the Arcatraz. It's been really good. I've been liking the Arcatraz so far. It's a breath of fresh air. Definitely one of the better BC dungeons, in my opinion. So there's Whirlwind. Now, you see how much damage that's doing to Mr. Red? I almost let Mr. Red die there, but I wanted to make a point. So there was a common mechanic. BC and Wrath both did this. In that they would have a boss which randomly AoEs, usually a Whirlwind. And the whole point of the mechanic was, you're paying attention, right? Because those Whirlwinds would absolutely demolish your melees. Another example of that was Scotty over in Utgard Pinnacle. Oh, okay. Pax used to hate those because he was playing a melee, and he didn't have a good internet connection. So we used to have an entire strategy. It's not a joke. We used to have an entire strategy designed around making sure that Pax could live through those frickin' whirlwind attacks. The Legion seeks only to consume. They have no regard for the Blades. Harbinger Skyrus is at the heart of the problem. That's a spoiler. I'm just gonna ignore that. Congrats on. I think there was a ding there. You see, you say that, Inamisho, and that is a very valid question. But I should mention that I've done the Arcatraz a few trillion times. I still like it. I know. I'm the unusual one there. And I do get your point. But if I'm going to be completely honest, if we have a dungeon where the trash is either not interesting or boring the 50th time, especially if they're going to encourage you to do it over time, you know what they should do? Get rid of the trash. There's a much better shot of the prison block, by the way. Yes, but we don't know who's in prison, Primarch. Like, for real, you're going to go ahead... I'd say this is the third, Mr. Red, because Monotombs is actually so far our highest rated dungeon. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Like, if you're going to make a thing, dungeon, raid, quest, whatever, subzone, and you're going to make some other mechanic that encourages the player to do it over and over, then accommodate that fact. It's one of the reasons people farmed Underbog so much. It's not because Underbog was actually a particularly good dungeon, it's because it was the quick and easy one that we had a good reason to go do over and over again. We also farmed this place for rep, but that's unrelated. So, final... Nope, that's a lie. I'm wrong. Second to last bundle of trash. Whole bunch of Ethereum. This makes perfect sense. And in fact, probably only makes sense if you've done the quest in the Netherstorm. Because they never explain this at all. There's just a bunch of Ethereum here. But we happen to know that the Ethereum are not only marauders, who like pillage and rob everything they can, but are also specifically interested in stealing anything related to the Void. So, of course there's a bunch of Ethereum. Also, in my opinion, this is the hardest trash... These two trash pulls right here are the hardest trash pulls in BC on Heroic. Right here. I know you just ran through it, but I mean that sincerely. So we've got a Wavecaster, that's a mage, Slayer, big hitter, second Slayer, big hitter, and a Lifebinder. That is effectively a full 5-man party, which all coincides with each other. They all have their own gimmicks and mechanics. Yes, they are also in Kara. That is true, J. Palmer. And yeah, they all suck. These guys are mean. This was one of those CC mandatory kind of situations. So the final bundle of trash is there's a bunch of demons over here for some reason. This is actually doubly weird because, you know, this is not really a demon thing, so whatever. But anyways, we've got a big-ass Abyssal. Back in the day, Abyssals were almost always considered heavies, for obvious reasons. So we've got an Abyssal who has an AoE damage thing, that's a heavy. He also likes to cast a Meteor Strike. This is, in fact, a Meteor Strike. If you played FF14, you know what a Meteor Strike is, because it's called a stack in FF14. Stack to share the damage, in other words, for those who are not familiar with either. Then we have the Archers. They like to do all kinds of CC stuff, which really accommodates the heavies that they're right next to. Invariably, every time I would do Arcatraz with a pug, there would be one guy who'd be like over here by himself. And you know what would happen every single time? he would get targeted for the meteor, and he would die, because he just took 5 players worth of damage by himself, like an idiot. I hate other players. Remember, friends, don't let friends bug. We also had the Doombringers. These guys are pretty much straight up. Oh, the new model. Pretty much straight up the Doombringer from Warcraft 3. Like, they have the exact same abilities. So I don't have much to add to that. The worst part was when they blamed me, and I'm like, dude, you stood over there by yourself. What are you doing? Of course you died, idiot. I didn't say it like that. Even then, I was a little bit more polite than that. So we'll pull out this guy, and I'm going to be over here by myself. Don't mind me. I'm just going to put a bubble on myself for no reason. Target me. Oh, he didn't target me. I'm sad. Spartan asked a question. Oh, sorry. You asked it in the other chat. I've realized that I've lost my act. When I realize I've lost aggro, my instinct is to run towards the enemy to attempt to grab it, and then sometimes just run around and try to keep aggro. Is that the right way? That's a valid method to do it. Since you're a paladin, you have a tremendous amount of ranged aggro abilities, not the least of which being both Judgment and your Shield Fling. And generally speaking, you should have one of those off cooldown. You also have Taunt, which is also a ranged. The reason I bring all that up is what I like to do personally, which is not necessarily better, it's just my preference, is I like to pull them to me, and then I like to hold on a specific spot, right? Pull them in, and then let the rest of the party do what they're going to do with them. Using Taunt is something I use as a last effort, unless there's just one guy over off to the side. In other words, it's pretty much the exact same as my Fling on my warrior. Anyway, so boss time. This actually has voice acting, so I'm going to shut up for a minute.
I knew the prince would be. I have not been myself. I had to let them out. The Great One speaks to me, you see. Wait, outsiders. Kael'thas did not send you. Good. I'll just tell the prince you released the prisoners. The Naru kept some of the most dangerous beings in existence here in these cells. Let me introduce you to another.
So there's a bit of pseudo-randomness to some of these. This is all part of the same boss, so this is a true gauntlet. Also, nice little bit of storytelling there right at the beginning. He starts off apologizing to us because he's worried that Kael'thas is going to be mad at him for releasing all of them. But it's okay, he can explain it. After all, the voices told him to. Which is important because it means that he actually thinks that it's an okay and acceptable excuse that...
Yes, another! Your will is mine!
That it's an acceptable excuse that the voices told him to.
Behold, yet another terrifying creature of incomprehensible power!
Where in Bonzo's brass buttons am I? And who it... It is one mother of a headache.
What is this? A lowly gnome? I will do better, oh Great One.
Lowly? I don't care who you are, friend. No one refers to the mighty Millhouse Manastorm as lowly. I have no idea what goes on here, but I will gladly join your fight against this impudent imbecile. Prepare to defend yourself, cretin.
Millhouse is interesting in how much of a part of the mechanic he is. He does several things.
Get some things ready first. You guys go ahead and get started. Some water.
He does several things that help in the final fight.
Next,
Oh, you
some
are so
protective
wise.
spells.
Yes, I
Yes,
see it
now
now,
we're
of course.
And he's actually cool.
You guys are gonna love this. Just wait. All right. Who ordered up an extra large can of whoop ass?
So, in case you're wondering, yes, this is the origination of Millhouse Monoforge. For those of you not familiar with it, all I can say is that we'll be seeing him again several times. As recently as Shadowlands, I believe. Yep, so this guy does a bunch of AoE damage, as you just saw. It's okay, I was ready for that.
I'm gonna light you up, sweet cheeks.
He says that a lot, too. Thank you for the sub, Tim.
Yes, so great one. Right away.
Damn. Boss.
It is a small matter to control the mind of the weak, for I bear allegiance to powers untouched by time, unmoved by fate. No force on this world or beyond harbors the strength to bend on me. Not even the mighty Legion.
Welcome, O Great One. I am your humble servant.
Bear witness to the agent of your demise.
So, Skyrus here is actually just the Prophet Scarum, but miniaturized. Like, that's it. I don't have much to add to it, because we've already talked about this fight.
Horrors undreamed of. You will
Clears, he splits.
expand the universe as countless as the stars.
Also, this guy is totally doing some propaganda. The old gods are not that big of a deal, I'm sorry. Anyways. So...
Expand the universe in terror as the stars.
Yep, blah, blah, blah. They're so good, you have no idea.
I'm gonna light you up, sweet cheeks.
This is actually a pretty rough fight back in the day, excuse me. I notice it's taking us a moment.
Your fate is written. Will do my bidding, weakling.
He also likes to mind control, because of course he does, again, just like Scarum.
In terror! Merely
Who's
one
bad?
of
Who's bad? That's right. We bad.
Both, Tim 4P.
Pleased to meet you.
This is crazy. I could spend years investigating all this technology. Yeah. So that was actually a lot of stuff in a short duration. I didn't want to talk over so much of it. So let's explain a little bit of what happened. But first, real quick, Tim 4P, I noticed you wanted to put that towards FF16. You realize we've already finished FF16, right? Like a few weeks ago. A month ago at this point. Just want to be sure you're aware of that. But I'll put it towards Holocure, Patch Trail, and Street Fighter 6. Thank you again. That's why I'm mentioning it, Tim 4P, so you're aware of it. Did you know? LoreRunner.com. Alright, so, let's talk about that. First of all, Gauntlet Fight. I actually like that Gauntlet Fight. You start off with something fairly basic, just a one-note elemental, which varies. Then you get Monoforged. He's kind of your breather period. That's when you sit, you eat, you drink, you recover. Then he pulls out the guy who's over here, which is just a fairly basic mob. And then he pulls out the Blackwing guy. By the time they get to the Blackwing guy, Monohouse is actually activated and will start buffing you as well as doing decent damage. Then the actual spawn, the boss himself. The boss himself randomly targets someone to stun them, as well as do damage over time. He's got a fear, but it's only a single target. He splits himself, just like the original, and he mind controls. This is actually a pretty solid fight. It would be pretty easy to make this suck, but the introduction of Monostorm and the fact that there's actual breather periods in the middle of the fight tends to help it a little bit. Yes, in fact, nowadays I don't call them old gods, I call them old bullets, because it's just more accurate. And it amuses me. What's the name of this stupid guy? Skyrus. I don't think it's any of them in particular, Smart. Because remember, this is just random stuff that's been imprisoned in here. Okay, now the one downside of Alcatraz, there is no shortcut in the largest dungeon of the bundle, for some freaking reason. I don't know. Oh yeah, Monostorm. You're probably wondering, why is a freaking random gnomish mage in the Super Naru prison? So we actually have an answer for that. You might say it's because he's super I mean, the real answer is because it's a joke. You know, I will really... The actual exact line of dialogue is... Behold, yet another terrifying creature of incomprehensible power. That's the exact dialogue for that. Yeah, no. So the lore answer is actually really, really basic. He teleported here by mistake. Millhouse is kind of your typical mad mage type. You know, intelligent, very low whiz score, more than capable of screwing things up because he himself is doing things he probably shouldn't be doing. So he ended up teleporting here by mistake. Whoops! And then he was stuck in there. That's why he was like, where am I? What's going on? Oh god, I have such a headache. Because he teleported inside of a stasis cell. We'll see him again in the future, like I said. See you around, Kennex Cow. Have a good one. So yeah, fun fights, good dungeon. The only thing I don't like about it is the run back, which also means I do have to actually give a negative to Arcatraz, because we have a precedence for giving these kind of things negatives. Because if we die on the Skyrus fight, we have to walk all the way back up from the bottom, and that is not a short trip. So that sucks. Oh, hey, Five can whisper now. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Five. I actually thought you were already, that's why I was confused earlier. So, this would be admission checkpoint. Arcatraz. I believe as long as you're not time walking, and as long as you don't do anything at all, and let me do the raid fights, you can join. Well, it's funny you say that, Tim 4P, because they have, but not exclusively. A lot of older dungeons got a revamp and added mid-mission checkpoints and re-teleport spots. And they haven't done that to every dungeon. So every now and again, you just come across a dungeon, like Arcatraz, where the only way to get out of the dungeon is to walk. Yeah, anyways. So now, we have beaten back their forces. We've defeated them. They're super amazingly powerful. The time has come to bring the fight to Kael'thas himself. See you around, Verdictum. Tip for school. Don't stress about it too much. Don't stress about it too little either, but don't stress about it too much. I'm not group lead. Spartan is. Yep, this is our final interaction in Outland. After this, I'll give you the full experience. After this, we're going to move forward to Kildanus. We're very, very close to done. Very close. Okay, let's go ahead and desync. I can't desync. Spartan, I think you need to actually desync. So there's the eye. Hang on, someone stabbed Jay Palmer. There we go. Jay Palmer's dead. Alright, so. Stab him again. Stab! There we go. You know the rules, Jay Palmer. If you pull it technically, then you're wrong. So if you're paying attention... There was the Mechanar. I'll zoom the camera a little bit. So there's the Mechanar over there. Down there's the Britannica. Up there's the Arcatraz. The satellites. But each of those is their own ships, just like the Exodar. In fact, if you're paying attention, that is pretty much the exact same model as the Exodar, except a little bit more in one piece. So the Exodar would have gone up there in the upper right. But the central ship is that one right in the middle. And that is the ship that actually runs the whole thing and is the Naru's primary vehicle of transportation when they go across dimensions. I mean, space. I mean, whatever. They're spaceships. They're spaceships. We're all just going to accept that they're spaceships and move on. So, nice looking place, all things considered. They never really did anything with the top side, except for like a couple of quests. But what we really want to do is we want to go in here. So the first thing I want to talk about is the worst trash in the entire game. So, I say without hyperbole that oftentimes several people who are rating this back in the day, this is before Black Temple kind of thing, would consider these trash packs in this room, in this hallway right here, to be harder than most actual raid bosses. It's the same basic approach they've been using for most of it. You know, so on the left you've got a mage, then you've got a two-handed warrior, then you've got a dual wielder, and then you've got like another mage. That's it, right? That's cool, whatever. But these guys hurt. Every single one of them has the overall health and mechanics of a boss fight, and you have to fight them in packs. These guys are insane. We had a whole strategies just for dealing with this hallway, and it involved a lot of line of sighting, a lot of CC, to the point where we'd often only pull a single mob over here and kill one mob by itself. They also, if you're paying attention, there's the Marshal down there. She's a patroller, and she can patrol up and down. If she aggroes, then you're dead. So you'll also notice, if you're paying attention, this first pack is right here, and the patroller patrols to right here, which means that if there's no actual way to deal with this initial pull without actually getting rid of the Marshal. So it's a timer. This initial pull is a timer. You wait until the Marshal has started leaving, then you pull this initial pack and try to deal with it before the Marshal comes back, unless the Marshal is already on her way back. If she gets back before you're done, then you wipe. So that's cool. Now, hypothetically, yeah, okay, we're good. I'm just gonna get a little bit of well-deserved revenge here, don't mind me. Screw these guys. Go ahead and switch to Shadow for this, just to make this quicker. Yeah, this is just like some other raids I can mention. A lot of this is a should you be here kind of a check. Let's go and grab that. Second pack. Well, hang on. There's the Marshal. The Marshal comes with 2 squires and her herself. She is basically a raid boss, by the way. Yeah, don't forget, you had 25 people in this corridor, so space is at a premium. This is when I really started to preach to people that they needed to understand that stacking on someone meant stacking on someone. Like, hang on. So you see how I'm standing on Maverick right here? This is what I mean when I say stacking. But most people wouldn't do this. They would do this, or this, or this, or this, or this. And I'm like, no, stack on the character. Because people, I've noticed this, it's kind of a psychological thing. People just have this thing where they want to have a little bit of personal space, even in a video game where it doesn't actually matter. And in fact, it can be derogatory, right? It can actually make things worse. So, I myself do this when it doesn't matter. We all just kind of spread out and pick our spots that, that's our spot. In a tight corridor with 25 people and mobs where positioning matters, you can't do that. There's a few examples of that. So the next bundle, we've got another Astromancer, another Starscryer, 2 of the one-handers, and 2 of the dual wielders. Once again, that is 6 mobs, and every single one of those is basically a boss. Pull that out here. Don't mind me. Yes, my black hole moves. Why? And then, the same basic pack again. Except this time, 2 scryers. So that's fun. Slowly push through that. Okay, we can put it on the guild progression board. We can say that we've actually killed the trash of the eye, of the initial corridor. That's your should you be here check. Now we could do that, but ugh, that frickin' corridor. Then there's Alar. A lot of guilds would skip Alar, actually. There's a specific reason for that. I'll talk about that in just a second. But, yeah, the Phoenix God. Roll eyes. We're going to go ahead and scooch over here. Kill a couple of this trash. These guys, well, the Hawks would suck if they fixated someone and just absolutely destroyed them before they had a chance to deal with it. So that's about all I have to say about this trash. So yeah, Alar. It's kind of hard to even properly discuss. Oh yeah, by the way, this graphic bug has been in the game for years. That one right there. You see how you can see to the edge of where it's being rendered? If you look down, it's fine. But, like, that reflection is rendered wrong. You see that? Anyways, that's been true for a while. I can't believe they never fixed that, though. I guess I can't believe it. So, Alar... Did they even show Alar's current abilities? No. Of course not. Alar, for some reason, was hard for a lot of guilds, including ours, which is why we usually skipped him. Once you get up here, you can kill these Phoenix Hawks, and you notice you don't have to pull Alar. Alar's over there. There's a pathway over there, and there's a pathway over there, and those lead to the two other bosses. It's actually... Eye's kind of weird, because if you look at the format, there's the initial boss, which is skippable. You can go over here to the Void Reaver. You can go over here to the High Ostromancer. Once you kill all three, you can advance to the final boss. There's only 4 bosses in the Eye. It's pretty small, all things considered. The way you wanted it is you had a roll. So the way we did it, let me explain it that way, because I don't even know if this is up-to-date info. The way we usually did this fight is we had a roaming group. That was also a lot of the tanks and healers. And then we had static people who were already in position. Most of those were tanks and like 1 pocket healer. So each of these little platforms right here, like this one right here. Sorry, Spartan. They would have like a tank sitting here ready to go and a healer usually in range. Depending on our group's composition, sometimes we'd have a healer like right there. So the tank here and the tank over there would all have, would both have a person. The roaming group is over there, ready to pull the boss. So you pull the boss down from his patrol, and you tank him over there, and he's going to stay over there, and then he'll do this thing where he will hop between these platforms. He hops very, very quickly between these platforms. If at any point in time Alar does not have mobs in melee, he starts wiping the raid. This is true for a lot of bosses. Going all the way back to Ragnaros, back in Molten Core. There was a... Yeah, I know I'm kind of skipping over some steps here, though, just bear with me. So a lot of bosses were, hey, you need to be in melee of me. If you're not, I'm just going to start killing you all. See you around, Tim. Have a good one. Hopefully. So that's why you'd have a tank already here, just kind of standing here waiting to go. Because, okay, here's the boss. I'm in melee. And that would give everyone over there time to go over and move to the second spot. Yeah. That sucks. Obviously, mobility was key for some of these things, which is why certain classes for tanking, like Druid, were a little bit more useful than some of the other ones. Remember, we didn't have Hup at this point in time as warriors. That was added in Wrath. Anywho, then, once you successfully push through that phase, that's actually kind of it for Phase 1. Huge coordination check across a huge room. Roaming pack and static packs. Then he'd go down to the bottom, turn into an egg, and then that would start Phase 2, which is killing the egg and then killing him again. And that's actually kind of it. A fairly simple boss, but this whole roaming mechanic thing was really, really frustrating to deal with. Which is why we skipped it. It honestly wasn't very hard, it was just punishing. Which means any failure meant screwing up and having to do the whole thing over again. So Alara's a Phoenix, but yes, Phoenix... Oh, Jesus Christ, really? I forgot about the knockback. Hang on. I guess we don't have to kill him. But, yeah, so fire elemental... so a lot of different creatures are elementals. Some of them have flesh, some of them don't. Oh, never mind. We're okay. We're good. Let's go ahead and scooch down here. Hey, so we actually skipped the phase transition because it bugged out. So that's cool. I have the transmog for the Claw of the Phoenix if anybody else wants it. I'm just going to offer that openly because it's a very cool unarmed weapon. Where are you at, Mr. Ed? You're down there. Well, if anybody else wants it, like, just say something. Because it's a cool transmog. I'll put it off to the side. So that was Alar. Now we're going to go to the Loot Reaver. Periodically throughout expansions, there's a boss that is considered, for whatever reason, to be very, very easy. And the very, very ease nature of that means that you're like, oh, well, okay. And those bosses are almost always not the first boss in a raid, because they're probably not intended to be as easy as they are. Those are called loot pinatas. And they're called that for exactly the same reason you're thinking. So usually what people will do is they will append loot to the beginning of the name. So like we've got loot ship and loot reaver, just to name 2 examples. By the way, these are big heavies, and these are 2 big heavies in a row. So there's Loot Reaver. Loot Reaver is funny. First we got his trash. So we've got heavies with mechanics who heal and buff them now. That's it. That's the trash. And yeah, that's, once again, Huthor is filling in some of the details I'm skipping over here. The specific platform Alar would land on and what you have to do about that, and recognizing that and reacting quickly enough, or being prepped enough for it, was very binary. On Alar, the fight's either going extremely smoothly or you're wiping, and that's kind of why I didn't like the Alar fight, and why we stopped doing it. Anyway, so he's a giant-ass Void Reaver who's powered by Fel energy. That is exactly as terrible of an idea as it sounds. Void Reaver has a few very basic mechanics, relatively easy to dodge stuff, and we can push them down pretty quickly and easily. I just want to share one little technique we had here to give you an idea of how different BC raiding was relative to like nowadays. So we had an enhancement shaman. The enhancement shaman would run up there and just burn into the Void Reaver, and then pull aggro, and then die. And then get back up with reincarnation, and then keep burning. You're probably wondering, what? Why? Well, holding aggro was a much bigger problem back in BC, for good and for bad. And several classes could just straight up out aggro a tank, because they just did too much damage. That was our solution to that. Allowing the enhancement shaman to effectively get an aggro reset by dying was part of our strategy for pushing through this guy. I'm going to actually body pull him and not actually... because I want to show off what he does a little bit here. And yes, this is... same machine, different thing.
You are marked for extermination.
Ah, damn it, J. Palmer. Why would you do this?
Alternative measure commencing.
So obviously he hits pretty hard. Not super hard, actually. He does a knockback. He also sends out that right there. So that's your major mechanic for the fight. That is a silence. So the way we would fight this guy... notice he's putting him out constantly. So we would have the raid spread out across this circle so that any given silence would only hit one person.
Systems shutting down.
Yeah, exactly. One of the dark sides of attunements. So you just spread out across the whole circle, and then everyone would just DPS him, and obviously the melees are just in there doing their thing, and he'd occasionally do this earthquake thing, which is whatever. And that's it. That's the boss. It is a very, very simple boss. There's a reason he was a loot pinata. Nothing much to say there. Let me go see while I run across half the universe. J. Palmer's donation, which I refuse to acknowledge. Hitler. Yeah, I've never been super impressed with the Eye or Serpent Shrine. While Black Temple didn't get perfect scores, it was a huge step up in terms of overall quality. It's true, J. Palmer. I always knew. So I'm going to take a guess here and say this is going to be for Ace Combat X. Seek and Destroy. And Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. And I am correct. Thank you, J. Palmer. I do appreciate you. As always. Yeah, High Astromancer Solarian. So, High Astromancer Twitface here. When was that, Nerzaz? It had to have been either yesterday or the day before, or the day before, or the day before. I do have a sub from you, right here. Looks like that was yesterday. So I have nothing down for it. So I didn't get anything for it. Second bundle of trash. This is mostly a bunch of actual trash, followed by a single individual guy who's actually rough. Like the Astromancer Lord here. So, careful trash pulls. We've also got the Sentinels up here, just like before. Remember, you can pick 3 things, Neozaz. It was actually fun pulling, like, the entire upcoming room. Not that you should do that, but you can. So, hang on, let me pull this out. Put it back up here. The other subs. Put one of those towards Alundra. So yeah, these are just basic squires with trash. I'm not even sure why these are here, honestly. I guess this is for storytelling purposes, because a lot of these are learners. They're students. So, notice there's actually a chunk of the ceiling that's broken there. A little bit of visual storytelling, because obviously they're having trouble getting this thing even working. It is, of course, obvious that they are trying to get this place working. Probably because they want a working spaceship. They also have not actually successfully gotten the spaceship working, which is also important. So High Astromancer Solarian there is someone who has been constantly reaching out to the void in her experiments to learn how to make the ship work, and has failed miserably. So her first phase was so hard that we had a hellacious time for it. Her second phase is so easy, it was brain dead. Don't look at me, I don't make this stuff up. So her first phase is actually very simple. She just sits there spamming Arcane Missile on people. That's mostly a healer check, more than anything else. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red, 100%. So yeah, make sure your healers are paying attention on who she's Arcane Missiling, because she just Arcane Missiles whoever the hell she wants to. No. I don't mean the void as in the entities or like the faction. I mean reaching out into space, Lune Ruth. And if there's a common trend in Warcraft lore, it's that anyone who reaches out into space for any reason, their mind tends to touch the void, and the void goes, "Hi, twist, twist, twist." To use a specific example of that, there's a fight in Legion in the Nightborn, the Nighthold, like that. Oh, absolutely, Jay Palmer. He's just that stupid. Yeah, so anyways, she's gone through a couple of phases. She also likes to target people and throw them into the air. So that's cool. In fact, I'm going to body pull, see if I can show off any of her mechanics here.
Tal alumen no sindorai!
So yeah, there's Arcane Missiles. She's going to channel Arcane Missiles. She's just going to channel Arcane Missiles. She's just channeling Arcane Missiles. Oh god, there's Arcane Missiles everywhere! Arcane Missiles! Arcane Missiles! Ahem. As I was saying, Arcane Missiles. Arcane Missiles. Arcane Missiles. Okay, Horizon. Forbidden. Oh, there it goes! And Command and Conquer 1R. So that's her other thing that she would do, the knock up. So don't be grouped up, and there's something else about that I forget exactly. And then Arcane Missiles. It's actually a fairly basic boss. Die.
Of the sun awaits.
And like I mentioned, when you get her to phase 2, which is actually getting her below, I want to say 20% health, she just turns into an actual void creature. She turns into a void stalker. And just is like, oh, I'll kill you. And at that point, she becomes a very basic tank and spank. I should explain that term. I've used that term a few times. Tank and spank is exactly what it sounds like, really. A tank needs to hold aggro, and then the DPS kill it. It is a term for the most basic type of fight that exists in the game. So, even harder trash than the previous bundles. We've got lots of battle mages and blood elves. This is basically the actual elites, right? Wrong! There's actually one group of blood elf elites that's even more elite than these. Believe it or not. But these are the highest level of the ones who are still loyal to Kael'thas and might still have some amount of their brain still working. Hello, Czar. Hang on. Outfit. So, we're going to hold back. I'm going to look at this outfit really quick. It's horrible! Okay, unfortunately, I can't really see. It's too red in here. Let's talk about this briefly. That up there, that's Kael'thas. For the first freaking time. Actually, not really. Mr. Red. Like, they have different abilities, but otherwise they're like the same bundle of stats. At least nowadays. They used to be different. Which is why some of them were considered easier. Anyway, so yeah, that's Kael'thas. If you're paying attention, this is the first time he's been on screen in the entire game. Even Illidan at least had a bit of screen time in like the cinematic cutscene, and then a couple of times where he would be mentioned and then talked about, and then he'd show up in like a vision to talk to you, and then he was the thing. But Kael'thas, this is it. Like, this is the first time we finally see Kael'thas, is at the fight where we're going to kill his ass. So negative to Kael'thas. So this fight. This fight. Obviously, it's better than the Illidan fight in general. A lot of people... this has been a very divisive fight for a long time, because a lot of people hold this up as one of the better BC fights. You mean the cinematic that's not in the game at all, Lunaruth? That one? Also a cinematic that came out for the Black Temple patch, which is after this. So even if you count it, this is still the first time we've seen him in the game. Yeah, so his fight is definitely experimental. Probably one of the most experimental fights we've had. It's like a 5-phase fight. I don't even remember all the steps at this point. Each phase isn't super complex, but each phase is very binary. In other words, if you screw up something or screw up something too hard, it's a wipe. Yes, that means you have to do the entire 5 phases all over again. So we're going to go ahead and push forward. He's going to start talking. At some point. Maybe. Okay. Maybe he's not. We might have to actually aggro. I swear he started talking when he just walked towards him. Maybe I have to wipe the room first? Hang on. I guess it doesn't matter. Let me just kill these people real quick. Don't mind me. Nope, yep. Okay, we have to pull them. Alright, whatever. Okay, yep. So first, he's... let's talk about this briefly. On the left, we've got Thaladred the Darkener. He hits like a tank hitting you with a tank. I know I technically said earlier that we only had one boss that surpassed Gurtog in terms of damage. Thaladred doesn't really count, because you're not supposed to tank him. He's very slow, and he just walks around like this. Slowly after whatever his current target is, he fixates. And if he gets to them, he hits them and probably kills them in one shot. He also has a knockback, I'm almost positive, which slows you, I believe. Then we have the Master Engineer. He's actually the most dangerous, in my personal opinion. And he was always our first kill target when we got to Phase 3. He sucks. His whole shtick is he has all kinds of mechanics and gimmicks which he'll throw at you. And they screw with you. I'm talking like unavoidable stuns for like 10 seconds screw with you. Over there we have her. She's a mage. She's exactly what you expect from a fire mage. And then we have Lord Sanguinar, who is a paladin, who is exactly what you'd expect from a paladin. So let's go ahead and start the fight. I'm going to body pull just so I don't screw with things. Also, look at that. Look at this nice view of this crystal right there, right? The glass wall. It's nice, huh? Anyways.
Energy.
There it is.
Power. My people are addicted to it. A dependence made manifest after the Sunwell was destroyed. Welcome to the future. A pity you are too late to stop it. No one can stop me now. Salama Ashalanore. Let us see how your nerves hold up against the Darkener, Thaladred.
What?
Prepare yourselves!
So here's the slow mode thing. And yeah, there's his big ass hits.
You have persevered against some of my best advisors, but none can withstand the might of the Bloodhammer. Behold, Lord Sanguinar.
Blood for blood.
So he has an AoE fear. Remember that. That's going to come up.
Capernian will see to it that your stay here is a short one.
The Sindorai reign supreme!
Well done. You have proven worthy to test your skills against my master engineer, Telonicus.
Anarala Balore!
As you see, I have many weapons in my arsenal.
So then he summons the legendary weapons. This phase is extremely chaotic. you really have to be ready for it. Each of these does a gimmick related to what they allow you to do. And they have to be controlled and locked down extremely quickly. Most raids, in my experience, would fall apart here if they're going to fall apart anywhere. Then you have like a solid minute after you kill the last one to loot them. They do specific things. For example, friendly targets of the caster's heal gain the effect that reduces fire and shadow damage. Or equip increases the magical damage taken by someone and dispels mind control. Or increase your range damage bonus and also makes it so the target takes more physical damage. Or shield the caster, absorbing 1 damage and make them immune to fear and snare. All of these were specifically designed to counter one of the abilities of his council members, right? So you have to loot the weapon, equip it quickly. So you have to know which weapon you want, you have to equip it, and then you have to know how to use it. It is an interesting idea. It's the kind of thing you'd only really see in WoW, honestly, because WoW has the Dungeon Journal. Irony, they do not have Dungeon Journal entries, so there is no guidance whatsoever on how to do this now, other than just trying around and screwing with it and figuring it out. So he waits quite a while. He's technically casting on us periodically, that's why he keeps turning to face us. And after we've been given sufficient time to loot... Oh yeah, by the way, if you don't kill all the weapons quickly enough, the council gets up anyways and then kills you.
Perhaps I underestimated you. It would be unfair to make you fight all 4 advisors at once, but fair treatment was never shown to my people. I'm just returning the favor.
So they're not different at all, but we do have to deal with all 4 of them simultaneously now. So same general idea, except the strategy is completely different, and we really do want those legendary weapons to deal with their mechanics. And I believe all of those weapons have their appearance somewhere else in the game. Oh, Jesus. I can't even get in range of them to do damage to them.
This is not...
Remote toy, by the way. That used to be the killer for these.
I have failed.
This might be the most experimental fight in the entire game, honestly. For good and bad.
I will not.
Alas, sometimes one must take matters into one's own hands. Balamor Shanao!
So then he's a fairly basic mage. He has most of the abilities he had back in the day, except he's got that, which is a mind control, and he's got that, which is the Phoenix. My job was dealing with that stupid Phoenix. Because the Phoenix just turns into the egg, and then the egg turns into the Phoenix. And if I remember correctly, it just happens forever. Like, that's your life.
Will not prevail.
Is dealing with the Phoenix. So that was just my life, was dealing with the Phoenix during this fight. Come on. So we killed Fife. Now phase 5.
I have not come this far to be stopped. The future I have planned will not be jeopardized. Now you will taste true power.
Audio warning, because it's going to be loud unless they fixed it. Notice we're given some time in between phase transitions to give us a little bit of time to recover. Now he's big.
By the power of the sun.
And now he hurts a whole lot more. But he also does one mechanic,
Staying grounded.
which I really want to show off, which is this. And he actually turns off the gravity for a bit. Now, dealing with this is its own mechanic, and there's all kinds of things about this. Also, if you go too far to the ground, he throws you back up into the air and does damage to you. Thing is, when it runs off, you fall. And you will absolutely take falling damage. And yes, he just ate a power source bigger than his head.
Quell the laws!
Also, there's the orbs roaming around, just doing damage to everything nearby them. And they chase you. I was gonna laugh if he dropped the mount for anybody. Where's... Oh, there, I got a res out. Did I get anything? Actually got something I needed. Holy crap. That was the Kael'thas fight. Very, very, very experimental. And janky. It also suffers from the same general problem that most of the eye fights suffer from. Either you're fine or you're dead. And there's really not a lot of in between here. If I could get a Shatrith portal, I'd appreciate it. That's true, Jay Palmer. Oh no. Yeah, let's meet Fife halfway here. I'm kind of thrown on how to review this, because obviously we don't care about experimental, as awful as that sounds. We care about good. And I do think the Kael'thas fight could have been better. What I'm kind of feeling, and I know Riker's beard is going to completely disagree with me on this, is I feel like this might be a positive and a negative situation. There is some cool stuff on display, and I will freely admit it was one of my favorite fights back in the day. But that's because I like long, complex fights. Sorry. Going too far. I mean, Lich King, right? You don't have Shatrith? What was bad about it? Well, first of all, any boss that's binary tends to be irritating. And tends to be the kind of thing I would consider not a good thing. Ugh. So that's the first problem. Second problem is he's very jank. And the third problem is it is one of the only fights in the entire game that pretty much mandates that you go and you look up a walkthrough outside of the game to fight him. Every other fight you can suss out and figure out how it works and why it works and what's going on. And I know you can argue against that, and I'm not going to fight against that. You win the argument immediately. I'm going to try. But it doesn't do a very good job of tutorializing itself. It doesn't do a very good job of demonstrating its mechanics or its gimmicks. And again, they're very janky because they're experimental. Like nowadays, something like Kael'thas would probably have a buff or even a vehicle thing, right? Where the hell? Sorry, 1 second. That's like, oh, this is my thing. Okay, cool. And of course, he would have a dungeon journal entry, but that's optional, as it always is. Either way, 50 negatives to gameplay. Moving on. So. Let me jot down some thoughts very quickly. Already done the quest?
Chronokai Christor. Remember the lessons of the past.
Hang on, let me... Oh, we're not synced. Strange. Do I not have it on? Did I not do it? I know I have it on. Oh, it's from a doll, isn't it? When am I closing the polls? Probably in about a month, Jay Palmer. There's the Architraves quest. There should be a Vector quest. Whatever. Let's talk about the Shattered Sun. So if you're paying attention, up in the Netherstorm, the Aldor and the Scryers, who had been competitive for a while, finally started working together. And now, in the wake of all of this, they have unified into one solid force they call the Shattered Sun. Oh, one moment. How do I not have that title? Whatever. I was going to turn on the Shattered Sun title for this. It's character dependent. That's really stupid. Negative to gameplay. Alright, so. When we kill Kael'thas, this happens. Kael'thas' appearance shows up. And he says, your monkeys failed to finish the job, Naru. Beaten but alive. The same mistake was not made when we took command of your vessel. That's actually not true. Well, for what? Trinkets? You're too late. The preparations have already begun. Soon the Master will make his return, and there is nothing you or that fool Illidan can do to stop me. You have both served me in your own right. Unwillingly. Mwahaha. Ha ha ha. Lay down your arms and succumb to the might of Kil'jaeden. So that actually is, that cutscene is prompted by being here. So a lot of story stuff happens mostly off camera. But we see a few tidbits of it in the game. For example, you may notice that the leader of the Blood Knights is right fricking here. We actually had quests with her all the way back in vanilla, or excuse me, in BC, in Eversong, which aren't there anymore. So we're just going to ignore those for a second. Don't worry, Kael'thas is gone, dead, he's never coming back. She's an interesting character. She comes here, and there's a cutscene that plays more or less randomly, which is why I'm just kind of standing here. It's probably not going to play while I'm standing here, so I'm just going to tell you in brief. She comes up, and she seeks forgiveness for what her people have done, and she tries to work along with Adal and blah, blah, blah. Now, you're probably thinking, forgiveness for what? So, back in the day, Kael'thas took a Naru named Mauru, grabbed him, sent him back to Silvermoon as a gift to Silvermoon. The Silvermoon people then were like, hey, this is sweet. We can use this to reconnect to the light. Now, we've actually already talked about that. I'm just going to skip over that really quick. They thought that was the greatest boom. It's fantastic. It's going to be amazing. We have access to the light. Thank you, Kael'thas. You're so awesome. You're definitely not an evil guy. Now, this is important because obviously Kael'thas is an evil guy who's working for the Burning Legion. But the thing all of the NPCs will talk about and bring up constantly is not the fact that he's working for the Legion, not the fact that he's pure evil, and not the fact that he's a mass murderer and he's been trying to destroy Outland. No, no, no. The thing all the NPCs will talk about is he took Mauru. He gave us Mauru and then he took it away. And he will pay for his treachery. And so, like, almost all of the Blood Elves of Silvermoon, like, universally turn against Kael'thas. So all he has left is his diehard loyalists, and we'll talk about them in a minute. So Liadrin shows up, asks forgiveness, decides to join their forces, and this also leads to the creation of the Shattered Sun, which is the Blood Elves and the Draenei, hey, the two expansion races, who kind of get together and form one unified military polity in order to attack. Now, I said to ignore these, but if you're paying attention the whole time, Shattrath is filled with these guys. All of them training for war, battling. Over here, they're doing drills. They're getting speeches. There's a whole lot of stuff here. It's like, hey, you know. And there's some neat little tidbits of dialogue and showcasing, which I've been trying not to show, specifically because of the fact that all of this is stuff that, you know, is only relevant now, when they have now shown up. So they all send us out to the Eye of Keldanis. Final zone of the game. We cannot fly here. I'll just start with that. The good news is we don't have much to do here. Wrath started phasing, yes, although it was very buggy and broken in Wrath. Kata is functionally the beginning of the phase era of WoW. You'll notice they've actually walked away from phasing a bit because it keeps causing problems. Looking at you, Orgrimmar, and Undercity. So, there's a Naru here, there's Shattered Sun Forces, and, well, this is when we talk about events and how they don't count for the sake of a review. Because originally we only had one building. I'm pretty sure it was this one over here. Might have been the one we came out. No, I'm pretty sure it was this one, because it was like this was where we came back in, right? Anyways, originally we only had a couple of daily quests, and we had like one building. And as players across a server would do these dailies and do the interactions and end game repeatable content that was here, bit by bit the Shattered Sun would take back more and more of this base camp. And there's usually a boss fight involved in taking for specific. Now, all that doesn't apply for the review. I'm just giving you that for historical context. It was actually really frickin' cool. The whole idea of slowly expanding and taking these spots and just expanding throughout and getting access to more and more stuff. And as we went forward, there's also additional gameplay benefits. The biggest benefit, by far, from a gameplay perspective, was right here.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
So these are all available just for money. This is not it.
Be
This
well.
is not it. Unless it's not showing it to me. Hang on, let me double check something here.
Useful.
Show me everything, please. Okay, no, this is it. Never mind. So, biggest benefit by far was this. This vendor, it sells it for gold now, but at the time it sold these for badges of justice. And this was good raid gear for the time. This was awesome. This is a great feature and a great way to help people. It was probably one of the first true catch-up mechanics in the entire game. And yeah, those fist weapons, I had those on my hunter, because I was raiding on my hunter at this point, and I got that crossbow, which I used for a very long time. This was some really good gear. And yeah, you would slowly expand out and take the spot. Yeah, it was cool. It was catch-up mechanics, and it was some cool quests, and it was a cool vibe and feel, and none of that exists anymore. I'm just telling you for historical context. There are a couple of static quests here, but since this has already taken longer than I thought, we're actually just going to skip all that, because frankly, none of that is really story relevant. All of it is just catching up to the stuff that you have already been told about by me a few seconds ago. It was the campaign. And none of that campaign maintains, so now that it is review-worthy or relevant. What is relevant is that there is a dungeon and there is a raid, which we have to do. And a hub of dailies. Remember, we don't review dailies. I used to do Keldanis dailies rather religiously. Probably because they were less irritating to do than the other two daily groups of Ogrila and Netherwing. And also because they were lucrative. So up here... Oh, hang on. It would be nice. When they did the BC Classic, did they have this campaign? Out of curiosity. There's Mr. Red. Yeah, they also used to give very good gold. Several people who didn't have flying mounts got their flying mounts because of these dailies. So, let me see if Axe is on. Because I'd like to have one last group, if you guys would indulge me, for the Magister's Terrace. See you around 5. Thank you for joining me. Hang on a sec, Mr. Red. I'm just poking someone really quick. Let's see who we have. We have Maverick. See you around, Jay Palmer. Enjoy the movie. Your white noise is too low level. Does Mirror Stars on the EU? If we have to, I could just talk about it and go through with the level 70. That's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's just Magister's Terrace is... Well, I don't want to bury the lead. It's probably the best dungeon in BC. Several people have predicted ahead of time that this would score the best of all the dungeons. Uh, 61 would do if you want to join us, Kira White Noise, because we don't care about faction. Oh, and there's Pax. So if I could get Kira White Noise and Pax. Sorry, as I'm poking him. Yeah, Magisters, I loved Magisters. Not just back in the day. Going back to this dungeon was awesome. Okay, so Pax will be joining us in a minute. You don't need to time walk because we have at least one time walker, which is Mr. Hang on, before I say that. Mr. Red, are you still time walking? It's all good, Riker Spirit. I appreciate the thought. Yeah, so there were... I'll talk about the dailies a little bit while we wait. So there was a daily to go out and bomb those people. Gotta love the bomb dailies. There's a daily to go fight Naga over here. The transformation trinket. That would be to go over here. It's so slow. It's weird being this slow. But yeah, there's all these Naga dailies over here. There was another one. Yeah, me too, as Mirror Star. It's a little bit easier than it used to be, thanks to time walking, but still fun. There's a whole bunch of ones down here to kill demons. One's over there to kill Kael'thas loyalists, which the 5 of them that are left. There's a couple things to do. Like, there's this whole area here. I'm not going to explore the whole thing because it's on ground. It's okay. We got 5 people, Spartan, but thank you. I am, however, sorry that the car is dead. Are you gonna fix that, hopefully? Yeah, the bot... That's true. Hang on. That's actually a good point, Mr. I forgot about that. Also, you notice it's not actually the music from Eversong. It's essentially a remix of the music from Eversong. Oh, also, bookends. If you ever doubted that this is a Horde expansion, remember that the Blood Elves started this back in Eversong, and they're finishing this here. Fastest route to here. Are you time walking? Kira Whitehouse, first question. Possibly. Yeah, no, I'm not taking a lunch break. I'm going to stream, and then I'm going to just do an early cutoff point. I've been told by many people I need to take the rest of the day off. That's a very good question, Taquata. You can do that in Guild Wars too, although it costs you real money. Yeah, go to Chromie. See if you're time walking. If you're not time walking, we got your back. As weird as that sounds. Yeah, I could see that as Mirror Star. That's a good way to put that. The Drown I really were just kind of forgotten until Legion. Am I misremembering? I am misremembering. Nope, there it is. I'm right. Okay, so let's grab Kira White Noise. Anyways, here's the idea, Kira White Noise. Go to Chromie, make sure you're not time walking. That's the important part. And I'm going to grab packs in a second. Maverick, could you click this, please? It also might not matter now that I'm thinking that out loud. Perfect. So accept invite, go into dungeon, and I'm going to wait for packs. I'm also going to switch to heal, because I'm healing this. Mr. Red's going to be tanking. Welcome to Keldanus. Sorry, I know I do that, Spartan. This one. He's getting on Dagnabbit. Let's go ahead and summon packs. So, let's talk a little bit of the story here. Just a little bit. None of this counts for the review, because this event doesn't exist anymore. But the idea of the story is, bit by bit, we push our way to this beachhead, take power from the Naga, the demons, and the last of the Kael'thas loyalists, and push our way up to the Magister's Terrace. Once we get to the Magister's Terrace, this is where Kael'thas has been focusing his power and effort. This is where he dragged M'Uru after he stole him from Silvermoon. He also has dumped all of the energy, and I mean all of the energy that they've been stealing out of the Netherstorm here. Now, they just kind of gave this away in a stupid way, because it's supposed to be a big plot twist, but the idea is, rather than, anything sane or sensible, they're going to dump all that energy into making a portal. That actually does track. So you probably were wondering this whole time, why were they summoning up that sheer quantity of mana out of the Netherstorm? The idea that they kept saying was, it's for my people, it's for the Blood Elves. But that was all a lie. All that energy was just to ignite the Sunwell and use it as a portal. Why do they need to do that? Warcraft has a rule that it's one of the only rules Warcraft has stayed consistent on from Warcraft 3 all the way up to WoW Within, or War Within. It's that the more powerful the individual entity, the more powerful it takes in order to summon through, right? So it's one of the extremely few truly consistent things in the whole frickin' setting. So they needed that sheer quantity of power to bring Kil'jaeden through. Okay, that tracks. Also worth noting that the writers probably forgot Kil'jaeden is not actually the Legion Lord at this point, because Sargeras still exists, but they hadn't decided yet if Sargeras was still around or not. So they actually treat Kil'jaeden as if he is the Lord of the entire Legion. And who are we missing? We're missing Kira White Noise. Did she say anything? Kira White Noise? Are you here? So we're here to stop that. Okay, there's Mr. Red, there's Pax, there's Maverick. I'm going to go and grab these quests really quick while we're here.
Arcanon Poros.
We have had a contact embedded in the Magistr's Terrace gathering intelligence for us for some time now, but we've lost contact with him. The information he was collecting is vital to our mission.
Remain vigilant.
We cannot afford to lose this war. I'd like to empower our sentries so that brave men and women don't have to die. The Legion has gotten a hold of a powerful elemental. Its essence could be what we need for
May your
that.
days be long and your hardships few.
The Legion and Kael'thas's forces are becoming increasingly intertwined. This concerns me deeply. From what we can gather, Selen Fireheart and Priestess Delrissa work closely together to unite these two armies. You need to stop that coordination.
Good health.
So there's our quests. Fairly basic stuff. Yeah, I was waiting till everyone was inside, Maverick, which now that they are... Oh my god, I can't... I can't quest sync in a cross-faction party. Screw it. Let's just whatever. I am going to add that to the pile of negatives. I've already given quest syncing many negatives. I'm wow. Okay, whatever. I was actually looking forward to doing this legit, but whatever. Let's talk about the trash, because apparently all I can do is talk about the trash. So the Mage Guards, typical sword board, right? Wrong. We're starting to really get clever with our trash. So these guys, they like to do a thing where they're going to pop... I kind of hope he does it here while Mr. Red's just standing there holding him. That's true. I will give you that, Riker's Beard. I will give you that. Come on, do it. There it is. Dampening field. Now, this is great. Whatever's in there here, I'll walk in. I'll walk in. So, dampening reduces magic and healing by 75%. Taken, by the way. Only taken. So, you want to drag the mobs out of that, because otherwise they will, you know, obviously take no magic damage from your magic weapons and your magic damage. But you can use that to tank. If you're careful, like, I can be like, I take aggro on this guy, and then I pop into here, and then the mage suddenly doesn't do any damage to me, right? You also want to make sure that your tank isn't in those bubbles because, you know, they're going to be screwed. But I could be in one of those bubbles as a safety feature. So it's kind of a give-take, right? It's a cost-reward. Next bundle is an enemy healer and an enemy mage. Now, these are patrollers, so generally we'd fight these with those. You'll notice also we've got some of Blizzard's truly good trash design here. We've got tutorialization in trash design. We start off with a trash, it gives us some mechanics, and then we escalate that. So, first we see what the physicians can do, we see what the magistrates can do, and we see what the mage guards can do. Then, we start to escalate. So now we've got a mage guard, a physician, a magistrate, and something new, a warlock. Warlocks do dots. They hurt. The warlocks was a source of a tremendous amount of damage here. Oftentimes what we'd do is we'd have one of the ranged pick up the warlock. Jesus Christ. Pick up one of the warlocks and then just hold the aggro on that and then pop into one of the dampening fields and just stand in the dampening field, living with the warlock's damage. Agreed, Mr. Red. Just jot down a note about that right now. So, you're already seeing some really good trash design in just the first couple pulls. You'll also notice it's not that much trash, which is really cool. There's like the tutorial pack, which is just two packs of 2. Then you get to choose one side or the other. Both of them are an escalation pack. And then one more escalation pack, which is this one right here. Boom, boom, boom. And we're already ready to start the first boss. This is great. Yeah, we even came in with CCs. Ah! Not that Pax can hear me right now. Anyways, next bundle of trash. This is trash. There's a whole bunch of them. The skulkers are garbage, and the bruisers are the ones that actually hurt. So what you would do here normally, and I'll go ahead and demonstrate, is you do this, and we pull them all the way back here. And we kind of line of sight them around this corner. These guys are also great visual storytelling. They're all wretched. All of these elves who are so loyally following Kael'thas, these are the most loyal of the elves. And they're all sitting here feeding off of fell crystals and completely drugged out of their minds. I love this. I love how this is their reward for their loyalty, is they get to jab needles into their frickin' arms. It also kind of helps to indicate a lot of why these are the biggest of the loyalists, because as we've already showcased, all the Blood Elves back in Netherstorm were already drunk. These guys are past drunk. These guys are gone. At this point, most of these people probably don't even qualify as being people anymore. They are so far gone into their addiction. Also, you notice, instead of just having mana crystals jabbed into their back, they have fel crystals jabbed into their back. So that's awful and awesome. Hang on a second. That's so terrible. They're freaking called husks for a reason. Good God. Anyways, one second. I need to jot down a note here. So then we have our first boss. Notice he's just standing there like he's absolutely drunk. This is Selin Fireheart. Of course, oh, I can't see his ability. Holy crap. Once a respected captain of the guard, he has maintained an unswerving loyalty to his lord. While slowly losing his sanity, he's been seduced by demonic energies and now cannot stop but reveling in their dark power. So he's sitting there, and if you pay attention, those fel crystals are just draining into them. He's just sitting there high. He is just straight up high, right? 3 demonic crystals. There's actually 5, I think? Yeah, 5 total in the room. So he has a great mechanic. So first of all, he drains life, sure. But then he'll go over to one of the fel crystals, and he'll tap the fel crystal. The fel crystal will become targetable, okay? You have to kill that crystal as quickly as you can. And what I love about this is it's gradient as opposed to being binary. In other words, as he's draining the crystal, his mana is slowly filling, okay? So as he's slowly filling up his mana, you're trying to damage the crystal. The faster you damage the crystal, the less mana he has. Once the crystal's dead or his mana is full, he then empties his tank of mana by doing massive amounts of AoE damage to the entire group. It is a crap ton of attacks. Now, he'll do 10 at most of the fel explosions. Right there. He says right there, 10%. But each of these hurts like hell. So you really want to try and push these down before he does it. So that's a great gradient punishment mechanic for rewarding the players for paying attention and hitting the right thing and doing plenty of damage. Very cool stuff. Plus to gameplay. Great boss fight. This is how you make a simple boss engaging, by the way, right here. So I'm going to go ahead and body pull, because he's got some good voice acting, too.
Only waste my time.
So I just kind of want to hear him be like, I am a god! This is vampire ego syndrome in a nutshell. Hang on, let me get a bubble on this.
My hunger knows no bounds.
So yeah, drain, 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 drain. Almost there. Notice how quickly this goes by. And then... Oh, well, damn. So my favorite line of his is the one he says once he finishes draining, which is, yes, I am a god! And it's exactly as over the top and funny to listen to as he sounds. Anyways, that's it. So great boss fight, and then we've got some basic trash. Notice once again, tutorialization and trash design. We've just got a couple of these things, and you only pull like 5 of them, I want to say, if you pull them out. You're probably thinking, who cares? Well, if you pull these, they explode on death. Congrats, Spartan. So now you understand what the trash fight is, and now you understand that when you see a room filled with like 50 of these things, you understand what you're getting into. So it's like, oh, okay. So once again, do not AoE. You want a single target and then deal with these as best as your healer can deal with them. This is, once again, how you make something very, very simple, still good, because this is all on the players. How good your tank is, how good your healer is, how good your coordination is, how much you can keep up, that's all on you. If you can manage pulling the whole room, go for it. And if you can't, it is a gradient amount that you can deal with it. I love this trash. That's another trash positive here. So, come closer. Listen to my final words. Go to the terrace. Use the orb. Listen to the terrible music. You have to listen to the terrible music. Okay, so now we've got Vixalis, okay? This is an arcane elemental. He was summoned here by a trio of blood elves who were killed simply by him being here. So first off, he's got a Chain Lightning. Stay spread out. He's got Arcane Shock. That's pretty normal. It's a dot as well. He's got Overload. We'll talk about that in a second. Then he summons Pure Energy. So here's how he works. Every time he loses 15% of his health, he summons a Pure Energy. The Pure Energy has 15% of his health in terms of health. So each time you knock off 15% of his health, technically he heals, and that heal gets turned into an add in terms of gameplay mechanics. Each of those does massive AoE damage, which is effectively unavoidable, and makes it so you take more arcane damage. Yes, the AoE damage is arcane, and yes, the boss is hitting for arcane. So the whole idea is to very carefully, DPS him down to like, I don't know, like 86, 87%. Then be like, okay, careful, push him over the edge, and then spawn the ad that immediately DPS the ad down. Now, if you're paying attention, this is the same type of mechanic we just had on Selen. DPS the ad as soon as it spawns, as quickly as you can. But in this case, rather than being on a timer like Selen was, this is all about the players having control over when the ads spawn, which is another type of mechanic I tend to like, when you have the mechanics of the boss are at the player's disposal. I love that kind of thing. So that's awesome. When he hits 20% health, he just goes into 20% health mode, which is, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Notice he hits that mode at 20% health. Significance? That's execute range. So in other words, even back then, when they didn't have the ways to expand execute range, that's when you can push out more power and more damage than anything else. So, Vixalis. He's actually very boring, unless you... Thank you, Mr. Red. It's nice to finally gush about some stuff in this game, Anyways, so yeah, unless you have some really serious live capacity. Oh, by the way, it's also a soft enrage, because every single time he does that AoE, it's also going to be doing tons and tons of damage to... increasing your amount of damage you take. Sorry, let me say that the correct way. Oh, that makes sense, Uthor. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Hey, look, there's this orb. Appropriate music. So this is our preview of the Sunwell. This is the raid we're going to be doing in just a few minutes, actually. There's Mauru. And there's Anvina. Who's Anvina? Don't ask questions. And there's the Sunwell. Where did the portrait of Kil'jaeden come from? For real, because this is a review run and not a lore run, I'm not going to explain to you who Anvina is. She's there. That's all I'm really going to say about that. Hey, look, it's Kalecgos. Who's Kalecgos? Now, unlike Anvina, who's about to go away forever, Kalecgos is still relevant as recently as Dragonflight. He is our face for the Blue Dragonflight, and we're going to be seeing him a lot, pretty much anytime we do anything with the Blue Dragons.
There is no time to waste. The fate of the world.
I consider it no coincidence our paths cross this day. I sense the tendrils of destiny. As you have witnessed, the Legion forces work tirelessly, manipulating the Sunwell's power to achieve their malevolent ends. Kael'thas has risen from the ashes of defeat. It was merely a setback. He must be stopped.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
So who are you? I am Kalecgos. I have watched over the nascent powers of the Sunwell for some time, in a comic you've never read. But now I see its terrible power could usher in the end of the world. What can we do to help? You must defeat Kael'thas. Okay, let's do it.
Time to waste.
Yeah, I noticed he was using his modern model. But yes, Anvina is kind of a main character of a side comic. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. So, these trash are mean. These are heavies that do AoE. This is kind of an escalation of your typical heavy concept. I've been talking about the heavies the whole game. These heavies are here to make sure your healers are paying attention to your group and to your tank. Cool. Then we've got this room. No, Mr. Red, no. Why? Why would you do this? Why? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to talk about one of the best rooms in the game. It's okay. It's okay, you only pulled one pack. Yeah, no, those guys are mean. They're some of the only times I've seen people wipe at time walking in here. Let's talk about the best trash room of the game. I'm kind of kidding a little bit, but let's talk about this room. This is BC Dungeon Design peak. I'm not actually joking. Look at all this trash. Look at all these jackasses. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, the one we just killed. 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7, I want to say, trash packs in here. Okay? So obviously we have the heavies. We already talked about them. There's the pack we just killed. But every single one of these is a slightly different variation of the other packs. We've already seen a couple of them, like, say, the Magister over there. The Mage Guard, those are the guys who pop down the Dampening Field, and the Physician. We also start to see a lot more Blood Knights. Those are melee damage. And over here we have the Warlocks. And remember, the Warlocks really hurt. We also have a Naga over here. She does frost and cold and frost ice stuff. The Ethereum Smuggler, he's pure CC. He's a rogue. The Sunblade Imps, I know that sounds like a joke, but no, the Imps are glass cannons from hell. They can do a lot of damage. And the Succubi over there, who are also CC. Every single... Remember what I talked about in the Eye? This is the dungeon version of the Eye trash. Every single one of these guys is their own little mechanic they have to be dealt with. And you have to be extremely precise about pulling them back. If you accidentally aggro anything extra, it was probably a wipe. Even in time walking, I have seen people wipe in this room because they're like, oh, goody, a bunch of trash to pull. And then they melt because this stuff is not only all mean, they all synergize with each other. Enslave was very fun in here. I agree with that. So this is, you pull them around the corner. I got very, very used to tanking things in this exact spot right here. And you would also want to use lots and lots of different CC. You want to use Banish, you want to use Roots, you want to use Polymorph, whatever it is you have access to. Because this room will absolutely destroy you otherwise. Okay. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Red. I apologize. I just wanted to gush about this room because I legitimately think this room deserves its own trash positive. Because it's so precise, but also it rewards you for different play styles. There's multiple different strategies and routes through this room. Some people like to go to the left because they have more anti-demon. Some people like to go to the right because they have more anti-human. There's different routes. You can avoid the middle group if you're really careful. Obviously, they really want you to use the terrain. The terrain is designed around being able to line of sight pull. It's great stuff, y'all, because we can go and start pulling stuff now. This is a great room. I love this room. Despite how many times I've died in it. No, and then he's pulling the next room. The next room is a little bit different. It's not quite as cool, but it's still pretty cool. Can I keep Mr. Red alive through this? That's actually a good question. I'm not sure I can. I'll take that as a challenge, because they could silence me still, regardless of my level. Okay. Oh, we didn't kill the imp. I got this. Okay, immediately after them, another heavy. It's the last one, I think, nowadays. Boom. So, next room, same as the previous one, but a lot more spread out. We've got the pack on the left, the pack on the right, and then we've got these guys over to the sides. Now, this is a fascinating one, because you don't actually have to kill any of this trash. So why is it there? Because a lot of players would clear all of this trash for the upcoming boss fight. Let's go talk about this boss fight. This is kind of a council fight. And I know groups who couldn't do this. Who could not... this was their wall. They could not get past Delrissa, Magister's Terrace. Because, holy crap. So she's a priest. She heals, she fears, she buffs. I'm trying to remember all the things. Hang on, there's probably a list of all the stuff here. Okay, so you'll notice there's more than just the 4 things there, by the way. There's more than just the 4 mobs. That's because she picks randomly which ones she has. So, we've got a rogue. He can backstab, eviscerate, vanish, cripple, kick, kidney shot, and gouge. He's awful. We've got the warlock, who has Seed of Corruption, Death Coil, Fear, Shadow Bolt, Immolate, Curse of Agony, and Summon Imp. We've got Eremos. I don't actually see him up there, unfortunately, but he's a fun one. Oh, it's not going to show me. Aw. He does some basic stuff, but he also hits like crazy, and also makes you take more damage from other people. Yazai, I don't see him up either. Got a weird group this time. He's your Frost Mage, who can also polymorph you, among other things. We've got Warlord. He's your Warrior, and he's got Intercept, Battle Shout, Intercept. Yeah, they're all player stuff. All of these are players. Garaxus, he's your Hunter. Apako, he's your Shaman. We actually have him. And Zelfan. He's a unique one. If you ever get Zelfan, target him first. Just like in the fight with Kael'thas, the Engineer is the hardest thing by far. Just to showcase a little bit of this. So he puts down a sheep, which then explodes in an AoE. He's got a dragon gun, which is a cone attack. He's got a rocket launcher, which does a crap ton of damage to one random player and also stuns them. He's got a Fel Iron Bomb, which is an AoE stun for damage. And then he's got a Recombobulate. He dispels crowd control effects from his allies. He can nuke your CCs. And if he does so, he also heals them and restores their mana. And yeah, if this fight seems familiar, it's because you've done the Trial of the Crusader in Wrath, which is an escalation of this same concept. So yeah, this fight is a bit random, is very chaotic, because almost all of these mobs have no aggro table. They just do whatever they feel they want to. And it's designed to essentially be an arena fight. Remember, arenas were pretty big in BC, so this was them experimenting with making a PvE arena. I still like this fight quite a lot. I'm not sure I like it as much as the previous two fights, but I still think this is positive worthy. Okay, so. What's funny is, so there's actually a little bit of one last niggle. You see that trash over there? Well, if you cross this line, like if you physically try to go around her... Whoops, I didn't mean to do it. Squirrel! If you physically try to go around her, she will aggro. But a lot of people still found it useful to try and find Mr. Red so I can keep him alive. To try and pull that extra trash, because remember, they can fear. Some people will just pull her way back here into this courtyard area here. I've seen people pull the fight apart and fight her like as far back as here. There's a lot of ways you can deal with this. Again, it's an arena fight. And there aren't that many of those in the game. I agree with Asmira. It would be nice if they tried to do the arena fight thing in Modern, especially since they can, right? Like, we have the tech now. Follower dungeons exist, right? We have the AI for this. I mean, we've already had this in Expeditions, for God's sakes. So it would be nice if they do something like this in more modern times. And yes, it's the Quake 1 fight. No, let's go ahead and kill these people. Ugh. Whoops, wrong button. I want to do this button. Oh, absolutely, Asmira. So, very cool fight. Now, I'm pretty sure they changed this when they did this for time walking. This corridor right here. Yeah, they did. So up ahead, we've got one trash pack. Pretty much the same stuff we've already encountered, so nothing new to add to this. And I feel like they changed how Kael'thas interacts here. We'll find out in a second. Same generally good trash. Oh no, I agree. She was one of the hardest fights in the expansion. The only reason she isn't the hardest is because I've done Sunwell. Now he should start talking.
Don't look so smug. I know what you're thinking, but Tempest Keep was merely a setback. Did you honestly believe I would trust the future to some blind, half-night elf mongrel? Oh, no. He was merely an instrument, a stepping stone to a much larger plan. It has all led to this. And this time, you will not interfere.
So Kael'thas here is actually pretty much just the same as he was in the raid fight. A little bit more polished, and a smaller area. He does fireballs, he summons his Phoenix, the Phoenix has to be dealt with, and then occasionally he'll throw you into the air. But there's one last layer here. No, that's him being racist. He's very old blood elf.
Vengeance burns!
But yeah, he'll do this. Oh, hang on.
My demise accomplishes nothing. Upside down. The Master will have you. You will drown in your own blood. The world shall burn.
And that is something I've used for years as a perfect example of what Fel does to the brain. Of all the things about Kael'thas' story arc, this little tidbit right here fits perfectly. When you have gotten to the point where you have a giant-ass fell crystal jammed into your chest, keeping you alive, you are mentally gone. Yeah, like really, I know it sounds generic, but please do me a favor and actually think about that line. You will drown in your own blood. That's... wow, dude.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Blessings upon your family.
Yeah, he is covered in fell crystals. Dude is gone. It has actually been argued by several people that Kael'thas, in every way that matters, died before we found him here. Anyways, he's still a good fight. He still gets a plus. And, check it out, shortcut. Love it. Love that dungeon. I am happy to say that that actually is still the best dungeon in BC. No, we were... yeah, I agree. He's basically wretched at that point, and we were doing him a favor. Notable cut content? Oh, just so much, Rain 36. Cut content is a bread and butter thing for Blizzard. Oh, absolutely, Lunar Ruth. So, Sunwell. Final raid of BC. Final content we're covering for BC. We walk in. It's a bunch of Shattered Sun soldiers here. They're barely holding the line. A leader from each side.
Good fortune.
What's the current state of the gates? All barriers have been destroyed. Yeah, because that was part of the event back in the day. It's not relevant anymore. The Shattered Sun offensive has made great progress in the outer areas of Kil'jaeden's. Kil'jaeden's forces are being pushed back, and in the chaos, I was able to lead a small scouting force inside the Sunwell Plateau. My troops proceeded in through the Parhelion Plaza, spotted a number of Sunblade, and we quickly engaged the enemy. That fight quickly turned into disaster. Kil'jaeden's defenders are much stronger than anything we faced out on the island. The Legion has twisted our arcane guardians with fell energy to create something much more sinister. Just one of those Sunblade protectors decimated my troops, and I ordered a retreat. I expected my squad to be pushed completely off the plateau, but the enemy surprised me by calling off the pursuit. I don't know why they did, but I'm glad they did. The respite has allowed Anchorite Elbadon to save many of the men and women under my command. I've sent away some of my stealthiest scouts, and they've reported back something interesting. Nearly all of the Sunblade protectors are powered down. Kil'jaeden's forces appear to be conserving their energy and seem content to merely contain us with one active protector. If you and your companions want to force your way inside, allow me to suggest a plan of attack. Take advantage of the deactivated protectors. If one of their scouts spots you, the elf will try to reactivate a nearby protector. Kill him quickly to prevent this.
Be ready for anything.
Okay. Sunwell. Will this be the best raid, or will Kara take the crown? Yeah. Raid it up. So, there's that active protector. If it looks familiar, it should. It's a raid version of the super heavy we fought back in Magister's Terrace. You'll note, it's the first trash fight. By itself. That should say all it needs to about what you're in for when it comes to Sunwell. Just like a lot of other raids in BC do, there's a fight right at the very entrance that is basically, are you ready to do this raid? If you can't do this fight, then no, you are not. I know raid groups that couldn't get past this protector. I should switch to actually being Shadow for this. Nah, it doesn't matter. So, our first real trash pack. Holy crapola, look at that nonsense. Same general concept as the Eye and the Magister's Terrace that we just saw. We've got Kabbalists, those are your warlocks. We've got the Dawn Priests, which are healers. Vindicators, which hit like a truck. Sunblade Dragonhawks, which are all kinds of irritating. They're Slayers, which are DPS rogues. And Dusk Priests, which are debuffers and buffers. We've also got the Archmages, which are exactly what they sound like. And I believe we have Hunters over there somewhere. All of these suck in several different directions. And again, it's pretty much the same concept we had back in the Eye. So, let's go ahead and push through some of these here really quick. Excuse me. Oh, it didn't actually... It's out of range. Come here. Arrogance, desperation, foolishness. I don't know what to go to. I did, by the way, ran 36. Speaking of which, I'm going to go and loot in here while we're here. So, that's our first pack. That's our barrier. We get out here. Oh, by the way, the map of this place is fascinating. It's a very, very small raid. We kind of go on the ground around this area. Then we go up around this area. Then we have this very small path and a ton of trash. And, like, the trash in here is wild because there's so much trash before we get to the first. It might actually be negative worthy. We'll see. So there's our deep-powered Sunblade Protectors. If we aggro another one of those, that sucks. We also have plenty of these priests. And there's the Scout. We have to deal with that Scout. If we don't deal... They actually told us, if you're paying attention earlier. If the Scout gets loose, the Scout goes and pulls the big mob. This is actually a common tactic. Zulamon had a similar mechanic back in BC as well, where if there's a specific type of mob who does nothing but runs off and grabs much bigger mobs, right? It's kind of a loot goblin concept in a way. Kill the thing before it activates the big mob. If you don't... Oh, well. So you'll notice he also aggroed all of his buddies, too. In other words, you had to push through these fights very, very quickly and make sure you killed the Scout as an absolute highest priority. Because if you're fighting this trash pack while fighting the Sunblade Protector, then you die. So here, I'm going to try and show this off a little bit better this time. See? You notice you have a little bit of leeway time. And again, notice that even though he was well out of range of the nearby trash pack, he still pulls them. Sorry, the Slayers were the hunters. I knew it was one of them. So that's 2 packs of very difficult trash with the mix of having to kill the Scout before he pulls even harder trash. Now we have a roaming group, which I'm pretty sure we can grab by itself. Which we can, yeah, okay. So a small roaming pack, just make sure you're timing your pulls correctly. Do you mind? There we go. Another Scout. Oh yeah, by the way, just to mention it, if you don't kill the Scout in time, he doesn't just spawn the mob. He then goes and grabs another one, if there's another one nearby. Hey look, there's a bunch nearby in this room. So now we have an escalation of the previous concept. Same general idea, though. 2 packs of the Scout packs. I don't have any AoEs, do I? Okay, we're through the hell trash, right? We're done with trash forever, right? We're not even halfway to the boss, by the way. Oh yeah, this is the last of the Sun Fury. Although we'll see a couple of them up ahead. So then we get to this part. Now this is another bit of wonderful visual storytelling. All these Sun Fury are just up here draining a Fel Crystal. Honestly, these guys were all doomed. Like, they're all going to be wretched soon. Or worse. And there is a worse. We'll show that off in a bit. Same basic trash, though. Nothing much to say about this. I shouldn't call it basic trash. It's good trash, but it's the same trash. Also, notice you can mount in here. Thank God. This would actually suck if you couldn't, because this is a bit of a trip across some of these embattlements, or ramparts. Excuse me, ramparts. You look up there over to the left, you'll see where we're going. Mount. Careful, I've got a snail. Also, I'm just saying the Nightborn have the coolest looking stuff in the game. Don't at me. Notice how much trash this is. This is why I'm debating it. This is a lot of freaking trash. We aren't even at the first boss yet. They're all the same quality of packs, but there are so many of them. There's very shattered hulls in that respect. We're still not done, by the way. Because then we got this. This is another roaming pack. Boop. And then, before the end, we have one last heavy. There's no avoiding this guy. So if you're paying attention, there are 2 heavies, 2 of the Sunblades, you have to fight as you're going through this. One right at the beginning, one right at the end. Now we get to the first boss fight. Now, I more or less can't show off this fight properly. So this is what we call an up-down fight. I think this is the first one of the game, actually. They would keep doing this concept in future things. The idea is some players go to like a completely different dimension or layer or whatever, while some other players fight on the other side, right? There's a fight in the Tomb of Sargeras like that, for example. and there's a fight in Wrath like that, which is Halion is like that. So this is the first fight like that. So some people are here fighting Calicos. He's a dragon, but he also does a bunch of magic stuff, and that magic stuff will absolutely wreck your face. But periodically, people get sent in and can physically go into portals into his mind. If you go in there, you find Calicos, who is trying to fight a Nothrazim impersonator who is currently possessing him. The actual goal of the fight is to kill that thing in there. Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell me. Is to actually kill the Nothrazim inside his brain. So, the thing is, if Calicos inside his mind dies, then you wipe. So you have to get a tank in there very quickly to get the Nothrazim off of Calicos, otherwise he's going to murder him. There's all kinds of other mechanics I'm kind of dancing over. This is Sunwell. We're at the point of lots and lots and lots of mechanics here. Give me 1 second, actually. See if I can look this up quickly. No, of course I can't. Okay, let's try this way. Because I kind of want to talk a little bit about these fights. There's a lot of fight stuff going on here. Okay, here we go. Calicos. All right, so... wild magic. So every now and again, he would randomly target someone and cast wild magic on them. If you get hit with green, your healing done is increased by double. If you're purple, your casting time is halved. If you're red, chance to hit reduced by 50%. If you're white, damage done by criticals is doubled. If you're black, increases your threat gen by 100%. Make sure you're watching that if you're anyone other than a tank. And if you're blue, spell and abilities costs reduced by half. So there are some goods and some bads in wild magic, as there should be. Paying attention to which wild magic you got and adapting immediately and on the fly was a huge part of how this fight worked and operated. Yeah? Yes, please, if you don't mind, but it's not a big deal if you don't. What are you getting? Thanksgiving for me, then, please. Thank you. He also randomly targets someone who isn't the boss and makes them explode. So, get it out. And once they explode, they go into the realm where they fight Sathravar. So, Sathravar is kind of a weird thing. He has a dot. Every second, it does more damage. When it's decursed, the dot jumps to someone else. It's sort of a soft enrage. The dot is there to prevent this fight from going on too long. In addition to the fact that if Calicos dies, the fight doesn't go on too long. Also, like so many other bosses in this era, he's got what I usually call the 2% rule. In this case, it's 10%. When he gets to 10% health, he just straight enrages. That's it. Nothing else for it. Hope you have enough of the raid alive for the low health rage thing. So like I said, I'm not sure if Illidan was the first guy to do that, but this guy is definitely one of the first bosses to do that. Whew, okay, so that's Calicos.
No longer will I be a slave to Malagos. Challenge me and you will be destroyed.
So he's currently enraged, technically. So we're all just kind of sitting here waiting for something to happen. It'll take a moment, don't worry. Oh, there it is, there it is. So we're going to go into the portal. Hey, I can actually show it to you. So here's what it looks like inside. There's Calicos, who's desperately trying to tank Sathravar. That's a stupid name.
Misery is mine. I'm never on the losing side.
And he's dead. Okay.
I am forever in your debt. Once we have triumphed over Kil'jaeden, this entire world will be in your debt as well.
Again. So, another heavy.
There's no time to waste.
So now, weirdly enough, even though we had just an entire army's worth of trash before we fought our first boss, there's, I think, like 3 total packs. So we got the big guy, right? Then we got another one of the trash packs. You know the type. We fought them like this whole raid so far. Oh, nope, that's it. So 2 packs of trash. A heavy and those guys. Then a cutscene plays. It's probably going to bug out. I've almost never seen it not bug out.
There's information to be had before this devil meets his fate. Where is Onfina, demon? What has become of Kalik?
Puny lizard! Death is the only answer you will find here.
You will tell me where they are.
Yeah, who's on Vina?
Ah! Your magic is weak.
Speak. I grow weary of asking.
I love how crude and crap this cutscene really is.
I will crush you.
Malagos, my lord. I did my best.
That was fun, but I still await a true challenge. Come, try your luck.
Yeah, this is still very prototypey. So, that's Brutalis. Or Brutalis. Excuse me. He's... So, he is the single hardest hitting boss in all of BC. Now, here's the thing. This is kind of important. Every other boss that hits very, very, very hard has some kind of mechanic or gimmick aside from the fact that they hit hard that helps you deal with it. Like Gurtog has his thing which buffs you to make you have tons and tons of health, and the dude at the end of Karazhan, he doesn't do crushing damage, right? Stuff like that. There's always something. Brutalis just hits hard. If you do not have the gear, you cannot actually push through this fight. So he just hits harder than anything else in the game, period. He also does meteor strikes regularly. Again, that's a stack. So you have to have multiple tanks up there, in addition to the main tank, just making sure that they're all stacking, because otherwise the main tank will die the moment the meteor slash shows up. He has a stomp, which reduces the armor of the targets he hits. However, stomp also gets rid of burn. So he does this thing. He casts burn on you. Burn does damage to you, and then spreads. And then spreads. And then spreads. Each tick of that burn does more damage than the previous, so it's an escalating thing. So you want to get in there and get hit with Stomp to get rid of burn. Stomp does tons and tons and tons of damage. Yeah. So already you can see just how absolutely ludicrous amount of damage this guy is doing. But hang on. There's one last mechanic in this, because that's it, right? That's the whole fight. He does a meteor strike, he does burn, and he does stomp, which gets rid of the burn. But he has a hardened rage of 6 minutes. This guy was considered so gear dependent that a lot of raids would actually sim fighting him and just walk away from it. You needed to have really, really good gear on everybody, and everybody had to be doing all of their jobs and maintaining throughput on damage constantly, because hitting that 6-minute timer was insane. And remember, I actually mentioned this, a 6-minute boss fight was actually considered really slow even by BC's era, but most people just could not push through his health that long. So this was, a lot of people held this boss up as a pedestal. He's a very, very simple boss, like I said. I do like the mechanic of having to remove your own dots by getting hit by another attack of the boss. But that frickin' DPS race was ridiculous. I should also mention, just a really quick lore tidbit, Brutalis, you notice his wings have been ripped off. Brutalis is one of only 2 pit lords we ever see who isn't a mage. I know that sounds weird because you see this big centaur-looking guy, you think melee. But no, all the pit lords, all the Annihilans are actually mage types primarily. Brutalis cannot cast. All he can do is hit you very, very, very hard. So we're going to go and poke him.
More lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons the Annihilants are so terrifying in lore. Imagine it's kind of like the Hutts, to use a weird comparison, over in Star Wars. They're just kind of the highest tier species wandering around, just in terms of, like, biology, right? So there's an example of burn right there on Kira White Noise.
Another day, another glorious battle. Well done. Now, this gets interesting.
So as soon as he dies, Hope you know what you're doing. You notice the fire preventing us from going forward does not go away. There is 0 trash in between the second boss and the third boss. Pretty much, Linarith, yeah. That's why the Annihilan are so terrifying. That's why you see so few of them in lore. Like, Eridar and Nothrazim we see all over the place, but you almost never see Annihilans. Anyways, so, yeah, there's this fell blood, and it's just slowly seeping over here. So, Annihilan blood is the most caustically vile, fell, physical substance that we know of. It's why Manaroth's blood, an Annihilan, was used to corrupt the entire Orcish race, right? So simply being exposed to that much Annihilan blood takes this dead blue dragon and then takes longer than I thought it would. Okay, there it is. I can actually see it moving now. And essentially melts her flesh off of her bones on the spot. Oh yeah, she's also lying on cursed lands. And turns her into this. This is Fell Mist.
Glory to kill Jaden. Death to all who oppose.
To be very clear, this is the same blue dragon that just died trying to fight Brutalis. Or rather, what's left of her. So this is Fell Mist. By the way, notice we still have this dot and we're still spreading it. That's just our life now. That's not a lot we can do about that. So she's relatively simple, except for a couple of basic things. So, I've always had the theory that the reason she specifically becomes undead, in addition to demon, is because we're on the Dead Scar. I don't know if it's obvious, but this is the Dead Scar. Horrifically cursed undead land, which leads directly to the Sunwell. This is the path Arthas took back in Warcraft 3. Kinda, yeah, Lord Harrimont. But again, this is not just basic fel corruption. This is like the most concentrated fel corruption that exists, right? So it's there's not a lot that's going to be more corruptive than this right here. So she cannot be taunted. She obviously is a typical dragon, so don't be in front, don't be behind. She also likes to do tons and tons of damage, specifically to her tank, which is nature damage. She's got a gas nova, which is exactly what it sounds like, that can be dispelled. She's got an aura, which does tons of natural damage around her. She likes to throw you into the air, which also throws everyone else nearby you into the air. She also likes to breathe in and do a... Oh, thank you, sis. That smells really good. Leftover Thanksgiving food. Thank you, sis. Appreciate it. I actually have fingernails right now.
I actually have hair right now.
I can tell. That's why it's a good combo. I'm actually gonna chip
2 months.
Today.
This is 2 months worth of growth.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I guess yeah. Meanwhile,
you shave yours like every 3 days.
I actually have to shave tomorrow. So, yeah, no, exactly, Qualitas. These are very good for scritching. The dog and the cat both like them, and one of my nieces. Please don't do that on this. It's actually really hard to clean off.
Yeah, well, don't be so greasy-headed.
No, that's how my skin stays smooth. That's the trade-off. So, Mr. Red asks, why are Annihilans so corruptive? That's actually a good question. I don't actually have a solid answer for you. We were talking before. Maverick says you're sounding better.
I am sounding better. I'm almost sounding normal.
I know, it's wild.
Almost.
Almost.
I'm this close from normal until I start talking for a minute.
And then it just goes downhill. So, she also likes to do a deep breath thing. Can't go to bed, I'm working. I will go to bed later. She actually pulls an ability from Nightbane over in Cars, if you remember that, where she goes into the air and she just goes It leaves a trail, which will kill the crap out of you and summon skeletons. And when she does the breath, she summons skeletons. Now that makes sense, because if you think about it in lore, she's not summoning the skeletons. There's just that much dead on the dead scar around here, so that's logical. Finally, she has a berserk, but I mean, she's a usual 10-minute berserk, so that's just whatever. But the main mechanic, sorry, I actually haven't gotten to the main mechanic yet, which is Fog of Corruption. So she plops down this fog on the ground. If you go inside it, you are mind-controlled for the entire rest of the fight.
Okay.
Yes?
I hate the cherry as much as I thought I would.
Okay.
But I definitely like the blackberry better.
Yeah. I'm gonna confirm, because that's kind of my preference, too. So, what are you doing?
Tax.
Okay. I accept the tax. So yeah, so you have to stay out of the fog, or it will permanently mind control you for the rest of the fight. Now, I don't remember if this is a truly permanent...
Do not waste time.
Shut up, Kill Jaden. I don't know if this is a truly permanent. So what I mean by that, in some of these fights, if you get mind controlled until the end of the fight, and then you get rezzed, you're fine. So it can kind of wipe the mind control. In some fights, if you get mind controlled and you get rezzed, you're still mind controlled. Looking at you, Yogg Saron. You remember that crap?
Yes.
Yeah. So...
Don't res me up.
Don't res me, no!
And it auto accepts too.
It does, it auto accepts because you're dead. So you can't actually accept that.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, Fog of Corruption. Don't let that happen. It can cover a huge area, and it also buffs anybody who's mind controlled. So that was the major mechanic. Like, all the other stuff she does is just basic stuff, but being very, very carefully aware of where the crap was on the ground was a huge part of fighting her. I don't think I could pull her without killing her, so let's see if I can do that. Nope, I can't. Yep, okay, well, she's dead. We're cool. Fighting this fight, this was yet another example of one person completely screw over the raid fight. I don't tend to like those. So I'm not as big of a fan of Felmist as I am Brutalis, and even Brutalis is mostly a gear check.
Better fate. You did what had to be done, but this battle is far from over.
Okay, who's ready for 7 miles of trash? The pacing of this raid is so weird. Like, anyways, new trash. These are Fell Elves. Someone, I don't remember who, I think it was Lineruth, asked me like a week ago, what happened, you know, like, logically speaking, an elf starved for magic. If they drain Fell energy, wouldn't they become something else? And the answer is yes, that's these guys. Fell elves are exactly what they sound like. They are elves that have effectively become fell creatures, that have started becoming fells. Ah, damn it, Lunar, you stole my joke. I was right there. These all are much, much harder versions of their previous counterparts. So these are two-handers. Those are healers. Those are, those are healers. Those are mana drainers. And they all suck. All of this trash is pretty mean, and I apparently can't hit any of it. I need to just go Shadow. It's just... Yep, this is what the Sun Fury were always going to become. There was no other choice. This is actually something that you'll see consistently narratively across the entire expansion, actually. Or, not the expansion, the whole game. The Legion likes to offer you a bit of power, and then more power, and eventually turns you into a demon. It's very corruptive, but unlike it's very much like the Borg, as Ross pointed out once. But it's a lot slower of a process and far more cultural thing. Also, during this whole series, as you're going through here, they're just throwing frickin' banelings at you. Those banelings would kill you if they reached you, by the way. So dealing with the banelings was a huge aspect of dealing with this trash pack. Also, there's cloaked guys. Of course there are. So this whole gauntlet here kind of sucks. Unlike most of the previous trash, I'm not as big of a fan of this one. And this is, for all intents and purposes, a gauntlet. It doesn't lead to a boss, though. Just this room, where lots and lots of people are ripping Fell magic out of things because, I mean, again, at this point, they're dead. But yes, in context, the ranged would be trying to do everything they can to kill the banelings before they reach you. Are we up to the boss yet? No, of course not! I told you, we got tons of trash. So we got commanders, those are buffers, or we can actually ignore those, but normally you'd kill those. So the way I like to think of a Trihexia is it's feeding them and making them hungrier as it happens. So this right here, and they're dead. Okay, that was the last of the Sun Fury right there. From this point on, it's all demons. Full demons. Which leads us to these two.
Depravity, confusion, hatred, mistrust, chaos. These are the hallmarks. These are the pillars.
That sounds like a generic speech. But it's actually exactly what they're saying. Exactly, Dakota. That's a great way to put it. Fills your hunger meter, but reduces its max by 1. Eventually, you will be completely subservient to that hunger. And that's how the Legion controls most of its demons. That's why Illidan was able to pull a lot of the demons to his control, because he offered them a source of magic, their food. So these two are actually talking about the very nature of how they corrupt and consume most of their species. This fight was a wall for a lot of raids. So, Shadow Lady over there on the left. Oh, this frickin' fight. The way this goes is you fight both of them at the same time, and when you kill one of them, the other one is absorbed into the first, and now they're even more powerful. There used to be like a hard mode of this that was patched out a while ago. So, the Shadow one, she confuses you, which reduces her aggro. She makes it so that you get less and less and less healing. So, okay, I'm explaining this wrong. She has an aura. Her aura makes you take less healing by 5%, which stacks up to 20 times. In other words, you can just no longer be healed. How do you get rid of that? You have to take fire damage. Okay, we'll come back to that. So then she does a lot of damage, which also does a lot of dot, which also applies a new stack, which slowly slows you until you're 100% slowed. She also has a big old shadow AoE. She also spawns multiple image. With those random images, just go attack random players. So DPS down the ads, healers beyond it to make sure that you're taking care of them, and then nuke down her as fast as you can, or the other one. Speaking of which, the fire one, the one on the right there. So the fire one, she buffs all the fire damage she does. That's cool. She does a flame damage. The flame damage does more damage every tick per stack. It can only be removed by taking damage from the shadow damage. Sound familiar? She also has Conflagrate. Conflagrate sucks. She also casts Conflagrate on her third highest aggro target. In other words, it's supposed to target someone who isn't a tank, because you've got your main tank and you've got off tank, and they're swapping between the two ads periodically to get rid of their aura stacks. So then the third highest, Conflagrate, which does damage to you, damage to everyone about you, and also makes you take extra damage every second periodically. She also leaves fire stuff on the ground and makes you take more damage from fire. This fight also has a 6-minute harden rage, by the way. This fight is a huge coordination check, but ironically, we handled this fight just fine. We had no real problems with the twins because we had this kind of coordination stuff down pat. This was the same team I was doing Zulamon bear runs with. So coordination checks, no problem. Because the main point is, you aggroed one at one spot. We like to do aggro actually up here. One of them up here, out of line of sight of the other one. And the other one down there. And then periodically, everyone would just kind of have a point at which they would swap to the other one to kill their stacks. That's it. That was the fight. We had a third tank who would just kind of rotate between them, and that would allow them to bounce, but that was it. It's actually a really fun fight, though, and it's a lot simpler than it sounds, because, again, the whole function of the fight is to try and manage those stacks. So, let's go ahead and kill them instantly. Boop. We'll show off how she gets buffed here in a second.
This! Your fire burns within me!
Oh, by the way, you might have not even noticed there, but there's also a built-in kind of side enrage mechanic. So, you need to use one to remove the debuffs of the other, but once you kill one, the other just gains the power of the first one, right? So there's no more ways to remove the debuffs. In other words, they turn into a soft enrage as soon as you kill one of them. So now we have two giant-ass heavy mages followed by a heavy melee. An entire pack of glass cannons who will one-shot you if you're not careful, who explode on death. This is officially the no, really, we're not playing around anymore. All of these in lore are actually the personal guard of Kil'jaeden, which is why they're this high a tier of stuff. No, it does not. And yes, exactly, Lord Harrowmont. That is absolutely the strategy we would use. We try to get one of them down to like 10% and then kill the other one. Later fights would understand your attempted strategy and prevent that by forcing them to heal when they do that. Anyways, another Oblivion Mages. Big ass, and big AoE hitter. You'll notice almost every trash from here on out is a heavy of some extent or another. These guys do tons and tons of chaos damage. This guy just does everything in the world. I hate chaos hounds so much. Or cataclysm hounds, whatever they're called. At this point, this is all just a whole lot of... You have the gear to be here, right? Unlike most of the previous trash, I'm not a big fan of this, because almost all of this is pure gear check. So, players back in the day would argue, what is the single hardest fight in the game? Obviously, everyone has different perspectives, and different people find different types of fights hard. Personally, I never found gear check fights to be particularly hard. Because, you know, they're gear checks, right? So for me, the really strong coordination checks would count. This is Ma'uru, the Naru. So this is where Ma'uru ends up. This is, just to be very clear, to make sure you're keeping track. Ma'uru is the Naru that stayed behind on the eye to be deliberately captured by the Blood Elves, so they could send Ma'uru to Silvermoon, and then use this. Yeah, we can also softlock, so we gotta be a little careful here. And then use Ma'uru in order to connect the Blood Elves back to the light, and then also be here for the sacrifice that's about to happen. Ma'uru is almost entirely dead. You can tell because Ma'uru is almost completely void. Spoilers, this is a two-phase fight. The first phase is killing Ma'uru. The second phase is killing what comes out of Ma'uru's corpse. So, periodically Ma'uru will just do damage to people in the fight, randomly. No avoiding it, no resisting it. It is completely unavoidable damage. Just die, 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 die. He'll summon two Berserkers. They hit very fast. They run very fast. They can be CC'd. Summon a Fury Mage, who runs very fast, who can be CC'd. That happens every minute, by the way. Like clockwork, he will summon adds. He also summons Void Sentinels, which are very heavy-hitting, like tank levels of hitting adds, so those are heavies. And then every now and again, Ma'uru will create a Void Zone, which just pops in the thing. Do not be in that. That will also spawn portals. Portals will spawn adds. Adds will kill you with dots. So, deal with the trash as soon as they're spawned. Deal with the portals as soon as they're spawned. Get back to Ma'uru. All of that sounds pretty complex, and it is. This was a very, very complex, very tight fight. It's a bit of a gear check and a coordination check at the same time, because you had to get the trash down. They'll be coming through this door. Then you had to get the portals down. Then you had to spend your spare time on Ma'uru. And you needed to do boop, 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 boop. And you could not waste even a second of this fight. Once you kill Ma'uru, Phase 2 starts. Phase 2 is easier, but also substantially more intense. So, every now and again, it does a chain lightning damage, which reduces in damage rather than increases, thank God. However, the chain lightning has a slow enrage, because every time it casts chain lightning, it increases the number of targets the chain lightning hits. So, bounce, bounce, bounce. And then, so I'm explaining that wrong. So let's say he does a chain lightning on me, which bounces to the rest of the raid here. Then he'll do a chain lightning on me and Kira White Noise, which both of these will separately bounce to the rest of the raid. Then he'll do a chain lightning on me and Kira White Noise and Spartan. And all three of those will bounce the raid. So you can see how that just becomes more and more and more damage. By the way, completely unresistible. So completely unavoidable damage. So that's your soft enrage. Also spawns the Void, which also spawns the portals. And Singularity. Singularity is exactly what it sounds like. Don't be on that when that spawns, or it'll fling you and kill you. That's actually it. But you have to be doing an absolutely insane amount of DPS very precisely and very quickly, constantly, in order to do this fight. So I'm going to go ahead and scooch forward here. And try to push him down into Phase 2. There we go. So here's Phase 2. So Ma'uru dies. and becomes that thing. This is listed as a void god. So someone asked earlier if a void god, aka dead Naru, or a void lord is stronger. Well, based on evidence, I'm going to go with the Naru. You notice those chain lightnings are just going out constantly already, even seconds into the fight. This is a very, very, very intense and fast fight. Oh, hey, did anyone want the pet? Because I don't. I already have it. So, that's a check from hell, and again, considered by many people to be the single hardest boss in the entire game. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's definitely one of those things that's in the running. Who was that? That was Spartan. Here you go. So the last fight is against Kil'jaeden. A lot of people consider Kil'jaeden actually easier than Mauru. But Kil'jaeden is actually a fairly... there's a lot of moving pieces on Kil'jaeden. The thing that makes Kil'jaeden easier is the fact that most individual players only have to think about one of his mechanics at a time. Oh yeah, our very last of the heavy fights. Just straight up a Fel Reaver. There's just straight up a Fel Reaver. That's your final trash. I don't even need to explain this. These guys are basically the Fel Reaver raid boss as a trash fight. That's just what they are. Like the guy who I can't remember. You can fight him as part of the anniversary event right now. So, as soon as you pull the trash, we'll pull the boss. So we're going to just stand here for a second. So that is the Sunwell right there. And there's Anvina. She doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. She's going to be like, my love. Don't worry about her. Don't think about her. So, okay. Kil'jaeden is going to periodically channel a range damage into whoever has the highest threat. He does not care about your range at all. So all he does is just channel that. So it's pure shadow damage and it reduces your movement speed. So you still need to maintain threat, but it's all magic damage. We used to use a druid tank on this when we came back to this in Wrath, by the way. We never got here at level. I'm just going to go ahead and admit that. we never got past Mauru at level. But we did get to this point in Wrath, because you could go back at 80 and go do stuff like that. It was fun. Anyway, so we'd have a bear tank take this, because health. Every now and again, he'll do a chain lightning. That's exactly what it sounds like. It cannot be outranged at all. It has 50-yard range, so it's going to bounce. Remember, you got 25 people in this room. It has Fire Bloom that debuffs everyone around you, and he summons a Shield Orb. The Shield Orb constantly shoots shadow bolts in the they'll be up there in the sky, and they'll just float up there, and they'll just fling random shadow damage periodically. The ranged can kill those, and they totally should. Once you get his health down to 85%, he goes to Phase 2. Now he starts spawning ads based on you. Each of those are literally based on your class, and not it's kind of like the Nefarian ability all the way back in Blackwing Lair, but a much more advanced version of it. And each of those suck. He'll also do Shadow Spike, which will do a big old slow-moving attack, which will then explode. You've actually seen me use that ability. He'll do Flame Dart, which will do a nice big Flame Breath explosion. He'll summon those orbs, and then he'll do an ability called Darkness of 1,000 Souls, which will kill you. You're probably thinking, what? So, periodically in this fight, the blue dragons, which you can't even see, but they'll be there, up there, will be flying around, and they will drop an orb. That orb puts down a shield, which you can activate. You activate the shield, and you get in it, and you take a lot less magic damage. That's required because, again, Darkness of 1,000 Souls will kill you straight up unless you get into that. Phase 3, he starts doing Armageddon, which just starts making meteors fall all over the place. Watch for those. Don't get hit by those. Finally, Anvina sacrifices herself, which makes him take a whole bunch more damage. And then you have just a very quick DPS race in order to push through the rest of it. So I describe all of that in advance because you're not going to see any of that. That's a good question, Rain36. I don't know. We had a few people who started in Wrath and then came back with us to do BC raids with us. Because back then it was still more of a legit experience. We were higher level, but, you know, the fights were still difficult, right?
The expendable have perished. So be it. Now I shall succeed where Sargeras could not. I will bleed this wretched world and secure my place as the true master of the Burning Legion. The end has come. Let the unraveling of this world commence.
Okay. Let's kill him.
You are not alone. The blue dragonflight shall help you vanquish the deceiver.
Okay. I wonder if I could slow-mo him a little bit. I can. Yay. So, you've heard me praise the fact that they have that scaling tech. No, not that scaling tech. The other scaling tech. The one that makes it so that being higher level means you can, like, take less damage and do more damage. You remember that mechanic? I do praise that mechanic. I do like that mechanic. I want it to be optional. I want there to be a toggle. Because I would love to be able to come in here and just not have the ability to one-shot bosses, right?
Anvina, you must awaken. This world needs you.
Is Anvina again?
I serve only the Master now.
Oh, okay.
I will not be denied. This world shall fall. Who can you trust?
I will channel my powers into the orbs. Be ready!
Proper syncing would fix that, I agree. And I would rather have proper syncing more than anything.
You must let go. You must become what you were always meant to be. The time is now, Anvina.
But I'm lost. I cannot find my way back.
Do not harbor false hope. You cannot win.
Another orb is ready. Make haste.
Damage.
The enemy is among you.
Anvina, I love you. Focus on my voice. Come back for me now. Only you can cleanse the Sunwell.
Kalik just has bad luck with love, doesn't he?
Kalik?
Yes, Anvina. Let fate embrace you now.
The nightmare is over. The spell is broken. Goodbye, Kalik, my love.
She's such a terrible voice actress.
Sunwell, turn against me. What have you done? What have you done?
I have channeled all I can. The power is in your hands. Strike now, heroes, while he is weakened. Vanquish the deceiver.
And he is yanked right back through the portal. Never see him again. Congrats if anyone gets the bow.
Goodbye, Anvina, my love. Few will remember your name, yet this day you changed the course of destiny. What was once corrupt is now pure. Heroes, do not let her sacrifice be in vain.
Who?
Mortal heroes, your victory here today was foretold long ago. My brother's anguished cry of defeat will echo across the universe, bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the burning crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer,
stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flame. Just as this day marks an ending, so too does it herald a new beginning. The creature Entropius, whom you were forced to destroy, was once the noble Naru, Mu'uru. In life, Mu'uru channeled vast energies of light and hope. For a time, a misguided few sought to steal those energies.
Our arrogance was unpardonable. We damned one of the most noble beings of all. We may never atone for this sin.
Then fortunate it is that I have reclaimed the noble Naru's spark from where it fell. Where faith dwells, hope is never lost, young blood elf.
Can it be?
Gaze now, mortals, upon the heart of Mu'uru. Unblemished, bathed by the light of creation, just as it was at the dawn. In time, the light and hope held within will rebirth more than this mere fount of power. Mayhap they will rebirth the soul of a nation.
Blessed ancestors! I feel it. So much love. So much grace. There are no words. Impossible to describe.
Salvation, young one. It waits for us all. Farewell.
I've made fun of BC cutscenes periodically, because they all suck. This is one of the cool ones, right here. Probably at least in part because it doesn't have a lot of moving parts. It's mostly just being carried by its voice acting. And, well, they can do voice acting. They don't always, but they can do it. Yeah, nice set design, too. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is the end of BC right here. I don't even know why I said it that way. This is the end of BC right here. A couple of interesting things. This, unlike some plot threads, absolutely is going to keep having impact. The reigniting of the Sunwell is a sea change for the elves. No, not the Blood Elves. The elves. There will be High Elves who will comment on this. There will be elves with Jaina's forces who will notice this. Like, this changes things for all of them. Because what this has done now is this has reconnected all the elves with the constant flood of magic that was going into them. But that magic is not just arcane now, it is both arcane and light. So, yeah. Like Liadrin mentioned here, it's indescribable, especially having spent so many years, at this point like 6 or 7 years or so, I forget the exact number, being completely flooded with, oh yeah, nothing, constantly being hungry. I don't even know if you understand what that feels like, and I hope you never do. Imagine being on the verge of starvation all the time, always hungry, and then you all of a sudden just get a really nice meal, and that satisfaction, that relief, again, it's hard to describe. That's what a few thousand people across the planet are feeling right now. And not that many. I know, a few thousand is not a lot, but again, a lot of them died. And yes, there's also an expansion coming out in about a year, which, by all accounts, will be touching on this plot point yet again. We'll see what they do with it then. That's really funny, Mr. Red. Anyways, so yeah. I mean, yeah, pretty much talked about it. No, according to the last thing, I could double check that really quick. Hang on. Let's check this. Check the roadmap. Because they just released this like a couple weeks ago. So, yep. Nope. Okay, so they don't actually say when it's coming out. My bad. But they're going to reveal Twilight next summer. So it looks like we actually don't have a release of Twilight. But they're going to reveal more information about it in summer after 11.2 comes out. Also, it looks like Housing is coming out next winter. I think that's what I was reassociating with, so forgive me. Anywho. Time to go do the rep... No, we're done. We're done with BC. We did it! We did it! We got past the worst expansion in the game. Oh my god. Now, the worst part is I'm not done. I have to actually sit and do stuff. But yeah, let's because we're done, Czar. We did it. We're done for the day. So here's my amazing BC outfit. Check me out. I am just, oh yeah, check out that BC fashion. Oh yeah. Feel it. Oh, feel it. That's true. We haven't covered vanilla yet, Rackersbird. No, I'm willing to put out the prediction right now. I think BC is going to score the worst out of all of them. I do. We'll see. There are two. Yeah, you know, let's get a group photo. This is a good time for it. Here, could you get in the line, Kira White Noise, please? Kira White Noise, no. Kira White Noise is like, I'm a rebel. I stand. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, get behind us because you're like huge. Get in between Bleak Grin and me. I'm holy person. I'll try to get a good camera angle here. It's that stupid. There we go. That's a good camera angle right there. There we go. Perfect. I'll even take a screenshot right now. I like it. Snap. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I love it. I love it like the sun. All right. Well, that is. I've got some paperwork to do to make sure that this is actually according to, because you all want to know the silver number, don't you? We call this image "Ignore the Dragon." We think she's with the Bronze Flight. Don't worry about it. Well, let's see. What's the most BC song? Oh. So a silver number is something unique to an MMO. It's a number that is just per a specific expansion. Let's see, what would be a good place for music for BC? I'm feeling Nagrand. I feel like Nagrand is the right answer. Let's do that. Yeah, let's do Nagrand. I would pick Netherstorm, but like, you know, the music doesn't play there. God, I love the load times. All right. There will be no second shift today. We're going to spend some time here. This might take me a few minutes, because I need to do paperwork. I need to catch up on my notes. It's all the stuff I was going to do last night, and then didn't, and this morning, and then didn't, because I've spent all that time sleeping. Yeah, here, let me go ahead and, like, disband the group. I guess I'll just do this. Boop. Get a donation from Spartan. Thank you, Spartan, for joining me for all this. And thank you, Mr. Red, and thank you, Maverick. You have been helpful and enjoyable. Bragan was there. Kira Whitenose was there. Thank you, all of you. Make this run a little bit better. Yeah, we're going to start Wrath tomorrow. Will we do the Howling Fjord? Will we do the... No, we're not going to do any of that. Of course not. I'll actually tell you right now, because you probably want to leave and you don't care about the silver number. No, what we'll do first off tomorrow is actually we're going to do something really strange. We're going to do Sholazar first. And then we're going to go ahead and do Violet Hold. And then we're going to do the Culling of Strathholm. The reason why is because those have nothing to do with anything. It's the same thing we actually already did with BC. Yeah, it's completely disconnected. It has nothing to do with anything. So then, that'll probably be the first shift, is just doing that zone and doing the those two dungeons. Then we're going to go do Death Knight first, and Death Knight will be Alliance. That'll be our dwarf. When we get to the Horde, we'll be doing Troll, and my Troll will be... somewhere. Druid, apparently, will be that one. It is weird. It's weird. It's so weird and strangely erotic. Sorry. You're welcome, Spartan. And remember to, wait a minute. Vanilla, no! No, it can't be true now! That's really funny. All right, let me go ahead and get a nice zoomed out shot of the terrain here. There we go. Yeah, go do some time walking while I do some paperwork here. Yeah, Wrath is actually a very strange expansion in terms of zone flow. So we're actually going to be doing a very strange path through it. We're doing Shalazar, the Death Knight starter zone, and then the Borean Tundra, and then the Dragonflight, and then the Borean Tundra, and then the Dragonflight, and then the Howling Fjords, and then the Grizzly Hills, and then Zuldrak, and then the Howling Fjord, and then the Grizzly Hills. I'm not joking. Wrath is I ran into this exact same problem when I was doing the World of Warcraft series for Wrath. Wrath is so non-linear that it's actually frustrating, and almost every major story arc goes across multiple zones. So coordinating that is just a thing, right? So yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of bouncing back and forth between the Horde and Alliance as we make our way across Wrath. Okay. Then, of course, we'll do the Obsidian Sanctum, the Ruby Sanctum, and then we'll do Ice Crown the Zone. Then Trial of the Champion, Trial of the Crusader, the Forge, the Pit, the Halls, and finally Citadel. I know technically Halion was the last thing in Wrath, but let's be honest. Wrath ended with the Citadel. So. Okay. I'll type up more of my individual thoughts later. Let's check this. Yeah, pretty much, Mr. Right. It's there, it's content, whatever. And we're done. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will comment on how much I did not like that particular raid when we get there, because I actually did that raid at level, and it sucks. Yeah, it's our very first Twilight Drake, but, I mean, and... it's also glutted with trash. We literally spent more time fighting the trash in that fight than the boss, because there's just way too much of it. One moment, Paranoid Android. Yeah, exactly, Magister. Wrath is kind of like several threads that all kind of go up, and most of them end in Storm Peaks or Ice Crown. Very few of them are exceptions to that. So Alpha Centauri, Mass Effect Andromeda, Resident Evil Block, and by the way, thank you, Paranoid Android. Spartan, you never told me what you want to put your donation towards, unless I just missed it, which is entirely possible. 558. Good lord. Yeah, I was supposed to finish today's stream like 2 or 3 hours ago. This just took a long time. I'm surprised I saw you too. Look, if there's one thing... I joke around a lot. Maybe I shouldn't, because some people tend to misunderstand when I'm joking. I'm actually really happy Classic exists, and I'm really happy that people derive joy from it. It's also the kind of game I could find myself enjoying under the right circumstances, if that makes any kind of sense. It's the kind of game I like if I had infinite time, first of all, and I just really wanted to sit and chill for a while, you know? That's the kind of... It would be a near-perfect chill game for me if chilling was something I even had the capability of being. Now, I know that's not, like, the biggest praise, but I stand by that. There are much worse games for chilling out there than vanilla. I mean, I can tell you stories. I plan to as we're going through Kata, actually. Just name one right off the top of my head. There was this zone where you had to go kill rock elementals. It's in Badlands. It's in the southern end of Badlands. There's a bunch of rock elementals up there. I was just having a ton of problems with that. I was on my Paladin. And Paladin in vanilla, especially before, we got to the end, but kind of sucked. So it was like, seal, judge, seal, white damage for like a minute, right? It was just going so slow and so boring, and some other random person showed up. I think they were a hunter. And they're like, hey, I've been having trouble killing these mobs. And I was like, yeah, it's taking me forever. And they're like, no, they keep killing me. I was like, well, I'm a paladin. We grouped up. And we were able to push through killing these stupid rock elementals. Because I wouldn't die, and they could actually kill them. There's just random moments like that. I got a few of those. I'll share them as we go. All right. Listen, I hate green, Chester Green. Oh, sorry, what? Nowadays, I don't have time to play games to chill. I want fun. All right. I think I'm actually just going to nuke this. So we'll do that. So we got the Nether Storm. Which it looks like... did I already cover all this? Secondary. And... ah, shoot. Okay, so hang on. One... so that's secondary. So, brickwork. Yep. Visual. Yep. Music. Yep. There's that other brickwork. World building. Okay. MSQ. Yeah, okay. Other visual. Jesus Christ, another one. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff there, Mr. Red, like I said. And I want all of it. Another secondary. Jesus Christ. Nether Storm's just kicking it out of the park here. And looks like that's it. And then the negative one. So... 1,000 days, I want to say, Trihexia? Hang on. Trihexia really doesn't want me to do this audit, so let me just look this up really quick. This actually won't take me long. 1,079 days. Okay, and then there's one negative there, which I stand by. Yep. So yeah, Netherstorm was a net plus 10 to story. That's actually the highest story score of any zone so far. I have to admit, one of the biggest reasons I've been looking forward to this run is the excuse, and I'm going to call it that, for being able to go back through the game again. Yeah, exactly. Through all the old stuff. Let's see. Temple. Yeah, exactly, Wrecker's Beard. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. I mean, obviously, Vanilla's later, which is the best expansion. But other than Vanilla, let's see, Alcatraz. Yep. And we'll actually put this here. Weirdly enough. Needed to farm something for BC for transmog? For my hunter. My hunter, there was a belt. And it was a very specific belt that only drops in... So it had a unique design. Nothing else like it in the whole game. And it dropped in frickin' Hyjal. And it matched my suit perfectly. So I farmed Hyjal. Anyways. It was worth it. I'm very proud of that outfit. So there's Gruul's lair. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 boss positives for Black Temple. Yep, that sounds about right. But it looked so good, Lunairuf. And then Botanica down here. And then Mechanar. And then Arcatraz. Oh, yeah. Looks like Arcatraz did surpass Monotombs overall. So that does actually put Arcatraz as the best dungeon prior to getting to Magisters. Yeah, it's nice having access to a transmog forever and never having to get it back, is it? It's just there. It's unlocked to my account forever. I'm sorry. I absolutely love that. I always have. Okay, so then... Yeah, that's what I thought. So, Magisters. Let's see how Magisters scored. Yeah, Magisters destroys everything. It's almost double the overall gameplay score of the Arcatraz, and I stand by that, really. That is absolutely a negative Tiv tag. I have to decide that in a minute. That's why I keep banging on about how they need to backport this. They have the mechanisms. They have tools in the game currently to make backporting features happen, to make follower dungeons for older stuff, to make scaling work properly for older stuff, to make LFG apply to all older content. They have all of the tech already in the game. It's there. Like, we were kind of jury-rigging it, but, like, that should be a system. God damn it. I know, like, we don't care about older stuff. Screw you. Fix your older stuff. All right, Sunwell. Let's see here. I don't think Sunwell's going to pass Kara. I know that sounds strange, but, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I am correct. Sunwell didn't quite pass Kara. That means Karazhan's our best raid overall. Wow, I was super woke. Because you can dispel sleep. So these actually don't exist here. So let's just put this over here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, no kidding, Blizzard Snow. Thank you for actually backporting your crap, FF14. Hey, wow. Steal that, please. You don't want us to... No, steal it. Go. Why aren't you stealing it yet? Sorry. No, sorry. Just steal it. Okay. That's true. You have to be... Nope. I have literally played this game while asleep. There are people who can prove that, who can attest to that. I have actually played this game while asleep. That's not actually bragging, by the way. That was when I was extraordinarily unhealthy. Like, that's when I was working 100-hour work weeks, and I was asleep for a lot of my life. Don't do that, by the way. Never do that. 100-hour... Like, you think I work a lot now? 100-hour work week is way worse than anything I'm doing now. Alright. Is that it? Except for that? Nope, hang on. So, over here. So, 2 negatives here to the Black Temple, which puts this down to 5. Yeah, pretty much, Brigman. Pretty much. That's a secondary quest. That's for the Nether Storm. Sorry. The bug in the Nether Storm. The Ethereum quests twice. Yep. So that's there and there. Instances, Alcatraz gets a ding for that. I gets a ding for that. And gets another ding for that. Okay. Alright. So now there's something I've been sitting on for a while. So, we are going to give negatives for... actually need that. 1 second. Hang on. We're going to give negatives for the fact that you can't go back and do older raids without bullcrapping it, right? So, what I've already decided is we're going to give negatives based on the expansion specific. So let's look at our raids here. We've got Karazhan, Gruul's Lair, Magtheridon, the Battle for Mount Hyjal, Serpentine Caverns, the Eye, Black Temple, and Sunwell. Okay? Of those, not all of them scored super well, to be quite honest with you. But we do still have several solid raids and several relevant things. Even though Magtheridon is just kind of whatever raid, the fact is that's still MSQ. That is the conclusion of the Fel Arc story arc. Karazhan is obviously a great raid that people should be able to experience nowadays. Gruul is fine. Battle for Mount Hyjal can go directly to hell, and is currently our second worst rated dungeon in the entire game, by the way. Or instance, I should say, excuse me. But, still lost content. Serpent Shrine is whatever. The Eye actually got a net negative, and I stand by that. But then there's Black Temple, which is solid, and Sunwell, which is great. So, at the bare minimum, what I'm thinking of is, as far as the really good raids, we've got Karazhan, we've got Gruul's Lair, we've got Black Temple, and we've got Sunwell. That is 4 solid raids, which are not accessible in any reasonable format in a modern perspective. Now, we can handle this a lot of different ways, but I was just thinking about what Mr. Red said. 1 negative per each good raid that can't reasonably be accessed kind of feels about right, and then we'll just kind of mention the other ones. What do y'all think, other than Mr. Red, who posited the idea? What's funny is this is going to really start ballooning into more negatives in future expansions, because most future raids are going to be good raids. Like, there's what? 1 bad raid in Wrath? 2, technically, excuse me. I'm not worried. Future expansions are going to be burying everything in positives, but still. Like, I want to go do Blackrock Foundry right now. Well, it sucks to be you. Oh, well, how about Throne of Thunder? Nope. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's another. Black Temple has kind of an asterisk there, but yeah, the scaling still sucks. And it still is only available during BC time walking, just like Ulduar. We can actually do Ulduar right now in time walking. Okay. I would like to than Aerith, but I doubt I'll get there in time. We'll see. Wrath is going to probably go by faster than BC did. It did last time. The rate of these will speed up a little bit, I think. Okay. So I still have to type up some specific notes, but I do believe that's actually everything. Double checking something. Give me 1 second, please. I missed something. I knew I missed something. I missed 2 things. Ah! Here, hang on. Someone said, hey, let's use Shatrith music. Sure. Wow, let's do it. Let's go listen to Shatrith music. I love the hog. Move, Rick. Oh my god. I can't believe you got that. We're doing the paperwork, Primarch. We're getting ready for the silver number here. There's so much to cover. I'm kind of taking my time. I do apologize for those of you who are impatient or otherwise want to get on with it, because there's a lot to cover, and I don't want to miss any of that, you know. Inevitably, later on, I'll be like, oh, I forgot something, and I'm going to have to go change all the numbers, but doing the best I can to avoid that happening. Good lord, Shadow Moon did not score very well, did it? Looks like Shadow Moon is actually our 4th worst zone so far. Wow. That's funny considering Netherstorm is our best. That's wild. Well, I mean, it's funny because Shadow Moon actually got quite a few story positives. It was just buried in gameplay negatives. Just, God. It's not as bad as, like, Blade's Edge, which just was... Whoa. Okay. Let's pull up a calculator. How long do you think BC was, time-wise? Yep, 68.54 hours. Yeah. That's about right. That's about right. Alright, so now we're gonna do... Yeah, remember, we were zipping through with dragon flying. Just picture that for a minute. I anticipate Kata will be the longest, but I mean, of course it will, right? That's an easy pick. I also anticipate the overall pace of this is going to improve with basically every coming expansion. With the possible exception of Shadowlands. We don't talk about Shadowlands. I'm already tired of the Shatreth music. So someone pick another zone we could go to. What's another song we could play here while I do this last tidbit of stuff here? Zenger. Good pick. Good pick. I like Zenger Marsh. Machinations. Boom. Ba-ba-ba-boom. 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 Me too, Cashel. Very much so. I keep talking crap about Shadowlands and BFA, but for the purposes of a review, I'm not actually sure how well it's going to go. Because, yeah, like, several of the individual zones will get pretty good stuff for, like, regionals and secondary stuff. Okay. Me too, Yura. Me too. Or wait. No! Wait! Oh yeah, hang on. Shoot. Okay, hang on. One last thing. So this is actually new precedence. We actually came up with this precedence during the recent Dawn Trail run. So earlier, actually last year, we sat down and started deciding how exactly we're going to handle sprite work positives. We decided we're going to go ahead and give those primarily based on, you know, the obvious. Whoop. Sprite work doesn't quite apply here in the same fashion, because it's, as weird as it sounds in an MMO, sprite work is more of a gameplay thing. Because it's all about cosmetics, right? It's all about customizing your kit and how you look. You know, this screen, right? So for the sake of it, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to go down the list. We're going to look at what we have in BC. So that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. And that doesn't count. You know what does count? This right here. So this is the kind of gear that counts. So... Like, oh my god. Some of these outfits... So yeah, there's your plate. There's your mail. There's your leather. And there's your cloth. Honestly, it's fine, I suppose. Not super impressed. So our first real suit is, of course, Gruul's Lair. Tier 4. Tier 4. So there's... Now, we actually have to go per class for this. So there's Tier 4 Priest. Not bad. I've actually mentioned before I kind of like Tier 4. It's a little bit more grounded. So Tier 4 Priest is solid. We've got... Whoop, wrong one. Nope, still wrong one. Come on. There you go. Tier 4 Warrior. I don't actually like Tier 4 Warrior. Never have. It looks like this. It looks like it's a bunch of pieces of bug put together. I'm not a big fan of that. Paladin. Not terrible. The helmet's kind of dorky, but I do kind of like the overall look and approach of it. Hunter is, of course, terrible. Why? What? Hang on. Sorry. Hunter is, of course, terrible. Why would Hunter be anything else? What's funny is this is probably one of the better hunter ones out there. That's not even a joke. Rogue is... I don't know. I've never liked this rogue set. Not a huge fan of it. I think it's the mask. The rest of it's fine. Like, I like the shade coming off of the shoulders. Oh, right. There's Priest. We actually already showed off Priest. Sorry. Death Knight obviously does not exist. Shaman. Looks a little bit better on the actual Shaman classes, like Orc or Draenei, but it's alright. I remember liking Mage. There we go. Yeah, Mage, this is... I don't know. Something about this always worked for me. I think it's the color combo of, like, blue and bronze. I'm overall with it. So that's solid. Now, I'm going to be weird here. I always liked Tier 4 Warlock. I probably shouldn't have to explain why, but that's why. It's just cool. It's just cool. I don't have anything else to add. It's not even over spiked too. It's only got the 6 spikes on it. It just looks cool. Yeah, the helmet's just no, I love that. I love that. I should be keeping track of these per class. I just realized. Hang on a second. I actually have a place to keep track of this stuff, believe it or not. So hang on. So we've got one for Warlock. What did we decide? So I didn't care for Paladin. Paladin was cool. Paladin. Where's Paladin? Where's Paladin? There's Paladin. So Paladin's cool. Warlock's very cool. Priest was solid. And then Mage. I liked Mage. Sleep schedules are good. Even I have a sleep schedule. And I adhere to it rather rigidly. Because I am old. I think that's it so far. So then Monk. Oh yeah, Monk doesn't exist. Right, hang on. Druid. I don't remember Druid Tier 4. Oh, no, I do. Okay, so I never liked this suit. But call me a weirdo. I like the helmet. Just the helmet. I think it's the angled nature of it, you know? I know it's supposed to be antlers, but it looks a bit more like thorns to me. And then that's it. That's all of them. Okay, so that's Tier 4. And then there's Tier 5. Now, Tier 5 Druid is pretty plain. It's very Druidy, but it's like, whatever. Warlock, Tier 5. So, okay. I know I'm going against the grain here. I have never liked Tier 5 Warlock. This is... No, I know this is one of the more popular suits. And yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. Moving on. Tier 5 Mage. This is actually one of my favorite Mage sets, real talk. Because, like, it's so simple. But it has a degree of, like, mage... Like, there's a mage styling to it. Even the nature of how that cloak works, or the cowl works. You know? It's just got enough flavor to it and styling to it that makes it feel mage. And yeah, it is still a little bit glowy, despite its simplicity. Honestly, I can see this being Warlock. I actually agree with Lord Haremont. Shaman Tier 5? So, okay. Speaking of going against the grain, I love Shaman Tier 5. In fact... my primary shaman suit that I put together uses several pieces from this because I love this. Like the flame, the glowing rocks that are being held together by the magma, the chains. No, I love that. So hang on, I should be writing these down. Pay attention more. So shaman, mage, again. Priest Tier 5, I remember liking. Never mind. No, I don't like that at all. This is not the one I thought it was. Sorry. Priest Tier 5, would look a lot better if it was touched up with modern features. As is, it just looks a little bit too awkward. Like that mask on the helmet just doesn't sit right. Literally, my chin is sticking out from it, right? With a touch-up and with a polishing pass, this would be really cool, I think. Unfortunately, we got a Tier 2 and a Tier 6 update, not a Tier 5 one. Anyways. And then Rogue. I know a lot of people who like this. It's, sorry. I don't even know what to add to that. It's your death metal outfit. Oh yeah, so you like terrible outfits, right? So here's Hunter Tier 5. I hate everything about this except for the shoulders. It's worth noting I love the shoulders. In fact, I use my shoulders in my Hunter ability. But like the rest of this is nonsense. First of all, the color combo is weird. Doesn't work well with itself at all. Second of all, what is going on with that helmet? I'm so confused by this helmet and everything about it. Third of all, these are the hands of a hunter. No protection whatsoever. Just leaving them out there to the elements for someone who's using a bow all the time. Oh yeah, also it's really triangular, like unpleasantly triangular. What in God's... So that's... Can we give a negative for sprite work? No, I'm not gonna do that. But for real, hunters look terrible. Tier 5 Paladin is, of course... like, I want to like this more than I do. The Power Rangers outfit. I want to like this, but I kind of can't. Like, I get what they're going with the crystalline thing. It is extremely big. Yeah, no, I honestly think Tier 4 Paladin, which is down here, looks better. Like, yeah, I get what they're going for. It's literally called Crystal Forge, but... Yeah, with a touch-up, I think this one could pop. And then, of course, Warrior Tier 5. Okay. I like Warrior Tier 5. I'm just gonna say that. I'm sorry. Make fun if you want. I don't even care. Warrior Tier 5 for the win. Like, that's solid. It's just the right amount of ridiculous, like with the shoulders and the helmet, but also still grounded. Like, it looks like you're just wearing scale mail. And yeah, it's the Destroyer arm. It's based off of Blackwing. Or Deathwing, excuse me. Damn it, Cashel! So, on the Alliance, having a healer would be more helpful. Here, White Noise. On the Horde, I can do anything. By design. One last one. Sunwell. I mean, by Sunwell, I mean Black Temple. Because Sunwell... I mean, Sunwell looks like this. This is Sunwell plate. Sunwell is just... I don't like Sunwell armor. Here's Sunwell mail. I don't know what they're thinking with that. Here's Sunwell, like, leather. However, there is one good thing in Sunwell. And that is cloth. This is a solid suit. I actually have outfits based on this suit. Because the rest of it is just... What? So we're just going to skip over and go back to Black Temple. So, Black Temple. Top to bottom. I'm going to go ahead and admit something. I really like Onslaught armor. A lot. Like, unabashedly. I think this... Again, it's a little bit over the top, but it's an over the top that I like. It looks tanky, right? It actually looks like it's very protective, and it just looks like you're ready to go on that. Absolutely. Hell yes. Then we've got... Paladin. This is another one of those weird sets for me. I actually like the version in Tomb of Sargeras better. Because it feels more like a ceremonial suit. But I like parts of it. Like, I like the gauntlets, I like the shoulders. The helmet's alright, I guess. But the chest piece is weird, and the boots and the legs are off. So I've always been kind of weird about Lightbrick. It's still solid. It is definitely better than the banana suit. Low bar. Hunter. So, just to retrack. So here's Hunter, right? Okay, that's okay. Then here's Hunter. This is terrible. And then we have Hunter. Oh, and yes, the eyeballs are moving and blinking because there's no feet. Did you notice that? Even on a blood elf, there's no actual footwear. There's just like anklets and a loincloth and badly stretched skulls on the gauntlets. And whatever's going on with this helmet, I hate everything about this helmet. We've shoved our head into another guy's head. Yeah, okay, moving on. I don't have anything else to add to that. Moving on. Hunter gear has always been terrible. Oh, and by the way, in case you're curious, here's original Hunter gear. And then this crap, which I just... What the hell? And then this crap. Yeah, Hunter gear has always been crap, is what I'm trying to say. Hunters have never had good gear. Anyways. Rogue. I don't like this rogue suit. Ignoring the blood in the, like, demon shoulders, it's the collar that really kills me. Like, what is going on with this collar? Really? Do me a favor, look at that collar and tell me that that's the collar of a rogue. How do you even turn your head left to right? The first decent Hunter suit was in Wrath, I want to say, Valerian. Anyways. Priest! So, speaking of edge. I exist in the darkness. We have bound the eyes of the priests, and we ourselves can... okay, I actually do like this, unironically. I do like Tier 6 Priest. It's very Black Temple-y. Like, you just get the vibe of someone who has seen some stuff, you know? Shaman? Hang on, there we are. So, this doesn't look quite great on this character, but I know a lot of people who love this suit, and in fact swear by it for Shaman. Hard to argue, too. I like the periodic lightning. I like the helmet. It's definitely got that shamanistic vibe. The fur helps, you know. The fur helps with that. Yeah, Orc looks really good in Sky Shatter. I wish I could, like, change my species here, but whatever. And just be like, hey. Mage, of course, Mage Tier 6 is iconic. It is pretty much the Mage set that I see people wander around in. So I'm going to give an easy, yes to this one. This is a duh. So, yes to Mage. I don't have much else to add to that. Warlock. So, this one irritates me. It's not actually bad. It just irritates me because the wing effect is actually on the helmet. The part I like the least. So you have to have this ridiculous, like, I think it's the horns that kill it for me. Like your horns come out 3 feet out of your head, and that's what actually makes the wings pop out. I was kind of hoping the wings would pop out as I'm staring at it. It looks like they're not doing it here. I do like how they do the shoulders as like they've got the gap in between them. That's kind of a cool effect. And then Druid. I don't even remember Druid Tier 6. Oh yeah, the bird suit. This looks a little bit better on a Night Elf or a Tauren. The only Druids at this point in time. And that's why it's total crap! The feathers do a nice job, and I do like what they do with the fur look to it. Yeah, Proto-Heritage armor, exactly. Now, someone would like to have said, listen, Laura, you're dumb. Sunwell plate is amazing. Okay, so make your argument for this orange and blue-gray monstrosity. BC does have some excellent weapon design. Weirdly enough, I still use some BC weapons. Would that be? Yeah, the PvP one does look a little bit better there. Oh, too far. Yeah, there's a recolor of Dreadnought. Apollyon. Which one's Apollyon? That's a two-handed sword, isn't it? Which I can't look at on this character. Oh, no, I can. God, I keep forgetting this is a feature now. Two-handed swords. There it is. Yeah. I admit I like that weapon. I always have. Rogue PvP, huh? First one. Would be this one. Well, that's wild. I look like I'm about to go to the ball. I'm telling you, it's the frickin'... It's the man. Yeah, I actually got Murad's hammer when we killed Gruul earlier this week. Okay. Ow. God, it's the eyes wide shut set. Now let's go to Blade Chaval's favorite zone here. Oh wow, he's not listed there. I was going to look up Kazak's loot table, but it's not even listed. Actually, yes, Mr. Red. And I'm not going to tell you right now. That would be awesome if you could join us, Valerian. So let's talk about voice acting. So this is going to sound like a weird question. Is BC or Wrath worse for inconsistent voice acting? Now let me explain that in case that's not clear. BC has so little voice acting in it that it kind of qualifies more for just an absence of voice acting, positives or negatives. By contrast, later on in Wrath, they started having voice acting and then none, and then some, and then none, and then some, and then none. Sometimes in an individual, like, quest chain. Like, I can actually name an example. There's a quest where you talk to a guy and he's like, hey, what's up? Then you go talk to another guy and he says, I am now talking because you are talking to me. Then you go talk to the first guy and he just has text again. It's weird. But BC also commits one of the worst sins when it comes to inconsistent voice acting. It does it and then doesn't do it inside an individual thing. Like, for example, a lot of raid bosses or dungeon bosses wouldn't have voice acting except for one, right? Oh, God. Don't even get me started about changing Kel'Thuzad's voice actor. We'll talk about that when we get there. Uthor, of course, hates all voice acting. Death to voice acting. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right. I think you're right. We'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Matt Overlord. I think I do. So we'll call that the worst. So, is there any other question marks I want to cover before I actually... I haven't even gotten to the audit yet. I'm still just going down the list. Cleaning up all my notes. Oh, this might take us a minute. Okay. I need to concentrate for a minute. So rather than just keep that playing, let's just get WoW music in general playing. Also true, whereas a lot of BC's voice acting is, huh? That's actually a point. I mean, we just saw that Anvina is terribly voice acted. Like, what? Wrath does have that one female actress who sounds terrible. I'll always remember her as Sindragosha, but she does several roles in Wrath. BC goes hard every now and again, though. You will kneel to my lord! Your time is running out! Or, of course, yes, I am a god! Yeah, I remember I looked up who she is at one point, and I was like, wait, that's her? Because I've heard her do good voice acting. And then there's Sindragosha. Whatever. Wait, she came back to be Sindragosha? I actually didn't know that. Huh. I mean, yeah, no, it's probably a voice direction thing. Speaking personally, I've seen plenty of cases where voice direction just completely changes how a performance goes. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. I mean, yeah, actually, the woman who voices Sylvanas is a very good actress. She knows how to put a lot of very specific enunciation in what vowels and consonants she says. I know it's a weird and boring way to put it, but you probably know what I mean. She has a very particular way of talking. I also love the woman who voiced Venari. I can't remember her name. She's done a lot of stuff for Blizzard. Mawaka. Irish Blade while we're here. For the record, just BC has already surpassed FF14 the entire expansion, or the entire game in terms of music direction positives. You're probably thinking, what about plain music? I don't think I've given a single music positive to BC. Probably won't for a while. Sorry, that was part of a whole discussion, because the whole point is visual music on the story axis is all about augmenting the scene, right? Whereas music on the gameplay axis is just having some good music to listen to. Two very, very different approaches. And honestly, WoW is just really good at music on the story axis. How much of the atmosphere of how many zones are really, really augmented by virtue of the music direction, of the song that plays in the zone, right? Like, Soken is an amazing composer, but most of his stuff is just really good songs. Like Eva, who just puts out really good music direction. Did you know Eva has successfully pushed out her game, and it's awesome. I can't wait to play it. 6 character negatives for BC. I'm really proud of you, Evo. No joking, no nothing. I can't wait to review it and give it all the negatives. Seven plot negatives for BC. That sounds about right. I was actually thinking about how many negatives to give Alzheimer's, because Alzheimer's has several issues, but most of the individual problems of Alzheimer's got their own individual negatives. So I just gave Alzheimer's as a whole 3 negatives. I can be argued up from that. I'm willing. So willing. So, try to be surprised, but even BC, what I consider to be the worst WoW expansion, got 40 pluses to boss design. For a bit of perspective, it would take FF14 Intel Stormblood in order to catch up to that kind of boss quality. Which makes sense, right? That's when FF14 started really locking in on its boss design. Exactly, Wrecker's Beard. Yeah, pretty much every raid in BC did pretty well for itself. Except Megtheridon, but I mean, what do you want from me? Nevertheless, I shouldn't preface that. Who knows? Who knows how the Wrath dungeons will go? We will, in about a week. Alcatraz Trash was really good. No hesitation on that. It was crazy how good that was. You know, you say that, Uthor. I've been wondering about that sentence, because you said that before. I don't think I agree with you. I don't know, maybe I just was an idiot. But we were still pretty careful, especially on heroic dungeons and Wrath. Like, you know that, let's see, it's the 3rd pull, I want to say, in Utgard Pinnacle? It's an abomination in a fairly small corridor. If you extra pull anything there, you're dead. And we had to pull him back because, holy crap. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Try not to prejudge too much. Oh, dude. Halls of Lightning. I've wiped on Halls of Lightning in frickin' time walking. So you remember how I just mentioned there are 40 pluses to boss design in BC? Well, there's also 37 negatives to boss design in BC. Yes, Wrath time walking is right now. You know what I kind of wish? The little side thing would be nice. Time walking is cool, but time walking heroic would be nice. Probably with better rewards, but still. Yeah, during the anniversary event, they're just cycling time walking. So, like, if I can just check really quick. Oh, it doesn't say. Well, either way, it's going to be like, you know, this is Wrath, and then it's going to be Kata, and then it's going to be Pandaria, and it's just been cycling every single week while the anniversary's on. So it's pretty much non-stop time walking while the anniversary's going. Jesus. So you may or may not find this funny, Reckersbeard, but most of the vanilla time walking dungeons I've been gotten has had people being like, "Oh my god, what is with these dungeons? These suck! Oh my god!" And of course, I know where I'm going. So in every single time walking vanilla dungeon I've gotten, except for like 3, I've ended up having to lead the group because I'm the only one who has actually done them and knows where to go. Like, we got Dire Mall East, and everyone was like, huh? Guys, this way, this way. Jump down? No, no. Bad. Really? Fife, that's funny. Now to jump down. Hunter Pet. What do you mean, Hunter Pet? Why are we still in combat? Look, I'm just saying, you have not experienced vanilla dungeons until you've done Gnomeregan and accidentally pulled. And if you've done Gnomeregan, you know what I'm referencing. I don't even think that's possible anymore. Yeah, I'm getting a little tired, Mr. Ed, but I said I would take this seriously and do this bit by bit, and I shall. Like I said, this was the reason why there's no second shift today. I promised I'd lay down, and I will. I want to do this and do it proper first. Actually, I have Maverick, yeah. Warning. Warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Oh, man. Yeah, we're still on the first shift. Tell you one thing, BC is going to score worse than ARR. All right now. Okay. Boring part done. Let's actually do the proper audit. Yeah, I've been playing for the last 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 44 seconds as of right now. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm just gonna really... No! I was just about to say I'm really gonna focus for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna get distracted. Bye, Fife. Thank you, Fife. I appreciate. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Fife. It's just that timing. It's like, okay, I gotta really lock in because I want to do this. Patch within. 4X games. Oh, Savacom asked me a question. I need to answer her when I see her again. Pokemon Soul Silver. Good evening, Jay Palmer. Okay, now to do the boring part and just focus in on it. Oh, it is fascinating, Record Spirit, absolutely. You know what? Hang on. I was thinking about perching at the Falcon's Watch. It feels like just such a perfect place. Like, this is the apex of the Blood Elf story right there. Oh, everything's going to be great and wonderful and amazing. And then they get to Falcon's Watch. Half of them are dead. The other half are recovering in medical, you know, from all the damage and enemies and just the exhaustion of the trip. And then the story stops because this is BC. Hang on, there's one other place I want to go to instead. You know where I'm going. You know exactly where I'm going. Just gonna set that up front and center there. Okay, boring audit. BC was a weird one for me, Wrecker's Beard. Because I say this is when I fell in love with the game, and it's true. Despite all its flaws, BC was a whole lot... That didn't feel right. Yeah, whatever. BC was a whole lot of just vanilla but better, in my opinion. I know. You get my point, though, right? Like, there's a lot of refinement and a lot less throwing stuff at the wall. You know, questing, story... Great boss fights, great dungeons. Yeah, it's Vanilla 2.0, exactly. My actual best times in WoW were Pandaria and Legion, which... You know, class design started being really good in BC. I've said it before and I'll say it again. One of the ways I got one of my friends back to BC was by saying, hey, druids are actually druids now. You can play balanced druid. It's crazy. It's actually funny. They've gone back and forth on the homogenization versus hyper-specialization of classes quite a bit over the years in this game. Because, yeah, sometimes it's just like, hey, you're playing a tank. What kind of tank? I don't understand the question. No, but like, what kind of tank? Huh? Maybe you're not listening to me. I do like the flavor they approach things with nowadays. I do, legitimately. It's probably as close to a both, you know, have our cake and eat it too as we're probably ever getting. Yeah, exactly, Primarch. It's a pretty good place. I hope they kind of stick with it, honestly. Anything I would remove from Modern WoW? Let me ask Kuthor and Rikersbeard that question. What would you remove from Modern WoW? Other than the Horde, the two faction system, that's just whatever. Like that's not really a modern WoW thing. That's a WoW thing, you know. Plus 40 to story net, by the way. Actually, no, there's... Real talk for a second. I've talked before about truly splitting WoW into, like, an MMO and a co-RPG, right? An MMORPG and a co-RPG. And being honest, I actually like the idea of a PvP-focused MMO, right? Like all the other PvP-focused MMO, except actually good. You know, really lean into that. Really lean into zone control. Have there be actual, like, resources. Like, imagine for a moment if the Horde owned Taran Mill. And as a result, the only people who could gather resources from Taran Mill are Horde players. But Alliance players can still sneak in there and try to kill Horde players, so you probably want to have a support group backing them, and you get it. Like, really lean into that. I think that could actually work. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, but I think they have a lot of the pieces in place to make something like that work. Now there's nostalgia in 5 seconds. That's why you have reset mechanics, Lord Harriman. Every good PvP game has some kind of reset mechanic. Either seasonal or regular. Like Guild Wars 2, World v World, you essentially play until like there's a next big reset and then chkonk, and everything gets kind of reset, and then you start over from scratch. On different factions, actually, and then it resets again. You need something like that, otherwise what you have is EVE Online. EVE Online has basically killed itself at this point, and continues to do so. Sure, Huthor, why not? I know, right, Llanera? That's weird. In real life, at least we can just kill rich people. Not that I've ever done that. How do we do this audit? I missed out on 5 negatives I could have given. Co-op, 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 and co-op. I don't know what you're talking about, Jay Palmer. I think Jay Palmer's losing it. I have to admit, I'm not a huge fan of the seasonal approach in general. I know I literally just talked about adding that to a PvP thing, but that's for a PvP thing, right? Like, you really do need to have some kind of reset mechanic for that kind of PvP environment. But this is not presumption. We have years and years of experience about this. Chkunk new season is... I get why they do it, it's just... Also true, Magister. You need to be at the right arc of a season. If you fall behind in a season, you're too low geared to keep up with everyone else. If you're too late into a season, you can't get the stuff done that you want to get done. And at the end of a season, nobody's doing Mythic Pluses. Not really. Not pushing. Anything that isn't PvP at all, Primarch. Oh, sorry, you mean in WoW in particular. I suppose any of the battlegrounds where you could, like, completely avoid the enemy players. Like Tolbarad. Tolbarad is probably the most fun I've ever had in PvP in WoW. Oh, you mean in general? I kind of like free-for-all maps where there's also, like, computer AIs built in. Stuff like that. Paladins have been around since, like, BC, haven't they? BC or Wrath. I know it's before Kata, because they've been around since before flying was in the old world. Someone do me a favor, look it up. When did holidays come to WoW? Darkmoon was vanilla, but I'm not counting that. Was Wintervale that far back? Wow. Wow. Oh. As I've said before, vanilla and BC in many ways tend to blur in my head, so... Because I had to restart the whole game in BC, remember? I would like to think so, Wreckersbeard. I wasn't joking with my earlier idea. Like, one of the biggest benefits of having Classic and Retail alongside each other is exactly that, being able to appeal to multiple crowds, right? With what is effectively the same game. Like, I'm explaining this badly. Do you know how much I wish I had an engine with tons of people who are skilled at using that engine so I could make all kinds of different games in that engine? Like, the WoW engine could be restructured to do a lot of things. And so, you know, like the idea I mentioned about the open world PvP thing, you can do that in WoW. WoW Classic Progression, WoW Seasonal. There's a lot of unique things you could do with the tools they have at their disposal. I kind of wish they would do more. Now, the good news is they've shown a lot of signs that they are going to do more. Yeah, we had Plunderstorm just earlier this year, and the Pandaria remix, and it's clear they're still throwing stuff at the wall. So I'm hopeful, but I do think it's possible for them to address this and say, okay, we got this. I think that would work really well, Mad Overlord, personally. Now, granted, I'm not super familiar with League of Legends because I'm allergic to cancer, but no, that does sound really cool, and I like the general gist and idea. I'm curious of what they're actually going to do. 1 month, Jesus Christ. League of Legends has quite a bit of lore to it, but also that lore is very inconsistent, because League themselves did a massive reboot on the whole setting many years ago, and didn't actually update all the lore to accommodate that, and most of that lore is still locked outside of the game, and outside of the website, whose only purpose is to show you that lore. Yes, that's right, outside of the website. It's not in the website that's there for the lore of League of Legends. Please think about that for a second. Yes, Jay Palmer. League came out of Defense of the Ancients, Dota. I'm never going to finish this stupid audit. I'm up to the T's. Also true, Dragon Player. No, I get your point, Wreckersbeard, and I don't disagree. I think it's more like we get lucky periodically and we get really good stuff from that crap, you know what I mean? To use Star Wars as an example, yeah, we get a lot of here, buy this, and then we also get Andor, right? I know that's kind of going for the jugular, but you get my point, right? I mean, if you want something less egregious than that, we got Clone Wars Season 7 out of the Disney's approach to things. I think, and if I don't want to get too cynical about this, but I think the real thing there is that the world sucks, and so having this approach is probably getting us better than what we otherwise could have gotten. 158 minus 76. Negative 82 to gameplay. That confirms it's going to be a net negative thing. That is awful. And the best part is that is better than I thought. I've actually debated several times how you could have... Yeah, exactly who Thor. You know how you have that kind of a thing? You have a company that already has its money from some other source, and then can afford to lose money on its projects. This is a thing that actually happens, by the way. And that only lasts until someone shows up and is like, why aren't we making more money when we could be? I would say, yeah, Lord Carmel. Yeah. Wow. Hang on. Good point. Let's close off the guessing game. Yes, Jay Palmer. That's not actually a joke. That is a true statement. Only about half the people guessed a net negative score. That's interesting. Okay. One moment. 88 plus 48. When money is the end game instead of anything else, problems happen universally. There is no exception. 76 plus 158. Okay. Oh. I apologize for how long that took, but I wanted to be thorough, and I did find several positives and negatives, which we had skipped. That's the point of the audit. Well, one of the points of the audit. Burning Crusade. 68.5 hours. Plus 40 to story. That's actually half of a story positive per hour, which is actually pretty good, especially for a 69-hour game. That's also a story ratio of 64%. That is not good. And then we have gameplay. Ford Motor Company, the Nerith. Gameplay was negative 86. Ooh. That is 1.2 negatives per hour, which is extremely bad for a 70-hour game. And that is a gameplay ratio of 32%. Giving us our final golden number of... Can I get a drum roll, please? Excuse me, silver. Silver number. Habit there. So that's plus 40. 58. Of course, the real thing I want to know is how this lines up compared to FF14 expansions, which I will, of course, do. So, obviously, negative 78.09. That's actually not super terrible, as weird as that sounds. I was honestly expecting much worse than that. I really was. Negative 78 is not good by any measure of the expansion. That is worse than ARR for various reasons. But what's interesting about that is, let's do some direct comparisons here, shall we? So, story-wise, that puts BC a little bit below Heavensward. No, I'm sorry, I misread that. A little bit below Stormblood. Apologies. And you know what? I kind of stand by that. Stormblood had a lot of issues. It also has about the same density as Stormblood. And it has about the same ratio as Stormblood. So it's almost lockstep with Stormblood in terms of story. Gameplay-wise, at -82, nothing comes close. The lowest we had prior to this was ARR, which was -24. So it absolutely destroys everything on gameplay in terms of negatives, with one noticeable exception. And that is Tor. Tor, I didn't actually cover each individual thing, but Tor as the whole MMO got -204 net. So let's look at the guessing sheet. Yep, looks like it's off the deeper end. Got that one. Congrats, off the deeper end. That's pretty close. Yeah, Tor was a fascinating game to cover. You think BC is bad? Oh, no, you think I'm complaining now. Go watch the Tor run. Imagine a game where every single zone is just a cavalcade of negatives. And unlike WoW, that never stops. So that's going towards Kingdom Hearts 1? Resident Evil block. Oh god, Corellia! Oh god, Corellia! Okay. And, SNES block. You got it. Thank you again for your guesses, for your participation. Next, we're doing WoW Wrath. Wrath. If you want to guess, remember you're specifically guessing for Wrath's silver number. Go ahead and open this up. Would I rather play through Corellia or Hinterlands? Honestly, I'd probably take Corellia over that. Oh, wow, Vanilla. Oh, I'll take Corellia over that. Thanks. Anyways, I thought you meant Dragon Age for some reason. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm tired. So I'm going to take the rest of the day off, and by that I mean I'm going to be working for the rest of the day. So, see you next time.